Ball 161. I had a decade of relative peace left to my knowledge, so I dedicated it to the prosperity of my dynasty and the buildup of more blanks for various tasks and ranks that required that genetic trait. From ship captains and security officers, to governors and Astartes, to the less silent sisters and blank sisters of battle, which I aimed to unite in a single force one day. Borrowing from both their traditions and equipment to create a female fighting force that could support blank Astartes in the field, or defend our worlds in case of invasion seemed rather sensible to me. And if I also provided the girls access to the hypno-training normally only available to Astartes and Tech Marines? Well, I could do whatever I wanted, and I did. Knowledge of weapons and tactics would do my girls no harm, after all. The women might not have giant muscles and steely sinew, but power armor and mind impulse units were a great force multiplier, as were the silent Leviathan Dread Knights, which weren't all that silent, but I had to make a distinction from the Lamentor Leviathans. I had hopes to reach a full company of Astartes Leviathans and perhaps 400 silent Leviathans in this decade, plus I aimed to increase the number of Imperial Knights to a full house of 100 suits, and also field a demi-legion of Titans to break the teeth of any entrenched defense. Trades with various forges had produced 100 more Baneblades, which will need dismantling and rebuilding into my preferred Doomhammers, which will allow me to raise 5 more armor regiments. Sentinels and Hydras were getting upgrades as well, transforming into retribution pattern armed Sentinels and multi-laser Hydras, while the light Weasels and Chimeras were being refitted to mount a Logis engine Tarantula turret instead of the manned turret, thus increasing their versatility and firepower a couple of times. Chimeras had enough storage space to allow munitions for a twin heavy bolter and lost cannon turret, plus the usual multi-laser in the hull. Cover them with 10 centimeters of Blackstone armor, and they would be quite durable, even against Chaos Marines or Tau railguns. I had plans for an infantry troop transport based on the Ragnarok chassis anyway, just because the tracks and the drive system were so normal and easy to construct. Low to the ground too, which meant less exposure to enemy fire, since the best defense is to not get hit. The shape of the hull mattered as well, since angled plates would sometimes deflect incoming rounds, or at least force them to traverse a longer path. That saved on weight a little, and offered more protection overall. When I had my regiments fully equipped, I planned to donate most of the Ragnarok production to Krieg, and give their regiments a longer lifespan, to their probable despair. Even 3,000 Ragnarok tanks would mean 100 more armor regiments for Krieg, which would mean hundreds of worlds conquered faster and with fewer losses. Not that the death corps of Krieg didn't welcome losses, damn brainwashed fanatics. Times passes so fast when you're having fun, making babies and colonizing the galaxy, burning Xenos and providing the Tau with more demon portals to devour the Firecast bases. Hurry up and invent anti-warp tech, you dumb blueberries. Well, they were quite busy fending off a dozen orc wafts sent their way by the grace of the Ordo Xenos, plus losing allies one by one to rampant Necron raids. It was a bad century to be a Tau, and so close to my domains. Well, not that close, but put your finger on the galactic map and it would cover us, Tau and Ultramar, with plenty space to spare. The 3rd battleship and the 5th battlecruiser were returning to Machine Forge for a final refit and upgrade, our 4th battle barge was conducting training exercises in the outer system, and the 1st fortress sector on the Black Lament has just become operational, a kilometer of adamantium and blackstone armor covering a dozen Nova cannons and their munition bunkers, plus torpedo tubes and 200 lance batteries. When it was complete, the Blackstone Fortress would have 6 sectors, 3 for weapons and 3 for carrier operations, plus the big gun installed by its original creators. 3 more sectors were being transformed into extra engines and shield generators. Because such a gigantic platform was also heavy and hard to move, both inside a system and for longer travels. The carrier sectors were left for last, because guns were the main priority, plus the engines. 2 Jokeros were aiding, probably fiddling with some fortress systems to increase the speed and energy generation, while the last one was playing with various Astartes portable weapons, turning regular bolters into powerful combi weapons or making DG weapons for sisters and inquisitors if they brought the apes something good to eat. I wasn't sure how long the apes lived, but I plan to make them live very long. Too damn useful, the orange monkeys. It was at this moment that Robert Gilliman decided to take the helm of the Imperium and began gathering ships capable of warpless travel into a giant fleet. And somehow, he knew that I had 300 such ships, so I got called in. But it has also been more than a decade since I last traded with Trazyn, and I didn't plan to be Gilliman's follower. I had my own primarch, even if he was a bit dead at the moment. Only in this universe, death was rarely final, as numerous demons and saints proved every year somewhere. As did the Eldar Phoenix Lords and other beings able to transfer souls or change bodies or just respawn, like the Perpetuals. I am ready to try Resurrecting Sanguinius, Lord Trazyn. I hope my device is ready and operational by now? I asked with a bit of hope. Ah, Pef Lancefire. You have been too quiet for a decade or so. But now events seem to bloom yet again, and here you are. Going to Terra, I suspect, the Necron wondered in a teasing voice. Eventually, yes. But I need my primarch, just to not get roasted alive by the Imperial Ecclesiarchy or any other of my potential enemies. I explained patiently. The Necron overlord nodded wisely. I see, internal conflict. We Necrons have similar differences, as you know. Try not to die, then. I have too few friends among my race, or any other. Trazyn the Infinite murmured and produced a twin-pronged device that wasn't in any way resembling a Halo artifact. I cloned and resurrected a new Fulgrim with it, but he died soon after. You will need to reconnect the soul, and that won't be easy at all, he continued, dropping the device through the Pharos into my hand. Stab the body with it? I asked to make sure. Yes, anywhere would work, but it works faster in the chest or neck, he replied with a glint in his green eyes. Exposure period? I asked while storing the device in my tesseract. That depends. A minute or 1 hour, maybe even a day. Fresh bodies recover sooner, of course. Trazyn concluded in a wry voice. And the new technologies? I continued in a casual tone. Yes, those. I have a slightly smaller engine that would fit strike cruisers and light cruisers, and even a new reactor type more potent and less radioactive. Plus the STCs for new bastion force fields and even anti-gravity engines for tanks and dropships. Perhaps similar to the Tau, but better and easier to construct. And the next generation of warpless engines for capital ships, twice as fast, the Necron teased me while holding a data slate in his hand. Everything there sounded amazing. I do have Tan Shard with encrypted Necron controls. Powerful too. I proposed with a smile. Enticing, but I want more, he demanded cruelly. 1,000 Astartes, astral claws from the Badab War. I proposed, raising the stakes higher. Much better. Historical value too. What about that transforming lance? He asked in a slimy voice. That's not a tradable item, Lord Trazyn. It looks like a weapon, but it's not. It's a nascent chaos god. If you were a blank, I could let you safekeep it, but you're not. I replied in my best stern voice. It's a pity then. What if I had my pariah warrior hold it? Trazyn insisted. I cursed the obsessed Necron and my stupidity for showing him the weapon. No. There's the obsidian athame, if you want it. The weapon that turned Horus and poisoned Gilliman. Still dangerous, but perhaps less than the materialized demon. I offered as a last resort. There were more of them, after all. Ah, the weapon that can cut stasis fields. It has historical value too, very well. I won't take your only Tan, but I'll take the astral claws and the fabled athame. Trazyn requested as if doing me a favor. Well then. There would be no real use for the Tan Shard, unless, yes. Sacrificing a god to resurrect another was something too familiar. An hour later, I gathered a small escort and stepped on Bile, right inside the holy sepulchre housing the golden_sarcophagus where Sanguinius lay dead, and in stasis. In a few seconds, a giant librarian teleported near us, holding the spear of Tiesto and glowing with blue warp aura. Sergeant Griffin and those brothers in the 4th Company? Why are you disturbing this place? The man demanded in a warped voice of near rage. I stepped in front of him and snatched his spear with a tesseract trick. Stand near the coffin, Mephiston, and let me work. Hold this toy, Griffin, I demanded after playing with the relic spear for a second. Is it my turn to be Sanguinius reborn, Lord Pef? Griffin asked in a joking voice, making the psycho-librarian glow with anger. Nah. I have another person in mind today. Start praying, brothers, I commanded while bringing the sounding board out and stepping close to the glowing coffin. You better not desecrate our primarch, Pef Lancefire. Mephiston warned me while gathering his alpha-level powers and a cold aura around him. Shut up and watch, librarian. But stay quiet, I murmured while focusing my attention on the stasis field. A gentle shift, and the primarch's body moved on top, bleeding from the damned sword wound caused by Horus. I stabbed the convenient wound with my fork and hoped for the best. In a few seconds, the bleeding stopped and flowed in reverse, while the corpse began regaining vital signs. Now, Angel, give him back the power he lent you, I demanded as the body began breathing on its own. What? That's not possible, the librarian muttered in a confusion tone, touching Sanguinius with reverence. A flutter of wings, and the other angel appeared, immense white wings filling the mausoleum and illuminating everything with exceedingly bright golden light. The blue eyes opened, while the giant angel was pouring his soul back into his living vessel. I stepped back to let the events unfold, feeling my own genes becoming stronger every second, almost like getting revitalized by Sanguinius himself. Hundreds of more blood angels rushed toward the light show, including 300 of my sons and grandsons. And then Sanguinius stood up and drew out the tuning fork and held it out for me. I snatched it with a trick and shook his hand instead. You look like hell, primarch, I remarked, noting his pale face and gaunt appearance. Being dead sucks, he confirmed in an angelic voice. Supper 162. Walking past me, the primarch grabbed the spear from Griffin and used it as a walking stick, entering the crowd of adoring fans that knelt in respect. I wasn't feeling like kneeling though, so I vanished with my nexus to check on the loot, in this case Fabius Bile held in phase iron chains and watched over by 2 blank blood angels. Hey, busy day, right? I quipped while looking over the prisoner, curious. Dad, you can't be here, Jonas exclaimed, looking at the corner where a bunch of auspex sensor monitored the room. Sanguinius is back though. Big commotion among your blood angels too, I said in a casual tone, while stabbing the chaos sorcerer with a Necron control spike. Oh, I guess it would be your style. So you brought the angel here and what, put him inside the body? Jonas asked in a rather indifferent voice. Exactly. My kids are so smart, right, Fabius? I asked the traitor. Mind control? It won't work on me, the guy claimed rather bravely. Everyone says that, in the first minute. Now be so kind and download all your research on this data stack, I commanded with an override thought, while connecting the data port in his skull with my device. Growling. Never, my mind, his voice muttered while the transfer already began. Dad is so cool. A dozen librarians failed to break the traitor, and he just downloads everything in a minute, my son Vincent exclaimed in praise. I waited for the download to finish, leaving the mad scientist a gibbering wreck. This guy cloned Horus, you know? Came out mutated, but still held his memories. Also, there's a Genestealer infiltration on this world, I commented wryly while retracting the data stack and the Necron wires. You're cheating again, Dad. But you're worse than Victor, Jonas muttered and pointed at me accusingly. I am, and so what? Catch me if you can, I quipped and vanished again. Time to visit the armory and borrow some rare and exotic blood angel weapons while everyone was occupied. My lamenters could use them one day, after I obtained STC designs for them. When I returned, I found an empty seat at the captain table, where Sanguinius was wolfing down more food than a custodes. And those guys could eat food. And you even saved me a seat. I almost feel welcome here, I exclaimed in a joyous tone and sat beside the primarch, then pushed his elbow a little to grab some food for myself. A dozen blood angels glared at me as I ate without a care, and ignored everyone. Sanguinius gulped a liter of ice water and kept eating, probably busy repairing his mangled body or something. Primarch, Lord Lancefire has threatened to burn a recruit world for every blank recruit that dies during training. That's unacceptable, the Lord Commander Dante told on his primarch, while pointing with his finger accusingly, right at me. He was even right. It was possibly not enough. Is it too few? I can make it 2 worlds, Lord Dante. There is a single kind of Astartes who can never fall to chaos, and that is my blank sons. The Eye of Terror is filled with failed space marines, even brothers of ours. Even his brothers. I grumbled with a glance at the silent primarch. Why don't you have the organs installed yet, Pef? Sanguinius asked softly, pointing out the difference between me and my sons. I don't really trust them. Plus, I don't need them really. I can defeat everyone on this planet, at once. Including the Genestealers and the Chaos Cultists. I explained politely, throwing a bone over my shoulder and having Canis appear and snatch it in midair. The primarch sighed and kept eating, while his angels stared at me like I had 2 heads. It was just Canis, eyeing the full table with hungry eyes. Saves on food, I guess. Sanguinius muttered after eating an entire grok's leg, even the tendons. More calcium, perhaps. Then he threw the bone to my famished wolf, who caught but waited for my agreement. Anyways, Robot wants to march on Terra and clean up the corruption. Only the High Lords won't take it laying down. We'll have to go and break some heads. 1 billion at least. I muttered while pouring myself some expensive wine. I remember some things, Pef. Not very clearly, being dead and all. Was the blonde woman, he asked gently. My mother, yes. She is only light now. I answered after gulping my wine. I never had a mother, but I'm sorry for your loss, my friend. We'll make things right somehow, even for blanks, my primarch said with compassion and patted my hand. Yes, we will. But first, we have to fix your father. I brought a small fleet to make things simpler, I said while releasing the Lamenter capital ships from the labyrinth, not quite above the planet to avoid friendly fire. Sanguinius glanced at the sky, his psyker powers sensing the new fleet just as soon as Mephiston did. Your other sons, the Lamenters. And where are we going, Pef Lancefire? There is an artifact called the Sheriax, on the world of HIATUS, in the eastern fringe. The Emperor sent an Astartes chapter there to guard it, until it was time to be used. I explained while feeding Canis lots of expensive food. Sanguinius will rule an empire soon, he could afford it. I don't know of it. But then again, I have the small excuse of being out of touch. It will take me some time to adjust to this new Imperium. The Emperor worshipped as a god, priests ruling the masses, sisters of battle. It's a bloody mess, the primarch said in sad voice, perhaps not too happy with how things were. Faith helps right now. Keeps people compliant, and even wards demons away. Same with the tech priests and their machine rituals, which kinda do work. There is immense corruption, of course. Priests get rich and fat, taxing the masses and burning dissenters. The sisters are mostly all right. We'll need to unite them with the Silent Ones, give them proper military training, and take them away from the Imperial cult. By the way, the High Lords disbanded the Silent Sisters and execute blanks on sight now. I wonder why. I commented wryly while Sanguinius took mental notes, and probably exchanged a dozen messages with his psyker buddies in the librarium. The Navigators, Ecclesiarchy, the Administratum. Is there anyone still loyal in this bloody Imperium? Sanguinius shouted and stood up in anger. Not really, no. It's everyone for himself, and thousands of cults and cabals form every day. Noble houses and governors try to get richer, renegade tech priests and inquisitors experiment on whole worlds. Meanwhile, chaos forces mass for another black crusade. The tyranids are swarming in tendrils of trillions, and the ancient necrons are awaking and flaying every living thing. Well, the Dark Eldar are mostly gone though. Paid them a visit and burned most of Comarak. I answered, mixing the bad with a little good. All right, Pef Lancefire. We'll leave next week. I just need to digest everything, the primarch said in a kinder voice. Dante, be nice, he continued with a glare at his chapter master. Then he stepped away and vanished, and Mephiston followed a second later. I could still see him in a gilded room, as he just stared at a painting of the Emperor in silence, while Mephiston began bringing out cogitators and holoscreens. All right, he had much to catch up with. Meanwhile, I could clean this place up, exterminate the cults and the genostealers, and bring over millions of ice comets and metal asteroids for later use. Given how expensive ice water was, those comets could possibly buy me an entire moon. With some difficulty, I could scoop out irradiated dust and throw it into the sun, and did that around inhabited places. It was just too much to clean up a planet and 2 moons right now. This blasted place called Baal had been the site of many wars, some carried out with atomic weapons. It wasn't really a place worth living, but most Astartes' homeworlds were like this. Instead of defending humanity, they protected magma worlds or irradiated planets, or ice deserts and feral worlds. It made no sense to me, but such was the sad reality of this galaxy. Nothing made much sense, not even me. Lord Dante still glared at me from over the table, while I was busy fixing his star system and preparing the place for war. Something on my face, brother? I asked, curious. You show no respect to anyone, Lord Lancefire. Not even your own primarch, he muttered in an angry voice. Your trainers were trying to murder my sons, loading real munitions in the training dummies. Your apothecary brought Fabius Bile here, to corrupt your gene seed and desecrate your primarch. And you defend a burned world, instead of something important. As for Sanguinius, he can speak for himself now. I think he said you be nice. I asked naively. Maybe it's the blank aura. Makes people uncomfortable. Dante said in a more peaceful tone. Very likely it is the blank aura, but I don't care. Blanks are the future of humanity. Everyone who doesn't like them does not get my protection. Everyone who hurts them will die. If I have to exterminate trillions of rabid zealots, I can and I will. I said with a kind smile. In the end, everyone else is expendable. I had my own cabal to look after. Guilty verdict 163. By the next week, my tech priests had finished powering up the first orbital fort, aided by 400 tech marines and most of the fleet's servitors, plus my amazing ability to arrange Lego blocks into the desired shape, even if they were malformed space rocks. I named it Tertius, in honor of my dead brother Virion, and because Bale's moons were called Primus and Secundus. Anchored above the North Pole, the asteroid fort was a rugged installation of power reactors, torpedo tubes, lance batteries, and defense turrets, most of them quad-flak autocannons left behind from retrofitting my Hydras to longer range and instant triple-barreled multilasers. Tertius was the size of Small Moon, just because kilometers of metal asteroids plus layers of blackstone armor were rather bulky, as were most Imperial reactors and shield generators at battleship strength. When Sanguinius arrived on board the Serenity, he just stared from the bridge's window at the newly built fort with some amazement, then looked at the wealth of ice and metal deposited in neat blocks for other space builders and traders. It must have been tiring, displacing so many objects from all over the star system, he mused, turning to measure me with worry. I've got some practice, primarch. But yes, it is mentally taxing. I admitted with a casual voice. And your chapter is still below the accepted limits, only 600 battle brothers and 400 tech marines. Using only blanks is not feasible, not with such low numbers of blanks. Sanguinius claimed with a frown. I sighed and waved him closer. You did hear about the Imperium hunting down blanks, right? Growing the numbers takes time, at least until we can get Mars to clone blanks for us. As for Tech Marines, there is no limit legally to their numbers. I can have 4 billion and be technically still under limit. But they won't be blanks, and defections would endanger humanity. Even 1 million traitors cause immense problems. Make that 1 billion. The primarch commented while we walked towards the armories. Obviously. There are means of conditioning and mind control, plus warp-blocking devices, but they cannot be produced in large quantities. You've looked over the STC patterns I have left for you? I asked as we reached the walker deck. Rows after rows of guardians, armed sentinels, leviathans, knights and titans filled the huge hangar bay, going for kilometers in length, while the hangar was itself a kilometer wide and half a kilometer tall. The Imperium liked its big wide spaces, even inside a warship. And the battle barge wasn't the largest ship made by the Imperium, merely battlecruiser in size, if armored like a battleship. My Serenity was even more armored, because I valued my life and those of my sons and crew. There's 40,000 walking turrets here. Controlled by those Tech Marines, the Angel Primarch asked with surprise. Yes. Each of them commands a company of 100 guardians, via mind impulse units. Quite similarly to the battle automata of the Mechanicus and their Ordo Reductor. Not quite as flexible and potent like the legions of old, but firepower has a quality of its own. As for the Dread Knights, I don't need to wait for my sons to get maimed to offer them a combat walker. A meter of armor and the shields make up for our smaller numbers. I explained patiently. Sanguinius flew up to observe my army deck from above. Then he flashed at speed to reach the Titans, and stood face to face with the giant head of an Imperator Titan, observing the changes to its chassis and weaponry, possibly comparing it with his own knowledge of the Mechanicus god machines. My Titans all had power fists now, to provide them some melee ability, with the large annihilator cannons strapped to their forearms, while even larger guns had been mounted on the giant shoulders, plus the usual array of carapace-mounted secondary and tertiary batteries. 1,000 of these Imperators at every forge world, and we'll never have to worry about losing forges to invasion. I proposed after displacing myself on the Titan's head, and patting the big machine like a loyal attack dog. Perhaps 10 of them, for now. They cost too much. Sanguinius mused in deep thought. Sadly, the Primarch was right. Outfitting these 2 Emperor-class Titans with cutting-edge technology had been rather taxing for the machine forge, and they had not needed to construct them from scratch. We would need the Speranza to become operational and use its STC constructors to make this possible. And of course, not send that giant forged ship on its own to explore, like they did last time. Fucking lack of common sense, Mechanicus. And when that happened, all hell would break loose. Our enemies would not wait to be stomped in the ground by our advanced war machines and rediscovered technology. By the time we return, your Red Tier the Gloriana-class battleship should be able of warpless travel. I have brought the required reactor and engines with me, and they only need to be installed. I offered with a smile. The ship had been repaired by the Blood Angels, but it was merely a shadow of its former glory. It would need the add-on Blackstone plates bolted on, plus extra lance batteries and point defense turrets, just like the Light of Terror had now. Well, my battleship wasn't nearly ready for combat either, because there was also the Void Claw to be considered, the giant space cannon that fired black holes, because that made sense. All right, we can go then. Whatever that Sheriax is, it better be worth it. Sanguinius muttered and floated down. We can depart now, Lady Villain. Keep an eye on the bridge. I said to the old but pretty Inquisitor guarding the bridge. I want some bedtime too, lover, she said back while I displaced myself in my own rooms to enjoy a couple of other Inquisitors. Sure, it might sound like sticking my spear into a bear trap, but trust me, it was so worth it. Much later, Amberly Vale and Lady Highborn rested on my chest, faces glowing and their ragged breaths calming down. And where did the other Inquisitor come from? Not sure, she just arrived with Amberly and demanded her rights to blank children and immunity from the warp. Perhaps a boost to her meager psyker powers too. Which is why she was right now on my bed, after all. I had doubts before, when I first heard about you, Pef Lancefire. Even with Amberly here, vouching for you. Lucille whispered in a tired voice, while her hand measured my Astartes body again. That's natural, my dear. I am quite the exception to the normal rules, am I not? I inquired in a proud voice. And your resemblance to your primarch is a bit uncanny. Even if you lack wings and a meter in height. Amberly added in a wry tone, then lowered herself to service my lance, something I was very glad for. Thank you, Lady Vale. That makes me very proud. I quipped while fondling Lucille Highborn and enjoying the massage. Sadly, not even a minute later Lady Ramius intruded brusquely into my exotic dreams. Out. Both of you. I need to interrogate the prisoner myself. Amberly, you watch the bridge. Lucille, wipe the slutty grin from your face. The lower-ranked inquisitors ran outside while giggling like schoolgirls, while their boss examined her prey with greedy eyes. See something you like, Lady Verlaine? I wondered with a knowing smirk. Turning inquisitors into your personal sluts. How do you plead, you rogue? The stern woman asked while discarding her armor and climbing on top of me. I didn't answer with words, instead turning myself to trap her under me, and stuck my spear into her bear trap. We'll have to resume interrogation at a later time, she mumbled while I pounded my defense argument very strongly. Several hours later, I ended my plea in the shower, until the verdict of guilty fluttered in the wind, yet hidden by the cleansing torrent of hot water and sweaty steam. Whatever the angel's resurrection had caused in my genes, it had given me extra muscle energy and mental strength, and also some minute control over my blank aura. Like an extra hand, made of negative warp. Possibly the same ability that every silent sister had, which will need lots of training to make use of. There were navigators who could cover their entire ship in a blank field, or pariahs that could stop lost cannon fire with a null shield, but I wasn't even close. Merely dimming the lights in the room, for now. But it was something, at least. My theory about nulls being psychers of a different type was confirmed, just like power nullifiers in other stories were still mutants or parahumans. It also explained why strong psychers were able to breach the blank immunity in some cases, or why combinations of nulls and psychers were even possible. Now, I only had to find a catalyst that could turn psychers into pariahs, like the Grey Knights did. It had to be related to that poisoning suffered by natural blanks implanted with gene seeds. Hopefully, it didn't require a demon host, which would suck greatly. I would do it, but I wouldn't like it one bit. Glass 164. We arrived at HIATUS rather easily, because we were not traveling through the warp. Even the gloom of the ghoul stars didn't bother us. In the system there was little in the form of a naval presence, merely 4 strike cruisers and 9 frigates, so I suspected the main forces of the Death_Spectres were out on patrol, or refitting their capital ships at the nearby Forge Golgorad. Possibly both of those options at once. However, there was a transport ship unloading supplies and human resources, young women in particular. This tingled my senses, as this could only mean a specialized breeding program took place here. The Nostromo sector is interdicted to any Imperial vessels. Explain your presence here. A librarian demanded over Vox, seeming quite upset to see Blood Angel and Lamenter ships entering their system. I can sense it now, Lord Lancefire. Right where their fortress monastery is. Sanguinius spoke softly. I looked over the entourage and selected only Mephiston and Inquisitor Ramius to join us. Between the 4 of us, we could demolish any opposition without even being in danger. Then we moved beside the outraged librarian, in a flashless teleport, by the grace of my tesseract. There is something here that might help my father, librarian. As for the High Lords of Terra, I'm certain they won't mind, at all. The primarch announced in an angelic voice while flooding the command center with a golden glow. It took the poor Death Spectre librarian a few seconds to comprehend what he saw, while the neophytes and Tegmarines in the control room were floored by the psyker aura and could only kneel in submission. The Kadash has arrived. Our Magur would be so glad. By the Emperor, the stunned librarian exclaimed in awe, then measured me and the Inquisitor with more suspicion. Your chapter master? I can sense him, deep underground. You will take us to him? Sanguinius demanded while refolding his white wings and restraining his psyker aura. Just a moment, primarch. Our first captain will arrive momentarily, the man demanded while staring at me too intently. I removed my helmet now, since the possibility of friendly fire and outraged punches had dropped by half. What do you see, brother? I asked, curious. I was looking rather normal, blonde hair and blue eyes like my mother if a bit too angelic, while he was bald and albino, which didn't fill me with confidence about their gene seed. You have died before, Astartes. Bathed in the Black River and came out alive, but a black soul. Can you sense the tides of fate yet? The librarian asked with a pointed stare. So he wasn't looking at my face, but underneath. Sometimes. Images of the past and future, like words and pics, in a book. I answered rather truthfully. I did read plenty about this universe, after all. However, I think he meant my near death to that demon poison, but I guess it just wasn't the right poison. I had no extra powers from that, unless you counted the Necron artifacts. You just need to die again, Lamenter. Everything would become clear then, and the skein of time would open to you as well. I would be honored to grant you death, if you chose so. All of you have passed through death, Primarch Sanguinius, quite recently, I presume. The strange librarian declared to the amazement of his brethren, who all gazed at the four of us with adoration. I looked curious at Verlaine, who seemed rather embarrassed to be exposed like this. I guess she had her secrets too. We make quite a team then. The Black River, huh? Sanguinius commented in a slightly amused voice, and patted Mephiston on his psychic hood, like one would congratulate a baby for his first steps. It wasn't fun at all, Primarch, the Blood Angel muttered with a gruff voice. I guess the poor Mephiston died twice, going from what I knew about him. He certainly did have many powers. Details. It will be nice to compare notes with my father, though, the Primarch mused thoughtfully, and turned towards the door just before an armored Astartes with captain markings entered and stopped to stare. The McGurr will see you now. And you, no stealing. The Death Spectre captain announced while pointing straight at me. Damn precogs able to read timelines. I wasn't planning to steal anything, yet. Just for that, I selected a dozen blonde beauties from the transport ship and whisked them away. This will be a long trip after all, and space was cold. Better warm my bed with something blonde and fertile. After a long elevator trip, we arrived in the Temple of Voices, deep beneath the planet's surface, and directly underneath the chapter's fortress monastery of Logopol. I had a feeling the stone statues decorating this temple were too real, and might be the former users of the Throne of Glass, or the Sheriacs. The chapter master was albino as well, and looking rather tired for someone always sitting down. A Culexus assassin? No, or at least not yet. The McGurr rambled in some distorted low Gothic, and opened his white eyes to stare at our group. You know me, McGurr? Sanguinius asked in a slightly different dialect. I guess Primarchs were bullshit like that, learning new languages in mere minutes. You're early, Primarch. Then again, you've slept long enough. Came to take the Sheriacs to Terra then, the Death Spectre asked in a heaving breath. Sanguinius turned towards me, as if asking for advice. We'll need to test it here first. You can step down, McGurr, and let Sanguinius have a look. I proposed with a shrug, while searching the planet for anything useful. The poor guys kinda lacked heavy weapons and armor though, the armories nearly empty and the Medicae bay filled with crippled marines and chapter serfs. I'll have to supply them some stuff, instead of looting. Luckily, I was quite rich now. The chapter master creaked as he walked slowly next to me, and examined my face too deeply. Yes, Lamenter. We are quite poor, but we still do our duty however we can. I understand, brother. Secrecy is great and all, until you fail your primary duty. Defending humanity, from outside and within. I'll offer you some ships and equipment, if you promise to raise 100 auxiliary regiments on Memlock, and use human resources properly. Where are your thousands of tech marines? Where are the mighty Astartes fleets? Your dreadnights and baneblades? Thousands of strike fighters and sentinel walkers, millions of tarantula sentry turrets? Has your brain been petrified too? I asked in a slightly disappointed voice, while his gifted ships appeared in orbit above HIATUS. Only the usual 10 torpedo destroyers, plus an early light cruiser with drop pods, fully loaded and missing only crew. I could afford spreading the captured destroyers around, in exchange for propping up a failing chapter with less Astartes than mine. The armory received 20 land raiders and 200 hydras and sentinels, pretty much doubling his armor forces. Same for air power, with 500 servitor attack drones and 100 Aquila interceptors. The man slumped and looked down, probably not used to being castigated by anyone. His primarch Corvus Corax was a poor example of critical thinking too, roaming the Eye of Terror and killing demons one by one. For 10,000 years. Sanguinius started glowing on the glass throne, possibly scanning the entire sector with his psyker powers. Maybe even reading timelines, if my guess was correct. We are needed here, Lord Lancefire. There is a fleet of Black Templars nearby, purging the Xenos and the Ghoulstars. With our help, there will be fewer losses and the fight will be over in months instead of a decade, the primarch demanded as his glowing eyes opened to stare at me. I sighed inward at his bleeding heart, now also painted on my shoulder, like all lamenters had. All right. Mephiston, you take the chair and keep watch. Inquisitor Ramius, you wait here and investigate. I ordered with a flat voice, then grabbed my primarch and returned to my ship. Take the helm, my lord. You know where we're going, after all. I muttered and pointed at the captain's chair. Sanguinius snorted and sat down, fingers blurring on the holoscreen while setting up our course to intercept the crusade. With another flicker, the death watch of Lady Verlaine appeared around her, then a dozen of my tech priests and a pair of silent sisters with a particular set of orders. Just making sure no foul play could happen until we returned. And if those tech priests were rather adept at technology espionage and biological experiments, only a coincidence. A week later, I had finished impregnating those blonde women donated so generously by the Death Spectres, and was enjoying my favorite pastime with Amberly and Lucille when we dropped from void speed to normal engines, and my labyrinth vision filled with crystal ships battling the Black Templars while a few planets and moons were being assaulted by 1,000 Astartes and 10 million serfs, some of them even piloting sentinels and light tanks. Weasels in particular. Made me very proud to see my work used to exterminate Scyther fiends, their distorted bodies resembling a praying mantis. Heavy flommers worked great on them, but then there were few creatures able to withstand heavy flommers. Heavy bolters also worked, because they were made to kill Xenos by design. Ladies, you are both with child now, so I don't recommend you land. I promise I'll save some test subjects for your labs. I muttered in between suckling on Amberly's twin peaks. Lucille suckled my spear harder, probably not that pleased with my cavalier attitude. Amberly just hugged my head to her chest. We do have to send reports back to our conclave, my dear. We'll wait till the heavy fighting is over though, and wear the helmets. The smell of burned corpses is not good for the baby, the Inquisitor explained while enjoying my ministrations. Switch places. I proposed in a smirk, and drew Lucille up to be suckled and pampered. The blonde Inquisitor smiled coyly and began licking my chevalier's symbol, her eyes promising a long session of torture and interrogation. Like I said, very dangerous, but so worth it. Learning curve 165. Well, I guess Sanguinius needed to be seen and accepted too, just like the other primarchs. Which is why he took command of this crusade, with knowledge gleaned from the glass throne, and practically blitzed the fiends with dozens of brutal attacks at key points, intercepting fleeing ships and exterminating nearly every single last one of the Xenos, except for 1,000 fiends saved in my labyrinth for collection purposes and biologic experiments. Much the same for the technology, an entire civilization spanning 50 stars vanished without a single trace. I collected some crystal ships and lots of exotic weapons, in the hope of getting them reverse-engineered by tech priests or a certain Necron. They seem to work on lateral scientific principles, though, much like Eldar or Jokero Tech did. Fringe science, eh? Still, our losses would have been quite large without my hidden support. It will take some time until Sanguinius realized that available Imperial forces were not the same now. The millennia of neglect and corruption had eroded the Imperium greatly, and most advanced machines were simply locked away or forgotten. Wars reduced to grinding attrition of billions of poorly armed guardsmen and Astartes chapters often lacking enough power armor to suit all their space marines. Tanks and fighters lacked parts for repair, or people who knew to repair them. As for spaceships, it was even worse. Most of the Imperial Navy had been reduced to using artillery macrocannons and flak autocannons, lacking even proper guidance for torpedoes or the knowledge to operate lance batteries. The Astartes ships were somewhat worse still, because the proud idiots refused to let the Mechanicus perform repairs, but they still didn't train thousands of tech marines to cover that part. Reactors leaked radiation, Geller fields were malfunctioning frequently, and they never really used their heads when planning a campaign, just diving straight in with horrible loses. Exceptions like the Iron Hands and their successor chapters were too rare to make a difference. As for the Black Templars, well, at least they didn't use psychers at all. So they had pretty much zero defections to chaos, which was something at least. However, the Blood Angels did, and quite many of them. Add to that their mad brothers rampaging on the battlefield in a haze of black rage or red thirst, or both, it wasn't pretty. I don't think Sanguinius minded too much to see them go. I sure did not. I'm going to need more blank recruits, the primarch grumbled while examining the deformed corpses of his sons in the apothecary. Right away, primarch. About 30,000, for all the successor chapters too. I'll return to my bedroom immediately. I quipped while flicking the useless bodies into the sun. His eyes tracked the burning corpses and he sighed. This Culexus Assassinorum temple. They can clone pariahs and make more recruits, correct? I nodded in agreement. They do. Some Mechanicus technology, although is very flawed and produces more monsters than viable clones. The Grey Knights can turn psychers into pariahs as well. Which trick is possibly what we need in the short term. Pariahs have different abilities from normal psychers, but are especially potent against demons and psyker xenos anyway. They can even reverse WAF fields and turn psyker spells around on the caster, turn themselves invisible and produce nullification fields the size of a spaceship. Sanguinius held his hand out, forming a globe of blue energy, which then turned into a shimmering aura around him. You can still see me? He asked to make sure. Yes, my lord. The big white wings give you away, even if you hide behind your hand. I answered with a smirk. Wise ass. You're not helping at all, the big hawk boy complained and sobbed fakely. You want to see the tyranids next? I wondered instead. Yes. I could only sense a dark blob of nothingness heading towards Orisk. I heard warp engines fail in this shadow in the warp. But these new Macarius pattern drives do not. I want to test that. Sanguinius demanded in a sterner voice. Of course he does. Learning everything about the galaxy once more, but much faster than any human or even Astartes. By your command, primarch. We can intercept them and try a few strategies. If you lose a single ship, I'll be very disappointed. I muttered and vanished, returning to my beloved bedroom and the next batch of silent sisters awaiting holy impregnation. I didn't mind Sister Helena teaching them the sisters of battle lore and hymns, but a personality cult wasn't in my plans. I kind of felt the pain Sanguinius and other primarchs felt for being adulated as holy messengers now. Sure, it was convenient and sometimes useful, but also irritating. By the next week, I felt the pain of watching a military commander relearn the basics of fleet command and getting overwhelmed by billions small critters that detonated our torpedoes and missiles before reaching the target, attempting to board tyranid bioships, almost getting my battle barge eaten by a hive ship, and losing 100 fighters and bombers to gargoyles and other winged creatures that could fly in vacuum. Slowly he got the hang of it, and when the Black Templars and the Death Spectres fleets arrived from behind the Tyranid fleet, and then forming a pincer formation, he even managed to win. As per usual, I only recovered the crew of the lost spacecraft and the boarding teams, since they were not at fault for their leader's learning curve. Soon enough we returned to HIATUS slightly battered but more experienced, with a crusade of Black Templars trailing us. Well, they were a fleet-based chapter, so they didn't need to be anywhere, and their crusade ended much too soon. Surely, the reborn primarch will provide them with more opportunity to massacre the enemies of the humanity. Lady Valaine did manage to procure the procedure used to kill the Death Spectres recruits, a special type of poison in a psychocharged chalice, which I kept in order to feed it to my own poisoned recruits back on Illavar. If a few survived, well, that would be great. Having precogs on my side might prove useful, just like the Grey Knights had their Grey Knights prognosticator. Sanguinius and Mephiston dealt with extracting the glass throne from its petrified roots, making the stone flow apart and the roots retract into the throne, quite similarly to how living stone worked for the Necrons. Only not the same, because this stuff was charged psychoactive glass, while the living stone was the reverse. As the glowing artifact was floating in mid-air, I snatched it and replaced it with a tyranid zoanthrope, curious to see what these alpha-level psyker could really do. Left, the primarch commanded at once, making Mephiston blur at speed and strike with his force sword to the left, while Sanguinius used his force spear to slice downwards at the floating monster bug. A Pisker scream pushed both of them back, and made them lose focus, then a pair of warp lightning struck them at once, sending them tumbling to my feet. Powerful bugger, this bug. Try something else. Zoanthropes are made with Eldar genes. I advised them both in a wry voice. P.F. You brought this creature here? Sanguinius yelled while rushing to heal his son and formed a shield around them. These organisms are the artillery of the Tyranid ground forces. Hundreds like it in a single army. And facing them are PDF regiments with lost guns and heavy stubbers. Bayonets and autoguns too. I explained patiently while walking past them and approaching the psyker beast. It was rather small and pitiful for a tyranid, and lacking any armor or claws. Merely a floating brain with psyker powers. As I approached, the thing bombarded me with screams and magic spells, doing nothing. So I simply moved myself, straddling the creature like a flying pony. Of course, I had power armor on, and the weight caused us to descend rapidly and reach the floor, where I kept the thing trapped between my thighs, then twisted an eye or something to make it obey. Damn cheater. How are you even? Mephiston grumbled as he approached us cautiously. Why did you attack a Psyker Xenos with a sword, librarian? Obviously, you have that bolt pistol at your hip. Anti-Psyker rounds? Maybe a Psych-out grenade? I demanded in a curious tone, then stepped away and made the zoanthrope vanish into its holding pen. The mighty librarian patted his hip, while I produced a bolter magazine with phase iron tips. He took it hesitantly and checked the rounds, frowning deeply just as the primarch stepped beside him and checked the ammo clip as well. Phase iron. I will have to implement this too. And those grenades you mentioned, he demanded, holding his hand out. I obliged, of course. It had been the point of this lesson, after all. I handed him another ammo clip and a couple of psych-out grenades, then took off my helmet to stare into his blue eyes. This is why they hunt blanks. Boil them in molten iron, you get phase iron, imbued with a null's aura. Grind their bones to dust, and you get psych-out grenades for the Inquisition, or other branches of the government. And there are worse things too. The primarch glanced at his blood angel and he nodded slowly. Ordo Malleus in particular. Most are quite insane, even by our standards. Mephiston answered the silent question. You want revenge, Lord Lancefire? Sanguinius asked in a gentle voice, while weighing the weapons in his giant hand. I'm too powerful for that already, my lord. Justice will suffice. I replied with a careless shrug. Mephiston eyed me warily, while the big angel just sighed. An angel of justice, huh? That's a bit scary. We need to go, Primarch. Tell the Black Templars to meet us at Forge Hydra_Cordatus. With some luck, we'll catch the traitors between our fleets and have the Iron Fists owe you their allegiance. I proposed and immediately moved us onto the bridge of the Serenity. Set course for Bile. I want my own ship already, the Primarch ordered with an annoyed glare at me, and soon enough the fleet departed its moorings, leaving behind a very different Death Spectres chapter, devoid of their original purpose and tasked with a new one. Or possibly the reverse. Play 166. There was a giant celebration on Bile as we returned, a dozen battle barges from different successor chapters having gathered as the news of their Primarch's return spread like wildfire. Angels in Carmen, Angels Excelsis, Angels Glorious, Angels Numinous, Angels of Light, Angels Sanguine, and even the solitary Angels Vermilion had arrived with a company or two, possibly only those available to be sent immediately. Given the angelic nature of their Primarch, it wasn't so strange to have been given such names. There was also a company of Angels Resplendent, which I had thought long gone, but apparently not. So many of my sons. Sanguinius murmured a bit overwhelmed. Primarch. We missed you, ooh. Chapter Master Varzival shouted and threw himself at the Primarch's feet, not really caring about being resplendent right now. I know, my son. I was a bit indisposed, but I got better now. I expect you all to behave properly, though. Stand tall, Astartes. Sanguinius proclaimed with skilled oratory, ending the circus before I started slapping people. Is it true it was the blank Lamenter Master that healed you? Another chapter master asked while eyeing me suspiciously. I decided to stop the gossip here. Quiet. The Primarch was always here, in his spirit form. I only helped a little, waking the wounded body and allowing the spirit to return. You can say Sanguinius healed himself, first by making me an Astartes at Esteban, and later by reintegrating into his body, at my incessant urging. I'm not sure he likes me too much, for that. 1,000 heads nodded in unison, as that made more sense than other rumors. Sanguinius patted my head from high above and just smiled. Lord Lancefire has been a great help, no doubt. He might be a bit abrasive and sarcastic, but that's only his grief. At Esteban, his blank mother sacrificed her life to help me kill the traitor Fulgrim. And he later killed the traitors Lorgar and Abaddon, and helped humanity in a dozen wars. He might be a blank, but he is now my son just like the rest of you. The Emperor had thousands of blanks like him, guarding the Eternity Gate before the corrupt High Lords disbanded the Silent Sisters and forced those women to flee into exile. And for that, I will have justice. Well, that was pretty much what I wanted him to say. I waved a bit shyly at the gathered warriors and drew back, letting the Primarch take the spotlight, and went back to my ship, to prepare for war. A quick check with my tech priests confirmed the Red Tier was mostly fight-capable now, at least against smaller ships and starfighters. I had to sacrifice 40,000 tarantula turrets to provide the giant warship with enough close defense weapons, especially as destroyers and frigates would not be able to escort the battleship. Plating it over with blackstone armor would help as well, although little would be able to penetrate those gigantic shields. Otherwise, some improvement to augury and aspect sensors, plus anti-teleport features should protect the Primarch against the most obvious dangers. There were thousands of other avenues of attack though, from toxic agents of a million kinds to Culex's assassins and a myriad of xeno-weapons. But Sanguinius was a potent psyker anyway and could take care of himself. As long as the captain of the ship was a blank, everything should be fine. The Heresy-era commanding officer Athene Ducade was driven mad by the Chaos Presence, then killed her bridge crew and destroyed the NAV controls which caused the ship to crash land on a planet. I've given my daughter Teresa this job, because who wouldn't want to captain a goddamned Gloriana with a Primarch on board? Plus my girl knew the tricks of a rogue trader, which were probably even more important than whatever the Codex Astartes claimed to be optimal engagement factors. She also had her brothers Jonas and Vincent keep guard over the bridge, because tactical dreadnoughts were rather beastly in close quarters, should it ever come to that. By next week we were already en route to head off another Forge World invasion, which by coincidence held a secret stash of Imperial Fist's gene seed. Not exactly secret, especially not for Chaos. Then again, technically a Forge World was the best defended place in the galaxy, except Terra and Cadia. But with warp fuckery, most defenses did prove rather penetrable, and even Terra had a fair share of invasions. Lady Inquisitor Highborn had stepped off at ball after confirming the kid inside her was indeed a blank girl and promised to visit me again one sunny day. She was 300 years younger too, which possibly made her a tiny bit more horny than a regular Inquisitor crone. I blamed her transformation on Sanguinius and pointed at Villain as proof, and it kinda held up a little. I mean, few people regrew eyes and arms, even in this magic universe. Reverting age was far more common, and quite possible for potent psychers with biokinetic powers. Amberly and Villain stayed, possibly more for my connection with the primarch and opportunity for career advancement or some other more esoteric reasons. It was a pleasant trip anyway, and I believe 100 blank babies were created this year, merely by the miracle of my genetic awakening. As for the new blank powers, well, they still sucked. I was able to hide in shadows a little better, perhaps deepen the shadow a little too. Things that the Silent Sisters learned as little girls. Yeah, I felt the same way too. Anyways, the fun part should begin right about now. War never changes. The warriors and weapons might be different. You may ride on horseback or on an 8-kilometer-long battle barge able to melt a continent to slag, but once you get there, you still had to put on your armor, grab your weapons, and kill your enemy. And also try to avoid dying too soon. Which is why cheating and luck play such a big part in historical battles. A dozen Black Templar destroyers managed to arrive before us, landed their Astartes company and some auxiliary forces, and suicidally charged at the Chaos Traders, delaying them just enough. I mean the Iron Warriors, not led by Perturabo unfortunately for me, had brought millions of cultists and traitor guardsmen, plus heavy tanks, demon engines, and fucking Chaos Titans. You don't charge at something like that, unless you have superior numbers or some kind of hidden ace. But, by the time the Chaos Marines breached the Gene Seed vaults, it was too late. Everything supposed to be there was gone, and instead 100 Guardians opened fire and liquidated the first rushing Cretans. More and more armored traders poured in, until our walkers were finally destroyed. They did amazingly well though, for their small comparative cost. The Teg Marine found himself on the teleportarium pad, blinking in disbelief at his unlikely rescue. You scored 19 kills and 6 wounded. Do better next time. I send him via the manifold circuit while the drop cruisers began their drop run, landing tarantula turrets to contain the invasion and protect our heavy landers. I think a desperate voice yelled a pathetic "no" from inside the vault. Most likely the Iron Warrior's Warmaster. At the Adamantium gates, the Legio Mortis Imperator Titan Dies Irae, fallen to chaos a dozen millennia ago, was knocking rather insistently, trying to get in. And when a Titan knocks, the planet itself feels it. The Forge World had provided a couple of Legio_Ignatum Warlord Titans to defend this sector, but they didn't stand much of a chance against an Imperator class. It was time for a Deus Ex Machina intervention, in this case literally. My own Titan Legion was named Deus Ex Machina, for those right moments when stars aligned and everything went right. My wife Day had always wanted to pilot an Imperator Titan, so I got her one as a wedding present. Eat Sunfire, Chaos Scum, she yelled the second her Titan landed some 10 kilometers away, which in Titan terms is like 50 meters. Yeah, radio silence, I know. I told Day a dozen times, but her training took place in the nice warm days of the real Imperium, when tech priests served you fine meals and gave you red wine after. Anyway, her weapon's fire reached the target faster than sound, the shoulder-mounted heavy annihilators simply disintegrating the enemy's void shields in a single salvo. And then came the arm cannons, the first blast vaporizing the heavy armor plates and the second punching through and left a hole 50 meters wide. Groaning from the excessive damage, the Chaos Titan fell, and the planet shook in joy. Just like Trazyn promised, if you didn't miss, the new weapons would kill any other Titan in a single salvo. The Dies Irae Titan's days of wrath had ended. From here onwards, I took the backstage age, to allow Sanguinius his well-deserved glory as he led his blood angels and successors in a masterful campaign of strikes and feints, rescuing guardsmen and tech priests, healing the wounded with powerful psychic waves of golden light, and pretty much turning the tide with mere charisma and skill. I guarded the high orbit with my fleet, while the other chapter masters rushed to gain fame and reputation by slaying a dozen enemies in melee or dosing them in Promethium in celebratory pyres. Sitting beside me, Inquisitor Vilain glanced at me and then back at the holoscreen. "What did you do, exactly?" she wondered while holding her silver cube and deftly tuning Necron engrams for better resolution. "Save the day?" I wondered in a hesitant voice. "Yes. I know you did. I sense the changes, I just don't know what they mean." The Inquisitor muttered a bit upset. "Deus ex machina. It means the god from the machine. One day, you will have your own, my dear. But until then, it is a tiny secret I need to keep," I said in a wry voice, which earned me a glare. "If you want to reach Terra before Primarch Guilliman, we have to leave right now," Vilain explained, abandoning the previous quest. "Oh? That's not my destination at all, Inquisitor. Hive Fleet Leviathan has began attacking the Imperium from the south and below. It's 1,000 times larger than Hive Fleet Behemoth. The smaller tendrils are the size of Behemoth," I said cheerfully. "But, Terra," she asked in confusion. "Sanguinius will go and do his job. He is good at politics and ruling. While me, I have already my duty, defend humanity," I said in a naive voice. A flash of disappointment crossed the Inquisitor's face, but I was busy with the space battle and ignored it. At this exact moment the rest of the Black Templars arrived, just in time to catch the ending of the play. Power 167. The fleeing Chaos ships crashed into a hail of previously invisible metal asteroids and space Hulk fragments, and had to battle a small army of orcs and tyranids that invaded their corrupted ships, while my fleet and the Black Templars massacred the immobilized Chaos hulls. Well, it took some work. Ranged fire only, brothers. It's not like we need to salvage these corrupted hulls," I demanded as the idiots were preparing to board and engage in glorious melee. "Not again. It's the weird lamenter." I could hear some Templars complain over the Vox. I sent them a live Grox right onto their bridge to make my point. It could have been a dozen Chaos Terminators or an atomic warhead, all the same. Grox are like pigs, but larger and smellier when alive and also taste much better when grilled. I still missed pork chop, but that species was long extinct, along with most species from Terra. And keep Vox silence while there are enemies who can board your ships, by riding the Vox beams right back onto your bridge, I ordered while sending an FTL transmit with deployment vectors to their command battle barge. Only their Marshal Helbrecht had an FTL transceiver installed on his flagship, but it will do for now. Until he used his ship to ram something for another glorious boarding action. The Black Templars were a bit retarded, but I would take them all, in exchange for smart Dark Angels too likely to backstab you and his own brothers on a mere whim or vision. Luckily for everyone, the Dark Angels and their successors were now battling orcs, at Piscina and Armageddon and a dozen other places. They could purge orcs for the next millennium for all I cared. A dozen Nova shells struck the last remaining Chaos battleship, breaking it into 100 small burning fragments and exterminating all life aboard, including the cultists, the orcs, the tyranid gaunts, and a million materialized demons. It was the epitome of stupidity to board such a ship for absolutely no gain, but brains were never the strong forte of the Templars. Fortunately, there was a forge world right here to replenish my munitions and provide the various Astartes forces with equipment for their auxiliary forces, because I was getting tired of paying for that from my own large pockets. Soon enough, I landed at the Fabricator's Spire to conclude the deal and castigated the Archmagos for his poor protection of the gene seed stock. It wasn't ill intent, just the normal lack of common sense of the Mechanicus. In fact, Titan Legio Ignatus was so trusted they had Titans guarding the Eternity Gate on Terra itself. Pretty much rock solid on that front. Here, 100 STC fragments I have recovered during my travels and Space Hulk's cleansing. They may need a bit of work to repair and make use of, but Hydra Caudatus surely has millions of archaeotechnologists and technicus magi. I offered after the fabricator slumped like a castigated child. The man took the data slate and gingerly scanned the contents, all while spouting praise to Omnicia and gushing machine oil all over his quarters. Nothing I haven't seen before, but perhaps too exaggerated. Bastion force fields, anti-gravity tanks, so many lost discoveries. Even a small warpless engine. This engine might fit onto Astartes strike cruisers too, like those 30 such ships in orbit right now. The fabricator exclaimed in a real machine joy, and hugged my armor in exulted friendship. The primarch has recovered the gene seed and has it on board his red tier now, until your forge can prepare a secure location for it. Like a deep underground shaft, lined with blackstone and Geller fields. And then guarded by 1,000,000 Scutarii and battle automata. You can't expect a single Imperial Guard regiment to protect such a valuable target, fabricator. What were you thinking? I accused loudly and poked his head with a singer finger. I understand, Lord Lancefire. I will do my best to make sure the gene seed of Dorn is kept safe. Primarch Sanguinius was more delicate, but he also said much the same. The tech priest grumbled and tried to offer me wine. I don't need wine, Mugos. Nova shells, torpedoes, and replacements for my losses. You heard about the new Tyranid hive fleet? I asked in a gentler voice. Some news, yes. Mostly panicked reports from 1,000 Imperial star systems that went silent soon after, he said while powering up the galactic map to pinpoint the red dots of known enemy presence. Pretty much what I expected. But I also knew some of the future. I'll head to Griffin_4 then. That forge world must not fall, so I'll need everything you can offer for deep space battle and exterminatus options. Vortex warheads for the big hive ships and atmospheric incinerators for infested worlds. As for my Astartes brothers, the Ragnarok tanks seem quite easy to manufacture. In fact, there are factories on Krieg that mass-produce them in the thousands. I proposed while I examined his trade list. Some good things too, especially the plasma guns. Yes. But to provide them with Blackstone armor won't be that easy. Unless you have knowledge of a mining world nearby, the fabricator asked sneakily. I nodded and poked at Sanguiterra. Here, but you will need to construct plenty of defenses and a planetary Geller field. Too close to the Eye of Terror for the great enemy not to notice. I also have a megaton of Blackstone aboard my vessels, which is a gift. And that Space Hulk that arrived here seems to contain a gigaton of free metal. Quite lucky for it to have emerged right on time, to block that Chaos battleship from escaping. The bionic eyes blinked twice at me, as he switched the map to his star system and examined the debris with long-range auguries. There are 1,000 new asteroids too. Some contain titanium and iridium, even platinum. The Space Hulk will need to be towed and processed in our orbital smelters, reforging the adamantium and plasteel, by the might of the Omnicia. This week has been only a miracle after another, from the return of Sanguinius, to saving the gene seed stock, discovering STC patterns and now abundant metal for my forge. I turned to stare into his optical sensors. The Emperor knows you try your best, fabricator. Your Legio Titans guard his golden throne, and I am his son. Well, grandson technically. The big wing guy is his son. I see. Hard service is sometimes rewarded, with even more work. But my forge never backed away from work. As for the new Deus Ex Machina Demi-Legion, you seem to have made good friends with the machine forge in the Eastern Fringe. Not that I ever seen this type of Imperator-class Titan before. Another lost pattern, the Muggos wondered with no ulterior purpose. I wouldn't know about Titans. They are attached to my fleet, but autonomous under their tech priests and princeps. House Lancefire has knights though, and for a small price I'm willing to share our STC patterns. Even the secrets of the Lamenter's Leviathan dreadnoughts. I offered with a giant smile. By the next month, while repairs and supplies exchanged places, a new deal had been made. 1 billion young women per decade, drawn from nearby hive worlds, a new manufacturum ship loaded with tech priests and forges for my distant kingdom, and a promise to construct 1 million system corvettes and drop cruisers by the hundreds. Not just for me, of course. I only wanted a dozen heavy cruisers with Nova cannons. The rest could go to the Imperium and the other Astartes. It would take the fabricator a decade to begin mass production, but every little bit helped. I grabbed the available Sentinels and Hydras, even some Chimeras and Tarantula turrets, which will need to be refitted by my own tech priests and tech marines on board my fleet. It wasn't ideal, but I had to get going and start thinning out the tyranids before they devoured too much biomass. As for my primarch, I think Sanguinius was relieved to see me go fight the tyranids, since he couldn't quite control me as easily as he had his other sons. Plus being constantly reminded how stupidly he had died in a sword fight and how many mistakes he made during this training trip must have been taxing, even for someone as kind and compassionate like him. Sanguinius did gain a lot from this too, learning his limits and those of his Astartes, and absorbing entire libraries of historical and technical data. Plus he had Inquisitor Valine at his side now, with her own secrets and exotic powers. Just as I suspected, my dear lover followed the scent of power, choosing to insert herself into the inner circle of the future regent of the Imperium, and thus gain influence over galactic affairs, rather than a mere obscure rogue trader with a bit too many secrets. I still had Amberley, possibly tasked with documenting my exploits and the anti-tyranid campaign, but I didn't mind at all. The woman was amazing, in bed and outside it. Smart, witty, knowledgeable, and a rather potent ally with her no-rod bone and the alpha-level powers. On the way to Griffin, the fleet stopped to engage a dozen small splinter fleets and 3 orc wafts, not wasting much ammunition for that either. Orcs were simply collected as disposable ground armies, their ships stored for later refit, the tyranids burned alive into nearby suns, with some exemplars stored for biologist research or a xeno-based Everzer. Better even, since dropping a mind-controlled tyranid tyrant or broodlord in the midst of a corrupted cult or treasonous house was likely as effective if not more effective than a twirling drug addict with deadly power swords and toxic gloves. Ace 168. No words can really describe the horror of Hive Fleet Leviathan. I will try and fail, just to give you a glimpse. Imagine a mountain, majestic and imposing, durable rock and sharp peaks jutting out. Now, imagine the pebbles, flaking off the abrupt slopes clinking away into a valley. And now, imagine that pebble is formed of millions, maybe billions of molecules, viruses and parasites, unholy creatures with tentacles and claws and teeth. And now, imagine each and every one of those molecules is the size of a spaceship, kilometers long and filled with attack vectors made of bioplasma and more claws. After a month of burning through a dozen such pebbles, each formed from a dozen billion tyranid bioships and their xeno cargo, my fleet barely made to forge World Griffin 4, to lick its wounds and rearm. Our spacefighters were just gone, the weapons barrels worn out and distorted from too much firing, torpedoes expended, and missiles critically low. The cruisers had long scratches and gouges into their armor, the protective side panels had been eaten away by acid bombs, and all of our teleport room were out of atomic warheads and spare parts to repair the platforms. In a single year, my mighty fleet had been reduced to near refugee status, and the gigantic, humongous mountain that made the giant beast rising from beneath the galaxy with spinal thorns made of tyranids' hive fleets, it was actually larger. Devouring thousands of worlds, imperial, or orc and eldar and dozens of other xenos. Not even the Necrons were able to withstand such onslaught, many robots just fleeing on board their tomb ships with barely any resistance, while the tomb worlds were being devoured for whatever traces of biomass or useful minerals the tyranids needed. Of course, Necron ships were quite valuable trade goods, so whenever possible I captured the ships and evicted the crew back into the bellies of the largest Tyranid hive ships, to give them a small indigestion. Quite the same with orcs and Eldar corsairs, confiscating 1,000 ships and allowing the Xenos to battle other Xenos inside the hungry belly of the flying beasts. They wanted adventure and raids or a good fight. Well, I was glad to help out. Whenever possible, entire human planets were simply evaluated inside my tesseract, kept in stasis for a late release back in the fringe. I was kinda picky though, and didn't grab everyone. First because every human world had dregs and scum and criminals, plus the priesthood and the most nobles weren't on my gift list. They could negotiate with the gangers for their lives, while waiting for the tyranids to land, and then get eaten anyway. On the other hand, a slim and tiny woman named Ignacia_Horstein requested my help, as the rogue trader was also evaluating some miners. Possibly stealing everything of value as well too, but her cargo holds could barely store enough gold bars and uranium rods to recover her investment in time and risk. By the time her ship arrived along us to my destination, we had become good friends. Sadly no sex, but an alliance was still made for a High Lord seat and some dynasty marriages, plus covering the repairs and a warpless engine on her light cruiser. In the end, Ignacia confessed to having psyker powers and being slightly horrified of me and my soulless blank retinue. You're being silly, my dear. Nulls are psykers too. Every living thing has a soul, it just looks different for blanks. Psykers can also turn into pariahs by inverting the nature of their soul, gaining Nega-psyker powers instead. Banishing demons and all that. I whispered while squeezing her hand gently. How? Never mind. I don't really want to know, Lord Lancefire. It's just a gut feeling that yells at me to punch your face and run away screaming, the woman murmured in an embarrassed voice. Must be my amplified blank aura then. Did not have quite this problem till now. I understand. Still, you've met Stila, my ace pilot daughter? She'll be 18 this year and piloted her Fury starfighter against the bugs for a year, scoring 1,000 kills. And she even came back alive. I don't have a captain's seat for her yet, but your cruiser could do well with a blank captain that will never fall to chaos. I offered while drawing back a little to restore her calm. The red-headed one, right? She'll have to start as a junior officer on my ship. Work her way up and learn the tricks of trade for a decade. Just Stila? Lady Ignacia asked while chilling her wine casually with a warp spell. Stila has a small puppy as a pet and 11 Catacan bodyguards. All women. I replied with a careless shrug. Women won't be a problem, since the crew will love them for sure. As for the puppy, your girl will need to clean after it. All right, Lord Lancefire. My ship will refit and hastily depart this war zone, possibly towards the peaceful Segmentum Pacificus. And if those 5 STC templates sell well to the forges, you will have a loyal ally in me. Although, I'm pretty sure your primarch can simply name you whatever rank you want, the rogue trader declared with a small grin. If I gave you a Gloriana battleship, my dear, how long could you keep it? I asked instead, and raised an eyebrow ironically. Until someone stronger came around and took the ship, a cardinal or tech priest or Astartes. Perhaps you are right. When you gather enough strength, you can simply take whatever you want. Without strength. The woman mused and struggled herself to come closer and shake my hand. There will always be a place for you beside me, dear Ignacia. Head to Forge Greya first, and outfit your ship with a grenadier regiment and an armor battalion. Teleporting pads too, for bombs or boarders as needed. I advised her and made her wine glass vanish. A minor trick, but it should warn her off from dubious paths. My glass, you really are a psyker too? I didn't feel any warp signature, she exclaimed in awe. I held my hand up and made the lights dim visibly. Very minor powers. I can't become invisible or close warp rifts, but that's why I have silent sisters around me. One day they'll have back their place beside the Emperor, like before. Before traitors took over the high seats and corrupted the Imperium. I wish you good luck then. I prefer staying outside the Imperium, for the usual reasons. Ignacia said politely and walked away, taking care to avoid Canis outside bite range. I envisioned a lot of surprise when that puppy in Stila's arms grew just as large. Plus that red hair? Inherited from Elixa, just as her infocyte skills. Stila did not actually need a bodyguard. She was the bodyguard for Ignacia and her entire house. Soon after, I met with the fabricator of Forge Griffin to arrange coordinating the defenses. A hail of pebbles were heading this way, and it was inevitable that some will get through the fleets and land. My armor and walkers were deposited at key locations, and fortifications were started for the infantry, while in orbit a giant network of asteroid forts and weapons batteries were being assembled in a titanic effort. Nova cannons and shells became the main priority for production, then the new Ragnarok tanks in various configurations, from Conqueror and Exterminator variants to AAA platforms. I mostly stayed in the system to help with procuring asteroids and space Hulk fragments, while the cruisers ranged back and forth to bombard the approaching tendril with gigantic barrages of Nova cannon bombardment and laying down Nova minefields. Troops and reinforcements poured in from all over the sector, refugees as well, who were gladly accepted as workforce and troops. Forge Griffin tripled its population and production during a couple of frantic years, while millions of new Scutarii and thousands of battle automata were converted from the more undesirable elements. And just as the shadow and the warp started covering the system, a reality cage sprang out around the planet, preventing the usual mass panic and rebellions associated with the influence of the hive mind. After this, the tendril split up to avoid the minefields and devour the outer barren planets, which somehow had sprouted millions of orcs, out of nowhere. The landing spores were not intercepted, and billions of critters emerged to devour the orcs, who were a bit confused but glad to fight anyone on principle. Only they never finished eating, as somebody launched exterminatus on those worlds, destroying half of the hive fleet's feeder elements, and 30 separate events on different moons and planets. Nova cannons finished off the low-orbiting bioships, vaporizing thousands of them with each shot, and wounding even more of these gigantic critters, whom were forced to crash land into seas of flame and boiling lava. Then lastly, just as a vortex torpedo struck the humongous hive ship and broke it in two, everything got worse. Because it can always get worse. The warp rift expanded, pulled apart by a pair of giant hands, and a great demon emerged, followed by trillions of demons, thousands of chaos warships, and a trio of Gloriana battleships, including the planet killer. I have tried to change history, and it seemed I had succeeded. I still had my hidden ace, and I will have to use it now. Lancefire 169. Incoming Vox transmission, the green Gloriana with the giant mouth, my tech marine manning the Vox console announced with a snicker, and turned towards me with a knowing grin. Perhaps I won't need to use my ace after all. A perfectly reasonable explanation just presented itself, since Mortar Ion was brand new to the amazing reality brought by my presence in the galaxy. No doubt, he had heard of his brothers coming back, and somehow connected the dots to me, but that had been all the extent of his research. However, he did bring a giant demon with him, very likely Kugath the Plaguefather, which meant that regular munitions would be stopped without much problem. But I had more than regular munitions on me. First thing, my psych-out grenades detonated their phase iron casings on board all 3 Gloriana battleships, spreading pariah bone ash and depowering the generals of the Chaos Army, Ahriman and Perturabo included for completion's sake. And then, I just yanked the 3 idiots and their depowered retinue into my labyrinth, just as a vortex grenade burst just behind the greater demon's head and prevented more warp fuckery from interfering with my plans. The fleet was already firing Nova cannons at the incoming enemy, illuminating the void with brilliant blooms of sunfire, pretty much masking all augury sensors. I added some Nova mines of my own to thin out the numerous escorts and then ordered a general ceasefire to let the traitors duke it out with the tyranids for us. Far to our left, outside their weapons range, I produced my captured Eldar fleet, this time without holding the crew at gunpoint to fire their weapons. There were trillions of tyranids all around, plus chaos forces and demons in front. It was death ground, and they would have to fight or die. This is the price of freedom, Farser. Organize your people and fight our common enemy. I spoke in her mind, while over 5,000 Eldar warships were getting filled with Eldar recovered from Kamarak and other places, millions of them. It was a move I had planned for Cadia or something on that scale, but the battle at Griffin surely qualified too. While the Eldar were getting themselves in a semblance of order, I flooded the Chaos ships with orcs and tyranids to keep the traitors busy, and most importantly, stationary. The Tyranid swarm was still reeling from the synaptic shock of their hive ship's destruction, but nonetheless their silence was still working and pushing on the warp rift, forcing it to close ever so slowly. As for the greater demon, it was still floating there, while missing its head. Well, the demon wasn't actually a living creature that needed a brain to live. I wasn't certain how to kill a greater demon either, unless using a vortex torpedo to send it back into the warp. But that would mean it got away, and will come back with even more vengeance. Plus the very likely probability of a warp storm forming from too many warp rifts merging together. Resume firing, battlecruisers flank right and target the warp rift, the rest fire on larger pockets of tyranids. I demanded while leaning back in the command chair to direct our corvettes in a protective formation. For now, our back was defended by the orbital forts and our right by the Mechanicus fleet and the various ramshackle of merchant ships, mineral barges armed with mining lasers, rogue trader frigates and cruisers, navy couriers, and armed transport vessels, plus the Black Templars' crusade fleet and a dozen squadrons of Imperial Navy destroyers. I have tried my best to upgrade the refugee ships with as many lost cannons and defense turrets as mechanically possible, and trained their officers into a minor semblance of naval coordination, so at least they wouldn't shout over Vox or shoot at each other by accident. Well, pretty much everyone flying on a spaceship in the galaxy was by default a mildly experienced veteran, or they wouldn't survive at all. The tech priests had some really advanced guns on their Arc Mechanicus cruisers, even a grav lance on their largest ship, and that surely did good damage on the larger Tyranid bioships, that were crushed under their own increased mass and compacted into leaking balls of bone and teeth, which then burst into a rain of mist and blood. If we had 1,000 ships like that, I could take on hive fleets with little care, but alas, a single ship did not a miracle make. Or at least not that ship. On a whim, I sent 100 orc rocks right at the warp rift and urged that mind-controlled warboss to massacre the demons on the other side. And then I added a dozen Tyranid ships and sent them towards the rift to follow, at a decent distance away. I wasn't sure what they might find on the other side, but demons and lots of melee combat was close to statistical unity. My lord, the great demon is regenerating his head. Griffin whispered in a wary voice. Yeah, I didn't quite have a definitive solution for that. I urged the Serenity's machine spirit to fire the Nova cannon straight at him, but a clawed hand caught the shell and stopped the detonation with barely any damage. Like I said, conventional weapons were rather useless. Throw tyranids at him and keep him busy, I guess. There were plenty tyranids around, rather too many. I was quite certain the greater demon could butcher them all eventually, but it would take a long time and the butchering would include myself and my allies, just for sport. Not that the damn demon would wait that long. With a psychic scream, the thousands of poor Tyranids bioships I threw at the green-winged monster were halted, then decayed into dried husks and rotting flesh. More Tyranids then. Maybe he could get tired? I piled up millions upon millions of Tyranids next to him, and even added some Dark Eldar pain engines for a combined assault, which only seemed to amuse the big demon as he ripped them to shreds of distorted organs and metal limbs. Fucking sakes, greater demons were truly bullshit. Oh well, I could only keep going and wait for the warp rift to close. More Tyranids. A giant ball of Tyranids bioships was grabbed and displaced around the creature, while millions more were flung at the warp rift, and I even added a couple psych-out grenades near both targets. Funny tricks human, a distorted voice resounded in my mind, and the greater demon began hulking his way towards my ships, simply tearing through Tyranids like they were made of foam. More Tyranids, and lance batteries. The Eldar surely saw the impending doom and struck at the demon as well, searing his wings and boiling off the skin, but that was all they could do. It was rather a desperate situation, confronted with something like this. So I stood up and mounted my helmet, then loaded the Stormbolter on my shoulder with a phase iron magazine. I would have to deal with the demon myself. Lord Pef. Are you really? Amberly asked a bit confused, as I turned my visor towards her. You're coming too, Inquisitor. Your pretty ass might get flat, if you only sit and don't stretch your legs a little. I commented wryly, making the bridge crew snicker until an inquisitorial glare silenced the room. So you think my ass is pretty, my lord? Lady Vale wondered while standing up and examining her behind in a teasing move. She couldn't see my face as I grinned under the visor. This will hurt later, but it had been worthy. Griffin gestured a thumb up for my manliness, and my daughter Pauline at the engine console slapped her forehead dramatically. Yes, the mood had become cheerful again, which was rather the point. Helmet on, Inquisitor. Harsh vacuum and chaos plagues might damage your gorgeous face, and we wouldn't want that. I retorted with a small snort as the thermal autosenses noted a slight increase in temperature around her cheeks. Compliments work as well as any miracle. Then I gathered a dozen silent sisters with stronger null auras and stepped out, right as the green hull beast arrived in front of the battle barge. Amberly pointed her staff and did something warpy that slowed the chaos demon, and Sister Letitia slashed at a flailing tentacle, turning it into dreams again. I'm going to drain the marrow from your bones, the creature proposed amicably, and immediately tried some warp spell that splashed over the combined null shields like a green vapor. It was going to be a stupid melee fight after all, but that didn't mean I lacked protection. I also kinda liked my bones as they were. A trillion cretins dreamed you into existence, demon. But you have come to the right place, to die. I replied in a casual voice, and took out a certain lance and just stabbed him into the gory stomach. The demon lance weapon extended to impale its enemy and drain its essence. With a slurping sound, the lance began sucking his marrow into itself, while chaos runes lit up along the elongated shaft of the lance, making it be covered in warp fire and red energy. It must have looked fabulous from the distance. In a minute, the greater demon was gone, and the lance retracted by itself to digest the meal. It also practically purred in my hand, seeming quite energized by this event. We wanted more, a lot more. A trillion souls to feed our hunger. Lancefire. What is that thing? Amberly yelled at me, shaking me awake. Damn it. Almost got me, sneaky lance. The demon weapon vanished back into its nexus slot, kept separate from anything else inside a kilometer-thick blackstone tomb. I took out the Necron wand and cleaned everyone like a traffic security agent in a spaceport before returning them at their posts. When only Amberly was left, I touched our helmets in a clumsy embrace. That, my dear, is a dangerous weapon that only a Lancefire can use. It was once held by the Emperor himself. I explained in a serious tone, and not even lying. Made it sound as something else, but even if she asked the Emperor one day, it would still be true. The Emperor did hold Drachny in once, while extracting it from his stomach. Anyways, I had my true Lancefire now and the weapon test was complete. Pebble 170. A minute later, I returned in my command chair to check on my loot and continue my current mission, the defense of Forge Griffin. I was only interested in the planet_killer battleship modified by Abaddon with that giant dark age of technology beam cannon, which was exactly the kind of weaponry humanity needed to defend itself. This type of cannon could be probably constructed by most forges once an STC pattern was provided, and even a single barrel beam instead of 8 would transform a light cruiser into a potent battlecruiser when talking about sheer firepower. Of course, Trazyn wasn't the sort to work for free, but perhaps I could trade Armin for that. The guy should be historical enough for a museum piece. So I checked the Tesseract, opening the Sorcerer's Armor 4, and he was not inside. Damn future reader had vanished, and left me a damn rubric marine in his place. I immediately began scanning the Chaos Fleet once more, then the whole star system, even checking Eldar ships and my own. Absolutely nothing. I think Armin escaped, somehow. I muttered in slight disappointment. Amberly glanced at me curious, then back at the holoscreen. The sorcerer? I doubt he was that important, she answered in a casual voice. Perhaps, perhaps not. The traitor librarian was only second to Magnus in psyker powers, and Magnus was only second to the Emperor. Someone like that could cause a lot of damage, even to people or places considered protected by blank auras. All psychers were inherently dangerous anyways, but alpha-level psychers were orders of magnitude more capable. Add to that a Space Marine's enhanced mind, and a dozen millennia of experience with warp spells, Ahriman could prove a thorn in my side. A problem for another time anyways. I had Mortarion and Perturabo locked into Blackstone cells inside the Bad Labyrinth, still covered in phase iron dust and pariah ash. Line the walls with Tyranid bioships and their silence, and they shouldn't cause much problems for a while. Killing them would require the cursed weapon, or they'll just reform back into the warp and return for blood. My blood. Meanwhile, the orcs had managed to gain some control over the Chaos battleships and started firing their weapons in all directions, so I urged their warboss to concentrate on the Tyranids. I even helped with that, sacrificing a couple of Tyranid narvals to tractor the battleships towards the main hive splinter, and getting the critters blasted to bits by orcs and eaten by the other Tyranids who didn't quite tolerate traitors to the race. As soon as they entered weapons range, the battleships suffered a couple of plasma warheads right beside the main engine conduits, leaving them adrift, but still able to fire. All right then, the trap was laid and the Tyranids would have to eat their way through 25 kilometers of adamantium armor and the millions of orcs and cultists on board, right inside the optimal range of our Nova cannons. A perfect shooting gallery for all three fleets holding the line above the Forge world. The Eldar proved increasingly better shots as time passed on and their new crews got organized better, while my own fleet didn't quite need to aim perfectly. A single Nova shell had a kill radius measured in dozens of kilometers of area damage. Sadly, my poor allies on the right flank fared the worst, no matter how valiantly they fought. Improvised or outdated weapons couldn't hope to stop trillions of Tyranids, and they were forced to retreat slowly behind the line of orbital forts. The Eldar sped away on the left, trying to maintain a safe range to engage their enemy. I still had orc rocks to throw as bait, and I did, while rapidly cycling through the Tesseract to grab bioships and deposit them into the sun. With such a convenient disposal method, I was certain to win in the end, unless I got too tired or the numbers overwhelmed me. Bring me a liter of recaf. I asked without turning, focused on the battle and safeguarding my ships and my allies. At least the Chaos and the Orc forces proved a great distraction, allowing us to destroy billions upon billions of bugs with near impunity. Even the smaller demons helped, especially with the smaller-sized Tyranids like Flyers and Spores, which proved easy prey for the winged demons. Many of them also tried to make their way to their original target, meaning me. But I could always block their advance with more Tyranids. There were always more Tyranids. However, by the next day I was falling asleep in my chair and more Tyranids got through, even managing to land on the Forge world and engage the defenders with billions of creatures, pushing through despite my best cheating tactics. There were just too many, coming from every angle, from every side. So I started releasing Dark Eldar ships manned by more orcs, even sacrificing 24 priceless battleships for this task. The dark light lances of those ships were even more powerful than Eldar beams, plus whatever improvisations the orcs tried. Which rarely resulted in more Daka, but instead catastrophic failures and even an engine detonation that shattered a nearby moon and killed billions of Tyranids with shrapnel the size of battleships. Finding myself at the limit, I also released some Necron ships right in the middle of the swarm, masking their appearance with a firework display of Nova mines. These be the besties guns in the galaxy. Let's loot the biggest teeth from the teeth bugs. Look how many teeth we can grab. Waff. The next warboss proclaimed all over the system as Gauss beams, and soon hundreds of more exotic weapons demolished the Tyranid advance. I saw a Necron-sized ship blur and rush straight at the largest tendril, somehow mincing its way through 1 trillion Tyranids before exploding in a green force wave, ending the mental connection with that orc boss. Fall back behind the forts. I demanded with my last effort at staying conscious. Then I fell asleep and found myself in a flame-lit cave. Beside me, a sleeping beast opened a red eye to watch me in hunger. Weak mortal. Even with all those tricks of yours, you still failed. Use me if you want to live, the beast claimed in an enticing tone. Yes, we could rip that hive fleet to shreds, just let go. Become the Lancefire. I held my hand out, and the beast morphed into a burning lance, lit up with distorted runes that seemed alive. A rush of energy coursed through me, filling my mind with dreams of glory and conquest. No. I had absolutely no need for glory. Glory was dangerous. As for conquest, I squeezed my hand tight and made the weapon cry in pain while a black shadow gathered around me. You will learn your place, demon. You now serve me, or else. I shouted in a silent voice, while my black aura crushed the beast and made it bleed and scream in agony. Damn demon weapon will learn to obey, or it will die. After all, I was the main hero of my story, and it was just a myth from superstitious humans. Stop. It hurts, you can make me feel pain, the beast pleaded and resumed its original shape, a giant mouth of teeth and spiky limbs, tail clenched under my armored fingers. It's decent start. Now, fuel the fire and let me sleep. Maybe one day you might feed again, if you behave. I grumbled and fell asleep again, entering the familiar desert where the red thirst had plagued me, and maybe killed me. There was only Ludvius here, giant hammer in his hands while sitting on a pile of white rocks. This place is rather boring now, Captain. No heat, no thirst, only white bones, he admitted and turned his head towards me, bionic eye replaced with the same red eye from before. Yes. It's how the final victory looks like, my friend. We will make a desert and call it peace. I mused thoughtfully, scanning over the bleached desert of dried bones and skulls. And you have never lost a battle, nor do you ever plan to, right, Pef Lancefire? On the path you have walked, there are no more enemies left, because you only move forward. A trillion enemies, they mean nothing in the end. Only ash and bones. Ludvius claimed as his eye began glowing gold, pushing me away and back into my captain chair. I shook my head in confusion and struggled to unclench my right hand from the armored armrest. Vision sucked. That was not Ludvius, only something or someone using his form to connect to me. Probably Ahriman, if he was this skilled. Most likely he was. Anyways, a short nap wasn't bad. I felt energized and ready to take on a fleet. Maybe even a hive fleet. Purge 171. Checking the time with the machine spirit, I found a gap of 13 seconds between my subjective memories and the objective timeline as recorded. Chronal incontinence, they call it, when the present changes without anyone noticing it. There is a blackstone fortress to our right, PEF. It wasn't there before. Amberly remarked in a calm voice, although I could see her hand clench on the null bone rod. I checked with my eyes and the tesseract, to find the black lament had arrived during my power nap, or perhaps because of it. Captain Chirin guarded the Mechanicus throne, while a blank pilot sat in the chair, right hand inserted into the control holofield and directing the mighty weapons. Nova cannons, lance batteries, and a dozen other weapon systems battered the tyranids back, but the main weapon was a black beam of death, leaving only dead corpses on its wake. Much better than a mere battlecruiser, right, Dad? Janice spoke in my mind, while her face lit up in a naughty grin. The fortress still lacked the carrier bays, but at least the 3 sectors that housed the weapon batteries were already operational and keyed to the command chair. Well, Janice would be the most qualified person to sit in that chair in the entire galaxy. For now. You'll have to teach Aeneas how to do that. Can't have an Adepta Tertia do such low work, after all. I commented with a mild voice, while observing my daughter for changes. Meeting the Emperor rarely left someone unchanged, especially this Emperor. Beside the new silver hair, she seemed much more mature and perhaps even in pain. Deep lines of rictus and beads of sweat covered her forehead, possibly from battling the machine spirit of the ancient weapon, or simply enduring the backlash of that Immaterium beam. Yeah. Maybe later. I can't stay long here. By tomorrow we need to depart for Ophelia. Not your Eldar friends, though. Janice muttered with a frown. We? I scanned the Blackstone Fortress to find a squad of Adeptus Custodes and more Silent Sisters guarding the most vital installations, such as the Geller generators and the main reactor, plus the black beams focusing crystal. And they were not sisters that I've met before, still using the old-style armor and the ugly face masks. Most likely from the Luna Garrison then, known as the Somnus Citadel. None on the command bridge, but Janice was by now well beyond the need of having bodyguards. She was the strongest being around, for thousands of light years at least. Even Chirin and his powerful dreadnought chassis was possibly only allowed in recognition for my chapter's ownership of the ancient fortress. You shouldn't be here, Captain. I left you on Illavar to keep watch over the Starfort and the recruits. I spoke to my disobedient subordinate. Unavoidable circumstances, my lord. Lady Janice had Emperor's house codes and his custodes to enforce them. Your son Victor has moved on the fort for now, with his blank retinue, as per your own contingency protocols. Captain Chirin explained unfazed. Contingency in case of a major invasion or imperial interference. Well, this qualified to some extent. It wasn't an Inquisition purge or some Mechanicus punishment fleet, but the wording was left vague exactly because some Imperial forces were hard to define. Anyways, the Hive fleet melted under the assault of the Black Lament, while my 6,000 corvettes and the Legio Griffonicus bombarded the Tyranid ground forces with Titan-scale weaponry, aided a billion other troops, combat servitors, Scutarii, PDF regiments, Lamenter's Auxilia and the Tegmarine Guard, plus knights and the Leviathan's Dreadknights supported by the Deus Ex Machina Demi-Legion. The Black Templars Astartes got to enjoy melee combat with Tyranids like they hoped for, because despite our combined firepower, from orbit, air and ground the Tyranids kept coming, jumping over mountains of corpses to reach our defense lines. They didn't have flail tanks and autonomous turrets like my forces had, so the Templars suffered great losses in the melee, not that they seemed to care at all. Then again, the Templars always had thousands of neophytes already waiting on their crusade fleet for the chance to become full battle brothers and die gloriously in battle. And even flail tanks, no matter how awesome they seemed, even them couldn't always mince through millions of enemies, flails breaking or jamming from bone shards and too much blood. Knights and Leviathans had to intervene with power weapons to rescue encircled formations or drag back damaged tanks. By the time Janice and the rest of the fleet finished annihilating the Tyranid tendril in the void, I had lost over 100 Lamenters and half of my auxilia forces, while the Templars were left with less than a dozen wounded Astartes and nearly no more serfs or armored vehicles. Our duty had been discharged, for a terrible price. Forge Griffin 4 had been saved with the loss of most of their combat forces and most of the surface installations. Only the deeply protected manufactoriums and Titan forges were left, while the planet was scoured of any sign of life, millions of burning craters and a trillion bleached skulls, still glowing from radiation. Even the Eldar had lost half of their ships, because Tyranid claws and teeth cared little for holographic defense fields. Fake projections were no defense when mountain-sized mouths snacked on your Wraithbone ship, after all. 1,000 battles like this one will be needed, Farser. Return to your people and tell them what you saw here. I spoke in her mind. I will, Astartes. And I will also tell them you have a talisman of Vol. The Eldar woman replied with scorn. A monkey with a space gun in her eyes, most likely. That fortress is now the Lamenter's base. Such a wonderful artifact deserves to be my home, right? But who knows, maybe if the Eldar do their part, I will allow them to obtain the last one, when it appears at Cadia. Knowledge of the future is such a wonderful gift. I mused in a light voice. The Farser did not reply, instead ordering her fleet to run away towards a warp gate, eager to return to her craft world. I was curious what will come of this, as Eldar were rarely sane enough to carry out negotiations and trade. Or worse, when they did try to negotiate they only caused more misfortune for themselves, or causing the very disaster they were trying to prevent. Soon after, I transferred my headquarters on the Black Lament, bringing aboard all my Space Marines and Auxilia regiments. There was enough space inside for a dozen more chapters, because the damn thing was big. Then, I just crashed into a sleepless dream, while my fleet traveled to Ophelia_7, where Janus had been tasked with a mission by the Emperor. What mission? Yeah, it was not to sing praises to the Sisters of Battle. We arrived just in time to engage another Chaos fleet, led by a greater demon called the Tyrant_of_Blueflame and a certain Chaos sorcerer. The crazy psyker was busy looting a monastery when my Tesseract located him, and I snatched his black_staff first, before trying to depower him with another psych-out grenade detonated at the back of his head. Yet again, there was only an empty armor inside my Tesseract, much like Trazyn only obtained empty armors when trying to collect an Eldar avatar. The Force Staff was the real thing though, so at least I had a valuable item to trade now. As for the Tyrant, it tried to escape into a warp rift once the tides turned, only for Janus to appear in front of him and slap the warp portal away with a careless gesture. "You don't look so strong, Blue Bird," the blank psyker commented with a grin, and held her own Force Staff towards the creature, twisting it in midair. "Please, Lord Pef. Let me eat him," my own demon pleaded in my mind. With a light step, I appeared beside Janus and considered the next course of action. Should I give her this burden, though? Yeah, no. I have lost enough children already. Let me kill him for good, Janus. Otherwise, it will just reform in the warp. I proposed with a gentle voice, and speared the creature on the unholy lance. In a minute, the blue greater demon had its essence drained away, and the fire on the lance seemed even brighter. All over the planet, the Adeptus Sororitas awoke from their nightmares and began fighting back with songs and flammers, purging demons and heretics, while penitent engines and archoflagellants were released upon the unbelievers, like a horde of tiny Everzers, pumped full of combat drugs and hypnoprayers. My own troops helped where needed, protecting valuable libraries and the Convent_Sanctorum, while I dealt with the more messy part of the purging, expelling cultists, Chaos Marines and Cardinals alike into the sun. By next day, only loyal servants of the Emperor remained on Ophelia, and unfortunately some more visible bishops and priests who didn't cower inside their altars. Oh well. They could be burned publicly then. The purge had arrived, and with it the displeasure of the Emperor. Sisters, you have been deceived long enough. The Emperor has tasked me with reforming the Adeptus Sororitas, and you will all obey. Janus explained to the leaders of the sisters, while flanked by Adeptus Custodes in Oramite armor and silent sisters with grim outlook. You're a witch, a devout sister shouted, outraged at the insolence. I sighed inward. Another one for the pyre then. Your agreement is not requested nor required, traitor. You will all obey or just die. It's all the same to me. Janus answered with a kind smile, while the traitor burned alive in warpfire. The Holy Synod is the ruler of the orders. You cannot command us, no matter what powers you have. A canonist from Orders Dialogus interjected in a legal argument. The Synod is gone, sister. Primarch Gallium, the Imperium's Lord Commander, has executed all those traitors 3 months ago, using the Emperor's sword. Primarch Sanguinius is the new ecclesiarch and the regent of Terra. And I am Adepta Tertia, in charge of you, and the Silent Sisters as well. Isn't it wonderful? Janus asked in an angelic voice, spreading golden wings of light behind her. I vanished back on my fortress, leaving Janus to show off her powers. Damn it, Adam. You stole my daughter and gave her a ton of work. The Adeptus Sororitas were everywhere, on every imperial world, and even outside the Imperium. I had hoped for an inquisitorial rosette, maybe a Lord Inquisitor rank, not a trillion nuns with guns. Phaeton 172. All over the galaxy, tyranid and chaos attacks had begun to spread with rampant violence and bloodshed, and astropaths were being flooded with requests for aid from thousands of worlds. Well, only hundreds of such pleas in the Ultima Segmentum, mostly because I had massacred the enemies of humanity in that part of the galaxy for a century, stomping on the largest threats and burning down all the enemy worlds that tingled my memory for their part in hosting attacks against humanity. Primarch Guilliman had also helped strengthen the armed forces of the Segmentum, raising 1 million new Imperial Guard regiments and establishing new Sentinel worlds. Still, the Forge worlds were the linchpin of any effective defense, beside the mighty fleets of the Imperial Navy. I wasn't too worried about the forges in my backyard, since I had been providing them all they needed to withstand anything but a full Tyranid fleet or Black Crusade. From better STC patterns, then extra minerals and advice on defense measures, and up to reality cages and bastion force fields. But in other sectors of the galaxy things were not going so well, despite the efforts of Primarch Khan to save the Forsar sector or Primarch L. Johnson's brilliant stratagems at Armageddon. The numbers of the Tyranids were too great, and the constant defections of Navy ships and Imperial regiments or governors to the chaos did not help at all. Hopefully, with Primarch Sanguinius on Terra and Primarch Dilliman's new anti-corruptions measures, the Imperium could be reformed. Plus other measures like the Adepta Tertia could enact now, using the Adepta Sororitas to enforce imperial law wherever they had reach. And the sisters had conclaves and priories everywhere, and only needed a coherent strategy and direction. After cleansing the Cardinal World and its star system of any signs of invaders, my fleet departed for Forge World Phaeton to conduct a new trade deal and emergency repairs and resupply. Before I departed from Ophelia, I had given Janice a course in common sense measures and a library of STC patterns to implement among the sisters, plus half of the silent sisters aboard my fleet, those pregnant or nursing a young baby. Janice would have liked all of them, mainly as enforcers and army commanders, but that will have to wait. The numbers of blanks were still too small, and placing all eggs in one basket was risky. Defeating the Tyranids had been costly, as my army was reduced from 10 armored and 50 regiments of heavy infantry to less than half, plus the near-total loss of our Tarantula and Guardian turrets. Even Knights and Titans had been lost or damaged, although the pilots were transported out and remains of the walkers had been recovered for repair. The only good thing that had arisen from that giant debacle was the implantation of new recruits with the gene seed of fallen lamenters, which was proven to grant a measure of warp resistance to the new Tech Marines and no sign of black rage. The red thirst would still be a constant problem, since the genetic flaw was present in the gene seed itself. However, I did steal some Imperial Fist's gene stock at Hydra Cordatus, enough to fill the ranks with 500 new Tech Marines. At Phaeton, I found a rogue trader lady named Yusili_Sulemania with a slight heresy problem. She was planning to travel to Terra and lay her claims in front of the new regent of the Imperium. And as it happens, that regent was exactly my primarch. I was mildly amused, and filled the woman with confidence and a healthy dose of my own gene seed. I guess Yusili was quite desperate to accept my offer. Later, as she rested her exhausted body in my bed, I drew her curvaceous body close and gently raised her chin, so she would stare into my eyes. There are many kinds of truths, my dear. But you have to remember that truth itself is mutable. As for the Emperor being a god or not, you need to investigate the nature of godhood itself. A simple farm girl from a feudal world might raise to become a living saint, flying on wings of light and battling greater demons on equal terms, while singing praise to the God Emperor of mankind. Meanwhile, even an Astartes primarch might fall and become a tool of the ruinous powers. The truth had changed, and it did so by the intervention of a higher power. You're saying the truth is subjective? Lady Yusili grumbled in displeasure. Reality itself is mutable, my lady. Willpower and psyker powers have been proven to distort reality, from warp storms and materialized demons to the Eye of Terror itself. When the Eldar civilization fell into debauchery and senseless pleasure, most of them all died and were subsumed into an Immaterium entity given sentience. We call Slaanesh the Lord of Excess or the Fourth Chaos God, but its nature is more akin to an abominable intelligence gone rampant. The remaining Eldar use the Craftworld's infinity circuits to resist it, or the world spirits of the Exodite worlds to recycle their souls back into the new generations. And those Eldar psychic machines are very similar to our own machine spirits, only 1 billion times stronger. I explained in a gentle voice, while my fingers traced old scars on her soft skin. And now, those humans that die truly rejoin the Emperor in afterlife, she wondered with a deep frown. Well, you have to discuss the nature of afterlife with Sanguinius. He had been roaming the galaxy and the Immaterium for millennia in angel form until he returned to his old body. However, the Emperor is now 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger or even more. His dreams on the Golden Throne are empowered by the daily prayers of quadrillions of fervent believers all over the Imperium and beyond. Acts of valor and sacrifice are often rewarded with miracles, and those of his bloodline can often call on his aid and receive it. Primarchs and Astartes foremost, but others as well. He was once a hastati, a soldier in the legions of Roman Empire of Terra, about 42 millennia ago. And the lines of hastati infantry were supported by the better armored principes. And what do we have now? Lines of Astartes infantry supported by Titan princeps in their mighty armored walkers. I said in a thoughtful voice. Not to mention that Astarte was a goddess of war worshipped all over the lands touched by the Mediterranean Sea. The Roman Empire, Nothing is known now about them. Those ancient lands have long been devastated by atomic warfare and then plated over with giant hive cities and administratum palaces. But the words written in the Lectitio_Divinitatis show that many worshipped the emperor even before the Horus heresy. It even begins with Lorger's own claim. Rejoice, for I bring glorious news. God walks among us, the woman whispered in a soft voice. I chuckled amused. I killed Lorger once, you know? He is probably back to life now, but his words were false then. A god has no need to walk. The ancients had a famous proverb on the nature of godhood. Why would a god need a spaceship? See the irony here? Lady Eucyle sighed and slapped my chest. I can't even tell what's true from your words. Are all primarchs able to come back to life? Is that proverb a real thing? I smiled genially and answered a simple yes. You're impossible, the rogue trader exclaimed in fake outrage, and I decided to take her for another tumble. Repairs to my fleet would take time, as would replenishing the turrets and waiting for 30 Catachan regiments to arrive at Phaeton. Might as well enjoy the downtime. Even better, Forge World Phaeton had a buried STC constructor under their main spire, which would take some time to unlock and provide the Forge with all its amazing patterns. Also, the constructor provided a convenient method to insert 100 Tau source technologies into the STC data librarium, plus 1,000 various templates of my own or Trazyn enhanced design. That took a bit of work, as even my Astartes fleet, the Inquisitorial Rosette and my bountiful gifts of STC patterns and megatons of Blackstone were barely sufficient to allow me to access the priceless and holy Alter Mechanicum. But once I was inside the Scented Shrine, connecting to the STC constructor was proven laughably easy. I did have Inquisitor-grade clavis overrides that worked on nearly all Imperium technology, and I was not afraid to use them. Working with a constructor was amazingly simple, very possible by design. They were created exactly to allow colonists easy manufacture for defense machinery on new worlds, and thus required minimal expertise in computer systems. Even tech priests had few problems selecting and confirming the printing requests, although it took them days of prayers and rituals to sanctify and appease the holy machine. In less than a year, I had my auxilia forces upgraded with the best possible equipment, from new tanks, gunships, and fighters to armed sentinels and turrets. We did consume most of the Forge's stores of precious alloys and rare minerals, but I considered it a fair trade for everything I had offered them. Minerals could be purchased or mined, but knowledge was not so easily obtained. Even their fabricator agreed, and thanked me 100 times for the giant help I provided. You can thank me by building ships and weapons for humanity, esteemed fabricator. Focus on strike and drop cruisers, plus tanks and dropships. The Adeptus or Aritas will need everything you can build for them as they get reformed back into proper Imperium's armed forces instead of the Adeptus Ministorum lackeys. Their pariah sisters will need Leviathan dreadnights by the thousands, while the regular battle sisters will need omnisense auguries and plasma fusils for their armed sentinels. Billions of sentinels, plus ships and dropships to transport them into battle. I demanded while making it sound like a profitable contract. The Adeptus or Aritas? Well, they are the richest client in the galaxy. The fabricator mused thoughtfully as the galactic map lit up with known Soraritas strongholds. At least 1,000,000 of them, and those were only the known ones. Indeed they are, with donations from all the devout believers filling their coffers. You will need their help to reclaim the Blackstone mines from Trantis, although I recommend you bring at least 30 torpedo destroyers and a dozen drop cruisers. The Necrons will not be easy to cleanse. I offered while pointing at the mentioned Necron world on the holomap. Might as well have him work for those Blackstone minerals and foster cooperation with Janus's new organization in the proper imperial way, righteous fury, bloodshed, and fire. The fabricator stared at me for a moment. This feels like I was given an order, Lord Lancefire. He muttered, not too pleased. I poked the Aquila on my chest in response. These two heads here, they represent the Emperor and the Forge. We are the Imperium, fabricator. Right now, I have to head to Forge Agrippina and save that Forge from another invasion. That is my duty, and this is yours. You make the tools, and I use them to crush heads and purge Xenos. And the sisters enjoy a good purge too. The Muggos chuckled and poked the Aquila with a metal tentacle. Yes, duty. At least you do your part, Pef Lancefire. I will do mine too, with my hammer and anvil. I shook his limb in agreement. Any experiments with Necron technology use a lifeless star system and disposable tech priests. Exploding suns and machine-eating viruses should not impede production of this forge. Then, as a final example, I took out my Necron silver cube and vanished from his quarters, appearing on top of the 1,000 kilometers tall spire. It made a great view, but I should have worn my helmet first. Vacuum was harsh on the skin. Headache 173. Traveling out of warp had many advantages, but the most important right now was the ability to stop at every interesting place on our way, for example rich asteroid fields or orc-infested systems where I could loot everything of value. And since our course towards Agrippina took us right by Forge World Voss, it was a great opportunity for more trade, the Lancefire variant. STC templates and Blackstone, plus orc ships filled with precious minerals and Xeno weapons. I even met another rogue trader named Sayarize_Omala here and arranged a new alliance. For her I had a different task, exploring the Tau space and the newly reverted worlds of the HIATUS anomaly. She would need blanks and armed forces to conquer that sector and the thousands of livable planets it was certain to have. And as it happened, I did have enough pull with the Voss Forge_world to arrange for a dozen Catacan regiments and their transport spaceships to be permanently detached to Trader Ramallah and her new exploration mission in the Eastern Fringe. The rest of the favor, I traded it for more tarantula turrets, thousands of light vehicles, and nearly all their stock of ammunition. From bolter rounds to grenades and missiles to more Nova shells and torpedoes of every kind. Lady Sorais would need to stay and upgrade the troops to Lancefire standards, meaning improved Ragnarok tanks and armed Sentinel walkers, plus warpless engines and a Nova cannon for her cruiser. With 2 armor regiments and 10 of heavy infantry, my new ally should have a good chance at pacifying most of that sector. Plus, it would be the nearby machine forge to supply and repair there for free. More rogue traders will be needed there, as the closing of the anomaly had unintended consequences, allow Xeno empires to expand into the rich and unexplored region, including the Tau and the Demiurge. 1 billion new stars were now available for conquest as the star lanes cleared, and I wanted all of them for humanity. Sure, you could stand on any planet in the galaxy and look at the sky, and see the Imperium of Man spread all over the galaxy. But that reality was also false. The Imperium was thin beyond belief, and Orc worlds and Necron tomb worlds outnumbered the human worlds 10-1. Unexplored worlds outnumbered known worlds 1,000-1, with most of those known worlds being hidden from the Imperium by navigator houses, rapacious rogue traders, or Astra Telepathica relays and support stations, plus Mechanicus research and mining worlds. I know, because I was hiding thousands of worlds myself, after all. Even the solar segmentum itself was poorly colonized and explored, billions of star systems still awaiting discovery due to turbulent warp currents and warp storms. It wasn't yet time for a concerted human galactic conquest, but that time will come. Primarch Guilliman was already calling for an Indomitus crusade, meant to unite the Imperium again and reconquer all the lost worlds. Merely tens of thousands of worlds, and it was already a gigantic effort, even for a galactic-scale empire. A month later, my fleet arrived at Forge World Agrippina ready for battle. However, the system was oddly quiet. Not even a hint of a chaos incursion, which was great but also worrisome. I was certain I recalled an attack by the World Eaters should happen about now, and I hoped to arrive by surprise and demolish that invasion. Never mind then. This forge had STC patterns for a special type of tank cannon mounted on the Lehman_Russ_Eradicator variant. A miniature Nova cannon, firing miniature Nova shells. I wanted that cannon for my forces, and thus began a long trading session with a suspicious fabricator and his conclave cohort, a dozen high-ranking tech priests with different specializations. Luckily, I had Inquisitor Vale on my side to help smooth out various legal problems and religious conflicts. Plus I did bring megatons of gifts, and plenty of work contracts. It took us 3 months to finalize the technology transfer deal in the shape of 100 Lehman Russ turrets with the Eradicator cannon mounted on a Ragnarok chassis, plus a complete copy of the original STC template. Of course, a better tank cannon was good in itself, even if the effective range was quite small, but that wasn't my purpose here. If a battleship-grade cannon could be miniaturized into a mere tank gun, then further miniaturization would be easy enough for a certain kind of orange primates. Can you imagine bolt pistols firing tiny Nova shells? Or rotary bolter guns firing thousands of them per minute? I wanted that for my troops, to replace the regular bolter rounds with something a dozen times stronger that would simply disintegrate any enemy armored infantry in a single shot. For example, Chaos Marines or Tau armor suits, not to mention Necron warriors or Tyranid organisms. My own Jokero Smith was busy with the Dark Eldar blaster pistol, also known as the Chekhov gun. Trying to integrate it with a regular Hellgun pistol of Imperium tech for ease of maintenance and recharge, plus the obvious advantage of looking nearly harmless and shooting battleship-grade dark light beams. My forces had been completely resupplied and trained by this point, and I was starting to search for another destination when the warp split opened to reveal the invaders. Only it wasn't merely a chaos fleet of World Eaters. Night Lords, Black Legion, Thousand Suns and Death Guard, plus a trillion demons and a couple of corrupted Gloriana battleships, the Conqueror and the Nightfall, going by the Machine Spirit's identification codes. And beside them, a horde of Dark Mechanicus ships and demon engines. Sadly no Primarchs this time, nor a certain Ahriman. Fleet-wide, all sensors on autistic mode. Agrippina, power up all Geller fields now. I commanded, as I sunk into my seat and the Tesseract vision. A good part of the Chaos Fleet was somehow protected against teleport and dimensional displacement, including all the Dark Forge Temporius capital ships. A veil of purple shields covered those ships in impenetrable dimensional fields, as were the Glorianas and a dozen Chaos barges and battleships. Very clever on their part, somehow figuring out a way to protect themselves from my cheating weapon. Then again, Dark Mechanicus had no compulsion from inventing new devices, and nobody to investigate them for heresy. We would have to slug it out with the bigger ships, not that it worried me in the least. The Black Lament unleashed the initial Nova Cannon salvo among the 1,000 of escort ships, and I displaced a dozen more Nova mines at key locations, exterminating nearly all Hell Talon starfighters and billions of flying demons. Contact above, Captain. Eldar Fleet, my daughter Pauline exclaimed in surprise. I saw them a second before, as the Necron Tesseract did not need to receive gravimetric sensor readings. Ignore them for now. All fighters and corvettes disperse in beta pattern. Cruisers flank left and protect the planet. Battlecruisers and barges form on the right, battleships advance beside the fortress. I ordered out loud, while sending the exact vectors to my fleet. They were flying nearly blind now, so every course correction and decelerating maneuver would have to depend on my second sight for accuracy. Unlike tyranids, the Chaos Traders would have advanced machine spirits and aspect sensors as well, even inhabited by demons. As expected, the capital Chaos ships kept on course, heading relentlessly towards the Forge world and firing their capital-grade weaponry towards the planet. And since a planet could not change trajectory and speed on its fixed orbit, it might as well be a stationary target. Macrocannon shells, plasma bolts and lances and torpedoes streaked across the void to impact the planet's surface, causing 1,000 new craters on the already pockmarked world. Forge Agrippina was close to the Eye of Terror, and had been attacked many times in the past, and thus it was also known as the Orb of 1,000 Scars. 2,000 scars now, but who's counting? Assault shuttles and heavy landers followed, filled to the brim with cultists, traitor marines, and distorted tanks and corrupted titans. A textbook planetary invasion, which might have worked except for a tiny out-of-context problem. The cruisers fired their own Nova cannons at the invading army, and I added my own store of Nova mines, and the expensive invasion force was destroyed before it could enter the polluted atmosphere. It was likely this wasn't all their landing forces, but they wouldn't have that many shuttles and landers remaining now. A planetary invasion depended on 3 factors for success: orbital superiority, or at least contested space in orbit. Secondly, space and air cover for the landing troops, usually achieved by heavy fighter escort and orbital bombardment of air defenses. And thirdly, a constant stream of landers and shuttles to provide troops and logistic supplies on the ground. Tyranids and Chaos had a distinct advantage with winged space flyers, but landers were a different issue. I must have killed 3,000 Chaos Marines just from this minute-long engagement, and I had enough Nova shells to fight a Tyranid fleet. Carrier Icarus is being hit by some kind, and it's gone, my XO muttered in disbelief. I narrowed my eyes in near anger. Sure, a converted mass conveyor wasn't a real warship, and void shields were little defense against gravity lances, but that strike was too sudden. I only managed to grab the bridge crew before the entire carrier crumpled like a paper bag. Let's return the favor then. I muttered in a cold voice and inserted my right hand into the Blackstone Fortress's command holofield. The machine spirit parsed my demand at the speed of thought and opened the controls of the Immaterium beam. Target that Arc Mechanicus. I urged the spirit and willed it to fire. Whatever defense the Dark Mechanicus had on their battleship could not withstand the Blackstone Fortress for more than a few seconds, and then the death beam just sliced through, killing everything on board, from heretic tech priests to infested Logis engines and demonic cogitators. I felt my own stomach try to explode out through my throat, and fought that impulse for a long minute. Meanwhile, the battle continued without my supervision, corvettes firing torpedoes and capital ships pounding at each other with all their batteries. Hordes of demons were being mowed and splattered by our point defense turrets, while the Aquila interceptors and Fury starfighters engaged bombers and enemy torpedoes. "What's wrong, Lord Pef?" I heard Amberly ask in a concerned voice to my side. "The backlash of that Immaterium weapon is very strong. I guess we won't be using that again." I grumbled as I tried to clear my head. "At least that heretic ship is dead in space now," the blonde Inquisitor whispered to herself, just as my black lament fired the Nova cannons again. I fired everything at the 2 Glorianas, blowing out the prow of the first and the superstructure of the second. Tough old bastards, both of them. Torpedo impact in 2 seconds. 1, and the Conqueror is gone too. Pauline exclaimed from the augury station, sounding proud. I sighed inward and leaned back in my chair. 100 more capital ships to kill, plus 1 trillion demons. A long day ahead, and my headache was getting worse. Demon 174. Slowly but surely, the humanity's fleet reduced the numbers of demons and chaos ships, until only the bastions of the Dark Mechanicum remained and a core of chaos battleships protected by dimensional shields of unknown origin. I suspected a long-lost STC variant of a void shield, possibly amplified with demonic rituals. However, the truth remained that I couldn't directly affect those ships, and our losses were climbing with every minute. The traitors had also changed strategy, using teleports to reach the surface and kidnap menials and other lower caste serfs, then trying to massacre them in hasty summoning rituals. Didn't work that well for them, as I could intercept most teleporting groups and expel into the sun before they could cause much damage. Plus, there was a reality cage enveloping the planet now, which also reduced the effectiveness of any psyker. They noticed that as well, and soon the Chaos Fleet began firing directly towards the planet's surface, most likely attempting to breach the void shield defenses over the geomagnetic pit where the device had been installed. Corvettes spread out in squadrons and target all the cruisers now. I commanded over the secure Vox channel. A sensible order which would either force the Chaos ships to change target or get destroyed. Teleport beam detected. Redirecting. Redirecting failed, my tech priest muttered as current began flowing back from his shield console and frying his circuits. Intrusion. Scrap code in the Vox console box. Rites of Hermetical Seal engaged. Purge the heretic, the machine spirit proclaimed directly into my mind, just as the Vox console sputtered and blew up in a shower of green sparks. Damn it. Even with all my precautions, the Dark Mechanicus had still found a way to intrude into my command and control network, targeting exactly the Vox channel I used to command the fleet. Even worse, a group of black-robed tech priests and hundreds of their demon engines were running loose on board the Black Lament, avoiding the security turrets or simply destroying them with machine precision and speed. My fist clenched as I grabbed the intruders and exiled them in the sun. Dex 43 to 95, begin purification and find out what the intruders tried to do. I commanded on the manifold circuit, sending a task force of tech priests and a company of lamenters to escort them. My Blackstone fortress was great, but also too big. Enormous, even compared to large imperial ships like battleships. The void shields and the Geller fields could not cover the entire thing, not yet. Janus had halted the upgrade process before the battle station was ready, eager to grab the fortress and complete her own mission. Possibly a good idea at that time, but it also gave me more headaches. Draw strength from me, Lord Pef. Amberly whispered, holding a warm hand on my cheek. I sighed inward, knowing this will hurt her greatly. But needs must, and she could help by using an accidental discovery from bed play. Just as I could darken a room by draining electricity from lamps, I could drain a psyker of magic power and fortify myself. All pariah did this automatically, but I disliked things happening outside my control. I trained over the past year to exert this pull at will, although my training had killed a dozen tyranid zoanthropes and an orc warphead. Gently, I allowed Amberly's light to enter me in a thin trickle, just enough to refresh my mind and empower my soul. Don't worry. I can bear this for an hour, the blonde inquisitor continued while grimacing in pain. Good. This might take less than an hour now. I replied in a calm voice, my eyes closed as I needed to use the tesseract for vision, and the sounding board inside for mental communication with my fleet. For as long as I could maintain control of the fleet like this, I had thousands of fingers to play a giant 3D simulation, a semblance of a hive mind and just as effective. Trajectories and focused attacks on certain ships, dispersing other squadrons or grouping them for better point defense cover. I doubted the Necrons had ever used a sounding board like this, since the empathic link required a close connection with the target mind. Someone like a friend or family member, and as it happened, I did have my family as captains and exos on every single Lamenter or Lancefire ship. The Navy ships from Battlefleet Agrippina and the Mechanicus fleets of the Basilican Astra were not included in this mental network, but then again I didn't really need them. They could hold a defense orbit and protect the Forge world while my ships advanced and neutralized the threat. And so we did, using a displaced warp vortex missile to breach that dimensional shield before converging a dozen corvettes to launch their payload of 200 plasma torpedoes and then speed away. 3 waves later, the second Gloriana broke up under the tremendous damage, just in time. The last Dark Mechanicus ship turned away and started running away, much too fast for any normal pursuit to stop it. But I wasn't willing to let it run. Their attack of Agrippina would have certainly succeeded without my presence here, and they could share their knowledge with the other heretics in the Eye of Terror. Lord Lancefire. We have found blood sigils and purple ichor cryptoglyphs painted by the traitors on inner walls and conduits. Dealer field strength in the vicinity of the cursed inscriptions is reduced by 50%. And some of them seem to spread by themselves. Purging ineffective, the lead tech priest reported from deck 66. Switching my attention on the infected decks, I moved some available silent sisters to assist and hoped their pariah powers could suppress the magic spells. Those dark mechanicus had a lot to pay for. Clever bastards, but luckily I had a cure for their madness. Out of nowhere, a pack of tyranid bioships appeared in the path of the fleeing Heretic battleship and grappled it with hungry mouths and claws. The Heretic priests fought back with dozens of exotic weapons, some effective, some not. The ship even managed to open a warp rift to escape. In the end, it didn't matter. The dimensional field was breached and I had them in my grasp. Millions of smaller tyranids appeared inside the runaway ship and began devouring any biomass. Cultists, acolytes, fleshy demon engines, and corrupted tech priests were eaten greedily and hungrily, while I primed a few gifts inside the emptier hangars and cargo bays. With a wink, the dark mechanicus battleship vanished from reality and returned to the warp, carrying a payload of ticking bombs and hordes of hungry tyranids. Amberly withdrew her hand as the last ship and its grappling escorts vanished from the holomap. This was a close call. And now I need a long bath and a week of sleep. Perhaps in the reverse order, she muttered in a tired voice. I nodded towards Captain Chiron and he escorted the Inquisitor to her rooms, both for her protection and ours. An alpha psyker was always dangerous, but most of all any psyker was dangerous when reaching the limit. A psyker could turn into a warp portal in a moment of weakness, and that wouldn't be pretty. The remaining demons flying about were turning into strips of purple light and vanishing back into the warp as well, helped along on the way by constant lance and point defense fire from all the defense ships. The Imperial Navy had lost 2 cruisers and 1 battleship to invader demons and teleporting saboteurs, as well as a dozen of escort destroyers. The Mechanicus fleet looked lighter losses, mainly from their system corvettes and starfighters. Meanwhile, I had lost a precious carrier and 300 corvettes, plus most of my starfighters. Almost 10% loses to a chaos fleet for which I had thought us prepared. This costly victory had pointed a number of weak points in my fleet, especially in command and control, as well as physical and spiritual defense. But the sad thing? All those ships we destroyed? The corrupted space marines and tech priests? They were once imperial assets, turned against humanity. And soon enough, more defectors will join the chaos cause, like they always did. It was a losing battle, as with every ship and Astartes made, a portion will turn traitor and need to be destroyed. The more troops humanity made, the more troops it gave the enemy to use against us one day. Loyalty was the hardest currency to maintain in this doomed universe, and soon it will culminate in a huge push towards Cadia and then Terra. It was inevitable, and humanity would lose greatly even if they won. For they carried the seed of their destruction inside their souls. I mused on this for a long time, fighting against sleep and tiredness. I also carried a demon, and my demon was too waiting for a moment of weakness. Every victory and every kill I gave it, the stronger it would become. Brink 175. Repairs took weeks to complete, as the battle had strained most ship systems to their limit. Reactors needed refueling, weapons needed cleaning and spare parts, not to mention replenishing missiles and torpedoes, plus the Nova shells and drop pods. It was much easier this time, due to the very forge world we had been defending. The tech priests worked arduously side by side with my own, not just to repay the unspoken debt, but also to have a chance to examine new machines and analyze their battle effectiveness in comparison with their own. The Deus Ex Machina Demi-Legion received extra care, since their advanced weaponry and systems put to shame the god machines of the Legio Presidium Vortex, since every single one of them had adamantic reactors and shields, self-repair devices, and long-forgotten weapons of cataclysmic power. And then, there were knights and dread knights, armed with fearsome weapons as well, plus new devices like logic shields and blackstone armor covering the battle carapace. However, unlike other Space Marine chapters who guarded their secrets jealously, my lamenters not only allowed the Mechanicus examination but welcomed it, adding their advice and expertise from wielding these mighty walkers in combat. Luckily, the ground combat had been sparse, mostly due to my own personal efforts to keep the orbit safe and destroy most invaders before they could reach the surface. A month later, just as I was filtering through thousands of pleas for aid and support from other places under attack, a single transmission sparked my attention. There was a cardinal world called Shadowbrink which normally I would have gladly ignored, leaving the rabid Mini-Storm priests to their fate. But, as Sanguinius took over the imperial cult and Janus had leadership over the Adeptus Sororitas, I had a different view on the matter now. Plus, I smelled precious loot on the horizon, and a chance to exterminate another Hive fleet tendril. Multiple reasons to go there. And I still had to finish dealing with the leader of Agrippina. Fabricator, I expect your forge world to expand 100 times over the next century. Import 8 billion people from nearby Hive worlds, and in doing that clean up their underhives of gangs and criminals for extra servitors. Set up more planetary Geller fields and Bastion force fields over Hive cities and orbital defense forts. Plus, don't forget you owe me a fleet carrier. I demanded from the Archmagos, who nodded slowly. Suggestion acceptable, plus welcomed. Statistical certainty of increased attacks on the Imperium from tyranids and chaos both. Acquisition of lost STC patterns, plus welcomed. Fleet carrier pattern Icarus will be provided to your dynasty, the tech priest replied in a monotone voice. I smiled inward at his antics, as there was no need to speak in technolingua, but he reverted to it due to familiarity. Your aid in repairing my ships is welcomed as well, Mugos. As for Blackstone deposits, I can suggest mining it from the world of Zapanek, although you'll need to clear out the Necrons dormant under the surface. And lastly, the Eldar. They were helpful this time, correct? I asked rhetorically. This time, Lord Lancefire. But they will inevitably betray the trust and attack humanity again when we feel safe. Over the millennia, this simple fact had been proven beyond doubt, the tech priest argued with a logical tone. Perhaps it is so. But I have a glimpse into their reasoning, Fabricator. As a society, they are all psychers and led by even stronger psychers, their farcers and phoenix lords. They receive visions of threats and impending doom in a certain place, or from a certain person. And then they act on that vision, causing the very disaster they were trying to prevent. For example, they would see a certain traitor primarch destroying dozens of their exodite worlds. And what do? They would seek the guy out and try to negotiate and appease the traitor with gifts and threats. You can imagine the rest quite well, using simple logic. I explained in a slightly amused voice. The old Mugos chuckled as well. A fallacy of reasoning indeed. They would invite retaliation on themselves by trying to act mighty and knowledgeable with a demented and corrupted demon prince. I can extrapolate their conduct now, Lord Lancefire. This precious data will be forever inscribed into the noosphere and used to anticipate and diffuse further incidents from the Eldar. Any other such advice? He asked, curious. The Necrons are split into enemy dynasties right now, and we should take care to keep it that way, much like we do with orcs. The tyranids revert to feral state once their controlling organisms are killed. Also, the Narval's bioships have to be targeted with priority to prevent them using gravity propulsion and slow them down 1,000 times. And keep in mind they adapt by ingestion of biomass, so every time they eat a new world, they gain new traits and abilities. And for chaos, Geller fields everywhere, then many more null rods and blanks. Converting humanity entirely into blanks would solve that problem, one day. I said and raised myself to depart. I could see the cogs spinning inside the tech priest's mind as his logic processors analyzed my words and calculated thousands of possible variations. When it is possible, I shall send a manufacturing ship to your machine forge world in the eastern fringe, Lord Lancefire. All crew formed from female tech priests and engineers to provide your blank sons with more wombs. Genetic blanks are very rare though. Chance of success for this proposal, less than 1 billion, he estimated after a minute. More than that, my friend. My own blank descendants number in the thousands now. And they have children, and their children have children. It has only been 4 generations since I've started, but I estimate 6 more generations at most, until everyone under my rule will have blank genes. 1 billion becomes 10, then 100, and then 1 trillion. Our galaxy has fewer stars than that. I replied with a soft voice, and vanished. Time to depart for Shadowbrink, and en route enjoy the blank harem and my blonde inquisitor. It was my duty after all, and this duty was always very pleasant. And if both parties enjoyed the experience, even better. By the time we reached the besieged world, I had 200 new pregnant women settling in the nursery ward, detached from combat duties and resuming a teacher role for the Lancefire kids, plus their own lessons. There was no reason to deny the blank women a full education and technical expertise, and every reason for it. With their prolonged lifespan and immunity to the warp, I could gain a new force of loyal tech and combat experts, as there was always more to learn. From machine systems to melee tactics and grand strategy, I had filled the neural chairs with millions of datastack libraries. The Lamenters had their own stores of knowledge, from herbs and drugs to weapon maintenance rights and observed enemy patterns and counters. For my own project to work, I needed to integrate both forces into one. Possibly expanding the ranks of apothecaries and Tegmarines with blank female recruits, using MIU implants instead of gene seed to enhance their abilities. There was no rule about preventing women as Medicae and tech support in a Space Marine chapter, and not even the harshest examination could claim I was overstepping my bounds with hidden battle brothers. And lastly, this was a way to prevent the disconnection from humanity that most Astartes experienced by living among only their brothers and the chapter serfs. A woman's touch was often more delicate and gentle, both when repairing a machine or body or even a damaged psyche. What better way to make my Astartes sons feel at home on this black and dour battle station than by living among their own family? As the fleet entered the star system, we began blasting away at the incoming tyranids and launching our corvettes and starfighters for extra defense screens. The planet itself had only a modicum of defenses, 3 defense platforms, and a squadron of old Cobra destroyers. But they also had a small garrison of Grey Knights, which will make my endeavor a little more complicated. The armed gangs called the Fraterus_Militia would be of little use, and quite a flagrant violation of the decreed passive forbidding the Imperial cult to have men under arms. I could see millions of men with arms quite clearly, led by confessors and preachers, digging trenches and chanting praise to the God Emperor. Stupid attempt at defenses too. Trenches were quite useless against swarms of hungry insects. It wouldn't protect them one bit against sharp claws and teeth, nor against psychic storms and fear auras of the tyranid zoanthropes and broodlords. My drop cruisers rushed towards the planet to provide increased defenses, just as heavy landers departed filled with my regiments and heavy walkers. Land combat was a certainty with the impending Tyranid invasion, while the Grey Knight's presence guarding the dark age of technology relics was another worry. Soon enough, servitors and armed sentinels began digging rock and unloading it into steel wire cages, 1 meter on all sides when unfolded. A cheap and effective way to construct field fortifications that could actually protect troops and create overlapping fields of fire for our tarantula turrets and Hyperios missile launchers. The hive city of Rosov was under direct command of the Grey Knights, and they seemed reluctant to allow my troops and tech priests to provide extra defenses, so we established improvised forts on nearby hills and on the slopes of a mountain range some 30 kilometers away. A bit too far, but still in range of our heavy artillery. The far side of the hive city to the east was left unprotected, except for flanking fire from the nearest bastions to the north and south. With only weeks to spare, void shields, Geller fields and bastion force fields were placed to protect our troops, while munitions and troops debarked and prepared to receive the invaders. Millions of civilians fled into the western perimeter, because few were allowed inside the capital. Mainly nobles and high-ranking priests and their retinues. This meant a larger logistic strain on my forces, as the civilians had to be housed and fed, while also preventing them from going nuts and fighting my troops or each other. Generally, I wouldn't be worried about the safety of my troops when faced with civilians, but millions of people panicking and rioting would cause me extra headaches. So I sent my contingent of sisters to oversee the civil defense, while armed sentinels and knights served as construction machines for improvised shelters. Squat walls of wire and rocks, plated over with blackstone plates, meant as replacement armor sideskirts for my corvettes. Durable and warp-resistant too, blackstone plates would serve great for this temporary post. We also had to chase away every militia contingent, because rabble-rousers were not welcomed. Not even their preachers were allowed in, since my troops were not allowed in the Hive City. Plus they would serve as a great distraction when the tyranid landed. For the other celestial bodies in the system, I prepared about 50 orc bands to attract tyranid splinters away from the human planet, a strategy that should allow me to defeat each splinter in detail, much like I tried at Forge Griffin. I crossed my fingers and hoped for the best. Rich 176. The one constant in 40k? It can always get worse. And it will. Fending off the tyrannid assault should have worked, even when hamstrung by the very people we were trying to defend. The fleet did its job, massacring tyrannids by the billion, while the ground troops fought valiantly to protect the western perimeter, the area found between the capital and the nearest mountains. We had stone walls 10 meters high, with titans and knights firing in support, then attack drones and interceptors in the air, plus corvettes and drop cruisers proving low-orbit fire support. In places, the wall was 10 meters thick as well, to allow tanks to provide heavy weapon fire in support of the artillery. Armed sentinels and tarantula turrets, even the less impressive main saber-gun- platforms added torrents of medium-grade loss cannon and autocannon towards those tyrannid organisms that managed to reach the surface of Cardinal World. But those damned Grey Knights. It was almost like they wanted to be the cause of the fall of Shadowbrink. The poor Hive City had one exposed flank, and not enough firepower to halt the tyrannids at the gates. Millions of lesser organisms, supported by zoanthropes and maleceptors, smashed their way inside the Hive City, and began feasting on the locals, despite feeble attempts by the Grey Knights to resist. So I ordered 10 corvettes on a sacrificial run, and crash-landed them, to form a wall of armor and firepower on the east side of Rosov. Their iridium tungsten armored hulls were taller than the defense walls, and the broadsides of loss cannons and point defense turrets were able to fire on both sides, halting the progress of the tyrannids and creating a wall of fire to support the misguided locals. And then, the inevitable fuck-up began, as one of those ancient relics called the Maelstrom Cradle began to activate by itself and opened a portal into the warp, right underneath the Hive City. The Cretans did not bother with Geller fields, and soon the city was infested with both tyrannids and demons. Lord Pef, we detect a major chaos incursion to the east, where the Hive City is. We do not have defenses covering that sector. The perimeter is compromised. General Regina announced in a wary voice. I cursed inward, while focusing on an alternate solution. Acknowledged, General. Stand by for extraction. I replied on the Vox channel, and instantly did that. 3 billion people vanished from the face of the planet, including everything of value that I could grab. My troops and equipment, including the modular rock walls, their tanks and titans, and everything else recoverable. Even a pair of Grey Knight Dreadknights and all their squads, dead or alive, were stored into the Tesseract as well. And then I began retrieving animals and tools, weapons and munitions, while also stealing away all the relics and machinery from the planet, ancient and new. In a minute, the deserted planet was fought on only by demons and tyrannids, while I deposited the last million bioships right on the ground, around the fallen capital. The space was clear and my ships returned to their carriers, while the fleet moved away, followed by the last Cobra destroyers of the defenders. And then, I sat up from my command chair and returned the leader of the Grey Knights right on my bridge. Name and rank, Astartes. I demanded in a cold voice. The silver-armored librarian looked around to find a dozen blank lamenters staring at him with angry eyes, and a blonde inquisitor playing with a ball of arcane lightning, flipping it in the air with one hand. "I am Brother Librarian Catalan. This is your Blackstone Fortress, Lamenter," he replied with his own question. "He appears to be sentient, Lord Pef. I thought you said the Grey Knights are mindless robots," Amberly commented with a wry voice. I smiled widely at her, then turned towards the idiot psyker, all wrapped in purity sigils and sanctity runes. "And before that, librarian? What name were you born with? On what world, and what year?" I asked in a gentler voice. "That's irrelevant. I am now Catalan, the hammer of the Emperor," the psyker declared, sounding proud. "What you mean is that your identity has been erased. What is your chain of command, Astartes?" I continued in a soft voice, while holding a palm flat towards the floor. "My sons lowered their weapons, as ordered." The librarian glanced around with suspicion, finding only blanks around him and his psyker powers ineffective should it come to blows. "My Grand Master, and above him the Ordo Malleus of the Holy Inquisition. Above that, the Supreme Grand Master of the chapter, and finally the Emperor of Mankind himself," the man claimed, looking around for some way to escape. "I see. So there is basically nobody to punish you for doing what you did. Or so you think, Librarian Catalan. You will be taken to Terra to answer for your crimes, and if you're lucky you'll be burned on the Astronomicon. If that's not possible, I'll request you be turned into a pariah instead. Very useful gift that one, right?" I asked rhetorically while turning around towards the holoscreen. "Inquisitor Vale, it appears Shadowbrink has been infested with demons and tyranids. I propose exterminatus." I spoke in a level voice. More and more tyranids and demons emerged from their bioships and warp portal, battling each other in a massive concert of claws and wings and psyker spells. She stepped beside me to observe the magnified images. "Indeed, Lord Pef. It appears our efforts to save this imperial planet had been obstructed by this librarian. Having his soul fuel the Astronomicon should be the appropriate penance." Amberly mused in a thoughtful tone. Catalan let out a grunt while watching the same scene. "This is what I tried to prevent. But the seals overloaded during the Tyranid assault." "Of course. I am not claiming you're a traitor, Grey Knight. I am saying my troops could have protected the Hive City just fine, and yet you refused. Not only that, but you failed to protect the Hive City, letting the Tyranids breach its walls and massacre millions of civilians, thereby activating that cradle relic with their deaths and blood. But the good news is Primarch Sanguinius has returned, and now rules the Imperium of Man as its regent. You'll have the chance to explain yourself to him before he decides your fate." I answered in a casual voice. Worlds were lost to the Imperium every day, and at least this time I had managed to recover most of the locals. Sure, there were still plenty of fanatic militia and preachers on the surface, all of them in fact. They kept the enemy distracted, and even killed some of them. "Something big is coming through, Lord Pef. 1, 2, 3, 4 greater demons," the Inquisitor proclaimed with a deep frown, the grainy picked images from our landed corvettes distorting even more, once the big demons crossed into real space. "I doubt they'll be effective against the Tyranids, not while the shadow and the warp suppresses their powers." I commented in a lighter tone, like watching a sports event. The Grey Knight librarian was not amused at all, falling to his knees in prayer, and mumbling to himself something about the dreaded quadrifold abominatum. "I almost think you want them to win, just so you can kill them yourself with your fancy lance." Amberly grumbled while sitting down to watch the match. Zoanthropes and Maleceptors bombarded the greater demons with psychic spells, while Tyrannifexes and Trigons advanced to battle them in melee. It was a battle of titans, and I almost felt the urge to jump into my knight and join the fight. Almost. One-on-one, with pariah shields supporting me was one thing. I was nearly certain to defeat a single greater demon with my own. But a giant melee of billions of enemies would be hard to navigate, even with all my abilities and cheats. All I could do was watch and learn what my enemies could do, and deposit more and more tyranids on the ground. Despite their terrific powers as great demons, when faced with the Tyranid silence and their own psychic spellcasters, the demons weren't faring that great, and sneaky plasma torpedoes demolishing their demonic supporters didn't help either. One of the greater demons, a bluish bird, decided to retreat towards the cradle, but I wasn't keen on letting that happen. 40 Tyranid zoantropes teleported right in front of it, while a pair of Trigon biotitans fell right on top of the cowardly greater demon. A howl of despair followed, and then the greater demon blew up under the concentrated assault. The other 3 greater demons fought on, butchering millions of Tyranids with plagues and blunt force alike. But the thing about Tyranids? They adapt to whatever enemy they face. Stronger biotitans appeared, with larger claws and bone swords, ignoring the green vapors of plague and disease, and chopping and slicing at the demons with impunity. I wanted those adapted Tyranids for my own special army and for extensive biologist tech priests examinations. New vaccines could be prepared by studying what the hive mind did to adapt, and one day humanity would have those kinds of immunities as well. As for those Grey Knight's weapons, like a Gatling silencer or a heavy psi cannon, well, surely Trazyn would be amenable to reverse engineer them for me. And I bet he did not have a Grey Knight in his collection either. Humanity might have lost this world, but I will make sure we came ahead for it. The Grey Knights foolishly kept their anti-chaos weapons as a tight secret, when all the Imperium could use them and withstand chaos with some degree of success. Even if only the Forge Worlds and the Astartes chapters had psi-cannons, it would be great, but the Adeptus or Aretas had 1,000,000 times more available troops. Soon enough, the last greater demon was shredded and sent back to warp in tiny pieces by the Tyranids, and I got to burn yet another world. Not before I collected the Tyranid biotitans I wanted, plus my well-deserved share of metallic asteroids and everything of value I could steal. My stores of torpedoes and Nova shells were empty once again, and I had billions of people to resettle or convert into productive servitors for my own Forge Worlds. And even better, this cardinal world had 9 trillion thrones in its treasure vaults, a sum so immense it would be hard to spend. Nobody could sell me 9,000 torpedo destroyers or several battleships. Oh well. I guess I could increase the children's support program in my empire, plus purchase anything nice. I was rich. Pair 177. 2 weeks later, we returned to Machine Forge to some well-needed rest and repair. My ships were battered and scoured with craters and scars, the crew had seen more combat than an entire Segmentum battle fleet, and our regiments were on the brink of mental and physical exhaustion. I would have to rotate the troops and send these people back on their colony worlds. Injured auxilia troopers would need bionic limbs and organs, and all of their equipment would need an entire year to refurbish and upgrade. However, there was some good news too, as more Mechanicus ships had arrived with Manufactorum ships, even the promised one from Forge Cypermundi with the Nova Cannon experts. The Coven of Ordo Xeno's Inquisitors was back in force, a dozen new women escorting the 6 ladies I had close ties with. I could guess what they wanted, simply by noting their eyes measuring my body like a piece of prime meat. My ladies and honored guests, I hope you have found the Machine Forge to your liking. I offered as I gestured towards the full table. I was rich now, and could afford to offer any and all delicacies available on the market. We have found this place very welcoming, Lord Lancefire. But generous table aside, we need your aid to complete our duties. Protection from psychers and chaos corruption, elite troops as bodyguards and enforcers, and advanced weapons and scanners to combat Xenos with same level of firepower and ability. A middle-aged woman explained with a level voice. I measured the woman with curious eyes. She wore a revealing dress which emphasized a generous bust and a belt filled with exotic weaponry and other devices. I see you have quite the arsenal already, Lady Inquisitor. Eldar weapons, digital weapons, conversion shield, and psych-out grenades. I suppose some power armor could help though. I replied demurely. The woman grit her teeth at my fake idiocy. I once had to marry the scumbag governor of Hive World Necromunda just to reach his inner circle to investigate. Not the most pleasant job I had, she grumbled while pushing her breasts even higher. Don't make me beg to join your bed, rogue trader, she continued in a dignified voice. The other women blushed and looked at me under long eyelashes, while Amberly snorted in amusement. The news spread fast, Pef. It would seem your body is a high-prized commodity in certain circles, she commented in a wry tone. I see. I don't mind a few more lovers, esteemed ladies. I can indeed help you all greatly, with knowledge and artifacts and troop support, plus access to my personal intelligence agency and various Mechanicus projects that investigate Xeno species and weapons. Even your own blank children and null rods to aid you against psychers or demons. However, there is the reverse of the coin to consider. I replied in a stern tone, while my eyes turned cold. Lady Adriel nodded gently at my words. I already explained that, Pef. You do not tolerate traitors, no matter their station. Especially inquisitors. I chewed on the crispy grox meat as my eyes focused on each of the new women. Then I sipped some wine to clear my throat. As long as we're clear. I have killed greater demons and inquisitors alike, plus corrupted priests and tech priests, chaos space marines and traitor primarchs. Plots and cabals formed inside the Imperium's leaders have caused more damage than any Xeno invasion. But here in the Eastern Fringe, I have complete power over everyone. We may lack the light of the Astronomicon, but I can still reach anyone that disobeys me and crush them. Can I steady the tan? A thin red-haired inquisitor asked in a soft voice. I locked on her with a glare. Learn from him, you mean? The tan are billions of years old, and they are much stronger than any creature we can imagine. Their knowledge of the universe and technology is quite near the limit of everything possible, and it doesn't involve the warp at all. And unlike the Necrons, their memories are not lost due to stasis and age. I explained in a warning voice, then sipped more wine. As you say, Lord Lancefire. It would seem you hold the tan in great respect, she replied with a wry tone. The mighty Zaryalash inside the Pharos is a mere shard, a broken tan, not even 1,000th of his full power. But even so, if free, Zaryalash could lay waste to a galactic sector with ease. Even I am not yet his equal, and that should tell you everything, my lady. I said with a pained sigh, and continued my meal in silence. The woman glanced at Adriel for confirmation, at which the brunette inquisitor replied with a shrug. If Pef says it is so, it is probably worse. He tends to classify all enemies into killable right now or killable later. And you read his kill list already, a list which is very likely not complete. I grinned genially and brought Canis beside me to treat him some expensive meat. And what list would that be, Lady Adriel? Someone is writing my life's achievements in a diary? I asked at random, while petting the space wolf on its curious snout. Beside me, Amberly chocked on her wine by accident. Woof. Woo? Canis inquired with a discerning gaze over my new harem. Yes, my loyal friend. These bitches want more puppies, and you'll get to play with the kids too. Maybe you can take them out on a jungle world, to train? I mused in a thoughtful tone. Canis snatched an entire bird from the table and masticated with gusto. Growling, whoop. Woof, he replied after a minute. Fine. You'll get more fried birds. Now run along and visit your own lady friends. I commanded with a gesture towards the door. In a flash, the Fenrisian wolf turned and sped away, faster than a race car. My name is Inquisitor Jin_Richiel, Lord Lancefire. I hope we can become friends too, one day, the first black-haired woman proposed while holding her crystal glass high. I smiled politely and raised my glass as well. Yes, Lady Jenna. I believe we will. Sometime later, I got the busty woman to beg for me to stop, eyes glazed with lust and ecstasy. Tired already, sweet Jenna? It has only been 2 hours. I asked in fake naivety as I turned and let the woman rest on my chest. It was great, but I'm not so young anymore. Would you be interested in meeting my daughter, Merelda? She is aboard my spaceship now, but I'm training her to become an inquisitor as well." Jenna murmured in a soft voice. "A mother/daughter pair, in my bed? Now this would be interesting indeed. I suppose I can sacrifice myself and accept your daughter too, my dear. But you better stay and provide maternal support. I'm on a tight schedule and cannot waste time on romancing girls, as sad as it sounds," I demanded in a generous voice. "Let me take a shower and talk it over with her," Lady Jenna asked in a less cheerful voice. Probably not expecting my shameless demand, but I really didn't have time for a prolonged romance. This was a fucking duty, and they'll probably depart as soon as they had what they came for. Only I didn't mind too much, as a threesome would do wonders for my spirit. An hour later, Jenna returned with a Chimerelda while I took my own shower and replenished lost fluids. "Lord Lancefire, I'm willing to," the girl stammered while avoiding my eyes. "Cheer up, my dear. This will be actually pleasant, and your mother is here to keep you safe. Just close your eyes and follow my voice," I whispered as I drew away the bedsheet. Unlike her mother, Merelda was not experienced in bed, but we made it work anyway. A couple of hours later, I had the pair moaning under me as they embraced each other with sweaty skin and dreaming eyes. They were spent and exhausted though, so I sent them to sleep in a nearby room. We'll resume the duty tomorrow, as I had more women to enjoy. I paired one old and one new lovers together, starting with Adriel and the red-haired inquisitor called Dolores. Despite their tremendous willpower, I managed to lay them low a few hours later, and we fell asleep in a sweet haze of endorphins and sated lust. Then next day, I woke up to find my wife Day and Zeta, the young Titan princeps, in my room, examining the scene with curious eyes. "Lord Pef. Look, I'm all grown up now, and my breasts are big too," Zeta proclaimed and opened her robes to prove her statement. The girl had grown nicely indeed, having transformed into a busty beauty with the passage of time and healthy eating. More than a decade had passed since I last saw her, and she was now a promising woman and a decent Titan pilot. Probably scheduled to pilot the other Emperor class in the Titan Legion, given that my wife had escorted her to my bed. "My lord husband, you like what a delicious morsel I've found for you?" Lady Day asked in a wry voice, while also disrobing herself. I nodded kindly. "You're the best, my dear wife. How should I reward you?" I replied in a teasing voice, as my spear sprang up for battle. She told me, and I grinned in victory. Day was a great wife indeed. Disappointment 178. On Illavar, most of the current locals have never seen me, new generations replacing the old, and only my extended family benefiting from life extension gifts. Even so, the use of the rare chronophage blades was restricted to blanks and pariahs. The rich nobles and merchant had sufficient fortunes to prolong their lives with rejuvenate treatments, while my soldiers and scribes supporting the Lancefire dynasty received better food and medication, which gave them a fairly long service time of about a century. Construction of new hive cities had progressed quite nicely, with 3 new cities dug underground, and the Zero Hive formed of blanks had grown to encompass the whole valley, with suburbs sprawling outward already. Granted, every single blank man had a large harem of his own, with hundreds of concubines pumping babies out as fast as humanly possible. It was time for Phase 2, unleashing most of these blank men into the colonies and mixing the genes with the catechans once more. Most of them were rather useless to the Astartes training, since only my bloodline had a fair chance of surviving the gene seed implantation. Instead, I could provide them with administrative and commanding positions in the local governments, especially in hive cities of Illavar and Natale, and on Salvation, my own cardinal world. 1 million such men, and I could be fairly sure there will be no warped corruption and a rather more skilled leadership, since the Zero Hive had a formidable schooling system. The influx of immigrants had continued as well, the vast majority being young women imported as reparations and tithes for my ships and troops' actions to rescue their home worlds, or as indentured servants bartered by various forged worlds in exchange for STC templates and again military aid. The rest of the immigrants were PDF and guard regiments, or skilled technicians and scribes provided as colonization support. Veteran troops made the best colonists, because this has always worked since the days of the Roman Empire. Catacan regiments were ever better, but I was reaching the limit of possible requisition there, after stealing away more than half of that planet's trading stock. But Cadian and Valhallan regiments weren't that bad either, and the dangers of a new colony were sometimes equal with those of a battlefield. From predators and hostile natives, to harsh environments and poor infrastructure, colonizing and exploiting a new world was never easy. It sounds far-fetched, but even the Catacans sometimes had problems with Titan-sized saurians and swarms of flesh-eating locusts. I had to visit a dozen of problem-causing worlds and help out either by eradicating certain species or using them as target practice for the Lamenters and the Tech Marines. As the year had passed, a whole new army had been recruited and trained, 20 armor regiments, 10 artillery and air support and 70 heavy infantry, with a couple of special auxilia regiments with better gear to provide screening for our knights and titans. Less than 1% of the original troops had stayed as non-coms and officers, while the former troops were given large areas of land and a dozen women each as reward for their service. In 20 years I could expect to raise 5 times more troops without affecting the productivity, simply due to population growth and better education. Already, scouting expeditions were mapping out the nearby stars for the next expansion sphere, the one which would take us from a mere 400-planet kingdom to a 4,000-world star empire. By the third phase in 40 years' time, there should be a sizable power in this area, over 40,000 worlds home to a quadrillion people. And by the next century, well, we shall see if we reach that far. First, I had to make sure the Imperium of Man stayed safe, somewhat, and kept the attention of the galactic enemies onto itself, mainly by defending the Forge worlds and cleaning up more Hive worlds. That part already seemed to work fine, as the primarchs were all glory hounds and genetically predisposed to stir trouble for themselves wherever they went. Thousands of cults and cabals were forming against them, gathering Xenos and traitors into giant conspiracies aimed at placing them in power, restoring the status quo, or destroy the Imperium or other combinations. Everything and everyone, from rogue psychers, disgruntled navigators, heretic tech priests, and genestealer cults, to crazy Eldar and dark Eldar elements, bloodthirsty Necrons and demons, failed inquisitors and corrupted priests and bishops, renegade guard officers and space marines, pirates and corsairs, slavers and mutants, up to entire navy fleets and sector governors, all opposed the Angel Reborn and the indomitous crusade of his brother Guilliman. Much less so wherever I had reach, with my obsidian auguries and the network of rogue traders, Ordo Xenos, and the Pharos itself. I spent an entire month in the Pharos, scanning the Ultima Segmentum for new opponents and deploying various types of countermeasures, from homemade Tyranid Eversers to plasma warheads and various canisters of nerve gas or glass transmuting viruses. The Tau received another dose of 40k ugly truth, a dozen September worlds being invaded by demons via new warp rifts, while a couple of new allied Xenos worlds burst into exterminatus flames. That invasion was the last drop, since a couple of Tau Seps deployed new weapons against demons, from suppressive force fields of the Earth caste, similar to the Bastion psychic fields I recovered from Vigilus, to blue flame pyroweapons by the Fire caste, probably some type of enhanced Promethium like the Sisters of Battle used. Some Tau battlesuits even had energy blades, crackling with electric arcs as they fought the demonic invaders. They were starting to develop working strategies against this new enemy, but it was far from what I needed. Give them a decade or two and try again. The Tau had also begun expanding vertically, both by enlarging their cities and by exploring towards the upper side of the galaxy, trying to maintain a small print on the planar map while still growing in volume. Smart play, and one I could allow for now, except when heading towards human planets. They had settled a couple of Necron tomb worlds though, which should provide them plenty of high-level technology to study, if they survived. As for the Tyranids, the segmentum was mostly clear right now, except for 2, Hive Fleet Kronos advancing from southeast and Hive Fleet Ouroboros in the northeast. Splinters and small Hive Fleet still roamed at random, and Hive Fleet Tiamat stood watch in the eastern fringe over the 7 lush worlds of the Tiamat system, without devouring them. I would have to deal with them soon, before the hive mind changed its stance. and after that, I would have to head to Fenris and acquire my last piece of the puzzle. Decision made, I gathered my ships and troops at Forge Machine and sent an astropathic call to a couple of important women to meet me at Fenris in a few months. However, things rarely go as planned. The tyranid hive at Tiamat was a strange breed, able to use massive psychic waves and resist most imperial weapons, including lasers and bolters due to a diamond-hard chitin covering both their ground troops and the bioships. It took me 2 months of hard work using the Blackstone Fortress and the Immaterium beam to reduce the hive fleet and collect their corpses for later use. On the other hand, their bio-titans that I managed to capture and mind control were amazingly durable, and their bone claws so sharp they could slice tank armor without any difficulty. Tens of thousands of tech priests and engineers aboard the Black Lament began the painstaking work of repurposing that unique chitin into extra armor for my units, using power weapons and their cutting fields as impromptu tools. Luckily, I did have a giant store of such weapons in my Tesseract, since I had been collecting relics for a century. However, by the time my fleet arrived at Fenris, it was almost too late. A giant fleet of Dark Angels and other chapters, aided by the Imperial Navy and also Knights and Titans, were preparing the siege of the Fenris system and the eradication of the Space Wolves Astartes chapter. Hello there. I spoke on the Voxcaster, not really impressed by the rock and all the potential enemies. They had a giant fortress, but so did I. They had a giant Gloriana battleship, but so did I. Knights and Titans, warships and army regiments, I had all of them as well. Lord Lancefire, have you come to help us rid the Imperium of these mutated marines? A familiar voice asked in return. The lion primarch himself, and not wearing the null rod I gifted him. Even worse, his Vox officer was a demon in disguise, the Changeling. Any warning I would try to give him over Vox would arrive subtly distorted. Of course, Primarch. I will arrive on the rock momentarily. I replied and immediately teleported along the Vox beam inside the bridge. Say whatever about the man, but damn, he was big. He made even normal Astartes look small, and I wasn't yet at that size anyway. Still growing, but very slow. I imagined you'd be taller, Lamenter, the lion uttered with faint amusement. I just smiled kindly and placed a null wand in the hand he offered. And I imagined you'd be smarter, lion. Since you are handicapped by a lack of blank genes, it should be obvious to protect yourself and your captains with warp-resistant artifacts. Case in point, this demon right here, influencing you and your crew with lies and deceit. I explained, pointing at the disguised demon and firing a single-phase iron bolt into its knee from my shoulder bolter. The creature distorted and screamed in agony as the disguise fell apart and a creature of warp and nightmare appeared instead, beaks and wings fluttering about as it tried to flee. In a flash, the Primarch swung his wolf_blade and sliced the demon into a dozen bits, which then began to evaporate back into the warp. But I wasn't going to let the Changeling escape. My own weapon struck without having to display any dueling talent, the demon lance meandering about to impale and drain each fragment of the enemy, then reverted back to its normal shape and vanished back into its tesseract prison. Handicapped, you say? Lion L. Johnson muttered while holding the null wand like a poisonous toothpick. I do remember gifting you a null rod as well. No doubt lying unced in Armory 7 along with those STC templates. Then again, you never learned how to read, did you? I grumbled in disappointment as I retrieved the unced gifts from the same armory and held them in my hands as proof. His Dark Angels growled in response to my insults, standing around their Primarch like guard dogs. I did read the schematics for those devices, Lord Lancefire. There just hasn't been any time to make use of them, with constant battles everywhere. I don't have a private forge world either, the lion said in a softer voice, possibly a bit sad to lose those gifts. I shrugged and scanned the rock for more hidden treasures. The Dark Angels were certainly rich, if they afforded to keep a dozen vaults under lock, filled with amazing archaeotech relics. They will need them soon enough. Magnus will arrive soon, with his thousands of sons. Stop murdering Imperial citizens and focus on the real enemy, Primarch. My patience is limited, unlike my authority. I said, and vanished from his home without any sign of warp teleport. Time to deal with the space wolves and their Canis Helix problem. And perhaps find some she-wolves mates for Canis. Fenris 179. I arrived at the farm, the gigantic fortress spire on Fenris, with a wolf at my side, and gave a toothy grin to the space wolf scouts guarding the armored door. Do they smell tasty, Canis? I asked my loyal companion. Canis advanced and smelled the startled space wolves and their wolfish companions, and grinned back at me. Woo? Yes, Canis, they all have the Canis Helix gene, just like you do. But sure, you can have fun with the gray bitch if you want. This meeting will take some time. I explained patiently. My wolf didn't need to be told twice, as he rapidly mounted and subdued a Fenrisian wolf female, to the amusement of the guards. A lamenter with a wolf at his side. Yes, there is only one of you in the entire galaxy, I suspect, Lord Lancefire. The guarding scout said after examining me for a long minute. And such a good friend as well, my loyal Canis. So, who is around for a friendly chat? Ulrich, most likely? I asked rhetorically. The scout glanced upwards at the spire, then back at me. You are expected, Lord Lancefire. The wolf priest has also promised not to bite you, this time, he replied with a wolfish grin that showed elongated canines. Well, Ulrich was a potent psyker, possibly even beta level. I stepped forward and arrived in the reception room, laden with wolf furs and bones. It seemed a bit creepy to use the remains of past companions like this, but space wolves were a different breed of space marines anyway. Treat them like dogs instead of men, and they'll even like you for it. I hope you have food, Ulrich. Even wolf meat will do. I began while holding my arms apart for a hug. The priest laughed and stepped to embrace me like a long-lost brother. A small brother. Yes. You need to grow up faster, Lamenter. Perhaps help us bring back Russ, one day too. Soon enough, a table was set up and more space wolves arrived, including Harold_Deathwolf, the man who gifted me Canis on Forge Ryza. So you dealt with the lion primarch, rogue trader, the giant man asked me with a smirk and a knowing glance at the ceiling. Not really, no. There was a demon on board the rock, urging the dark angels to murder you all, in revenge for the death of their brothers. Plus, by attacking you they would have weakened your defenses, enough to allow a major chaos incursion in the system. I've dealt with that demon. I explained in a grave tone. The space wolves looked at each other with some worry. A chaos incursion, we could use your help, Lamenter. You are all blanks, right? Immune to warp. I nodded in reply, and held my hand out to unfold a fistful of null wands for those present. These nullification devices should help against direct psyker attacks by sorcerers and demon princes. Still, Geller fields and Blackstone armor would be needed to keep everyone safe, if that's even possible. I'll try to defend Hive World Midgardia, if you'll let me. Ulrich frowned visibly at the null wands, possibly annoyed with their very existence. I noticed some doubt in your explanation, Lord Lancefire. Are these small null rods less potent? I took out the classic null rod that I recovered from the rock and held it out to Wolf Lord Deathwolf. A quick test revealed that the null wands made by Jokero were twice as strong, resisting anything the wolf priest could conjure as a psyker assault, unlike the null rod made by the Mechanicus. I think I'll take the small rod, if that's okay. I'd rather not have my beard singed if a chaos sorcerer throws warp lightning at me, the bearded space wolf muttered as he exchanged the device and fit the null wand into his belt. These devices are still external aids, brothers. What works against a beta-level psyker or demon is not enough against alpha levels. And if Magnus himself arrives, well, not even genetic blanks will be safe then. Alpha plus powers can only be countered by negative omega pariahs. A rare breed such potent people, and hunted by everyone in the galaxy. I disclosed with a sad voice. Ulrich measured me with wise eyes, and then glanced at the sky, searching among the Lamenter fleet for such a rare person. As if I would reveal my trump cards to everyone by allowing Ordila and Decima to travel outside the labyrinth. My few Omega-level pariahs would terrify the astropaths in the entire star system and alert every single psyker to their presence. You have silent sisters on board every single ship in your fleet, plus blank captains and bridge crew. Thousands of blanks and hundreds of sisters. The wolf priest spoke to everyone, letting them know I've come prepared. I smiled gently at him and nodded. The sanguinius gene seed gives rise to mutations as well, going from growing claws and fangs to immense bouts of rage and a thirst for blood. But there is a nice side effect for having blank genes. Since mutations are warp-based, the blank recruits are immune. Even the Black Rage syndrome has vanished. The thirst for blood still lingers though, but we hadn't had a need for a death company anymore. Wolf Lord Harold glared at me for a second, echoed in tandem by his ice-toothed companion Wolf. So this is about the Wolfen, after all. I shrugged in a casual gesture. Your chapter and your problem, brother. I could be convinced to allow 100 of my blank sons to join you and prove themselves as a valid stock for incorruptible space wolves. Perhaps after the battle, once you need more recruits and your chapter master returns as well. The officers present glanced at each other in silence. I believe it is time to awaken our dreadnoughts then. Harold, you and your company join the Lamenters on Midgardia. If the 1,000 Suns come, a hive world would be the prime target for their foul rituals. Ulrich the Slayer commanded in a rough voice, with subtle undertones of violence and mayhem in the low timbre. I did not have wolf genes, but I have heard Canis use the same type of warning sometimes. Especially when I petted his puppies. Or my own children, if left in his care. By next week, my tech priests were hard at work installing bastion fields and Geller generators on Midgardia, although the defenses were greatly simplified by the hive cities being buried deep underground. Thousands of new PDF regiments were being hastily raised and trained, then given defensive bunkers and sealed gates to protect. Ferrocrete and Blackstone plates were being assembled into new fortifications, both on the toxic surface and the access ways into the hive cities, while millions of new servitors were being converted from the local criminal gangs. Meanwhile, I abused the Tesseract to increase orbital presence with more defense forts and armed asteroids, mounting some tarantula turrets for point defense as well, although the Geller fields and the hidden torpedo tubes drilled into the asteroids would be quite sufficient. Expecting another debacle like at Agrippina may seem paranoid, but nevertheless I ordered my fleet carriers to retreat a couple of light years away in deep space, once their payload of corvettes and starfighters have been launched. The carriers were still in range of our FTL transceivers, in case I needed to recall them urgently. I'm not sure what Primarch L. Johnson thought of my moves, but I really didn't care much. I was more interested in the world of Fenris itself and its strange inhabitants. From giant mammoths to oversized white bears and Fenrisian wolves, feral elks and badgers, up to real dragons flying on thermal currents, then spaceship-sized kraken monsters inhabiting the deep oceans, and lastly the cavern cities and their mutated nightgangers, worshipping chaos gods and using archaeotech artifacts as maces and axes. I extracted thousands of specimens of these amazing animals, keeping a balance as to not cause a famine by kidnapping too many elks and not enough bears. I could populate some fringe worlds with these beasts and provide my Lamenters with a constant source of training and protein. However, a dozen plasma warheads arrived inside the largest krakens, burning them alive from inside out. I kinda suspected those were feral tyranid biotitans that were left behind by some failed invasion. I took a couple of smaller specimens to give the biologist Magi something to investigate, and by next day they all agreed. The crazy space wolves cohabited their planet with giant tyranids and didn't even know it. Sure, the space wolves hunted the krakens for their diamond-like claws and teeth, but never in a concentrated effort to eradicate them. But should a tyranid hive fleet arrive in this system, the space wolves would have a major problem, being assaulted by kilometers-long organisms rising from their own oceans at the command of the hive mind. As for the Nightgangers, they visited the wolfsite for a short second, before being burned into space dust by the system's sun. The cavern cities had been constructed from the remains of the first colonization ships and were filled with ancient devices, some mundane and other rather priceless. The ship's bridge was quite intact and filled with a treasure trove of logic vaults and data stacks, everything from maps and weapon schematics to movies and songs and poetry. I'll have to copy everything and distribute it among my tech priests and family, although the broken ship reactor and the immersive radiation had damaged most storage devices. But even fragmentary data was better than nothing, and I suspected some of the devices in the farm were also extracted from these old caverns. But now they were locked tight and forgotten, of course. Perhaps only the old dreadnoughts recalled their existence now. Bjorn had been a contemporary of Leman Russ and had led the Space Wolves after the primarch departed for the Eye of Terror on some kind of penitent crusade. I wasn't sure why all the primarch had chosen to abandon their duties, since they certainly haven't managed to find and kill their traitor brothers in the depths of the Warp Rift. I had an inkling the silly primarchs were all captured and made to fight in a giant arena for the amusement of Khorne. It would be his style, after all. And speaking of Khorne, flashes of purple and violet clouds began forming in the Fenris system, just as I was torching some chaos altar in the depths of the cavern cities. It appeared my prediction was correct once more. The chaos was coming out to play. Balance 180. I hate it when I'm right. I mean, it's great to be able to predict the future and outmaneuver your enemies with better positioning and prepared defenses. But the Chaos Forces had their own gods and seers on their side. They came here to win, and came prepared as well. Even as my fleet began firing on the emerging warp portals, and closing some of them with cataclysmic levels of firepower, the space above Fenris distorted and gigantic demon engines called Silver_Tower_of_Cinch began to emerge, shielded from nearly every weapon we could fire at them. Wolves, have every ship docked at the farm depart right now and hold Vox silence. I commanded just as my fleet turned all sensors to autistic mode. I have tried to instruct the wolves how to maintain information security and provided them with advice and technical specifications for switching off active auspex sensors, but maintaining calm discipline wasn't something that came naturally to humans. We are a gregarious species, after all, eager to shout insults and threats at our enemies and friends alike. Plus the Space Wolves were all alpha predators and resisted any order by default and sheer stubbornness. "Don't teach me how to suck eggs, you intruders," a Space Wolves captain replied right back at me. I sighed inward and ejected his corrupted intruders into the sun before they could damage the battle barge too much. At least a dozen of those silver tower constructs were dimensionally shielded, which pretty much ensured that Fenris would suffer greatly until I managed to destroy the things with overwhelming firepower. 100 more silver towers were not so well shielded though, and I began inserting plasma warheads right in, torching the chaos wizards hidden inside as magic artillery, before hurling the things into the sun. At the same time, I extracted the feral locals from the surface of Fenris into the labyrinth, to prevent their bodies and souls being used as fuel for chaos sorcery. The Fong itself was heavily protected with armor, shields and defense batteries so it could take care of itself quite well. The defense lasers targeted the shielded silver towers with battleship strength beams, even managing to core one of them with the aid of their defense fleet and orbital forts. But the worst was yet to come. The moon of Fenris called Valdramani held an astropathic relay filled with psychers, and that was the main target of the invasion. A greater demon emerged from a warp rift and batted aside the volley of lance batteries and the hail of nova shells with contempt, before crushing his way inside the astropath station. I managed to grab most astropaths, but not all of them. At least a dozen were left behind as a psychic howl transformed into a warp shield around the base, preventing the Tesseract from interacting with that region of space. Damn it! Why couldn't the invaders be orcs? Orcs were so much simpler. I say that, but high-level orcs were just as dangerous once they began creating battle moons and warp highways. And I suspected their WAF field held even more potent weapons from the old one's arsenal. "We are not attacking?" Amberly asked in a soft voice, watching the invasion unfold with trepidation. "There is more to come, Inquisitor." If a greater demon can emerge, other guests should be able to enter the Immaterium soon. I muttered with my eyes closed as I leaned into the command chair. It didn't take long either, just as the Dark Angels and their fleet began firing at the Silver Towers and some of their battle brothers descended on Val Dramani to engage that bloodthirster demon. 100 more warp rifts opened in the system. An entire Chaos Armada poured through, from trillions of demons and billions of armed cultists, mutants, xenos of a dozen races, traitor marines and heretic tech priests, corrupted titans and knights and worse. Fallen Primarch Lorgar himself, on board a Gloriana battleship, with his word-bearers and a cohort of traitor warbands and chaos lords, millions of demon engines and even a handful of demon princes. Heading directly for me and ignoring the juicier targets in the system. The Dark Angels Rock and the Lion Primarch were engaged by another Chaos fleet, led by Primarch Onran and his World Eaters, plus another giant wave of demons and assorted followers. And lastly, Magnus the Red leading his 1,000 sons, escorted by Ahriman and his Ruby Key and Scarab Marines, descended upon Fenris with furious warp spells and a Blackstone fortress of their own. Now this is a target-rich environment indeed. I whispered in amazement. It was also quite a bit more than I expected. An Emperor-damned Black Crusade, right on top of me and my sons. Focus, Lord Pef. These invaders must be what you were waiting for, right? Inquisitor Vale demanded in a harsh voice, while the bridge crew snickered at my words. Quite so, my dear Inquisitor. Our reinforcements should arrive as well, but I'll hold the line until then. I explained in calm voice. With a mental push, the Black Lament began charging its Immaterium beam, dialed at half strength. Meanwhile, the Singularity battleship sped down and away, preparing for a black hole shot. Even with Jokero adjustments, the energy drain on its systems will only allow a single shot before the capacitors needed to regenerate, so best make the most use of it. Go for a triple shot when you can, Larissa. I whispered in my daughter's mind, while indicating the wanted targets. I'm not that lucky, Dad. Settle for 2 and hope I don't miss. Larissa grumbled back, and I slumped in defeat. Perhaps a triple shot was wishful thinking. So, I marked the 2 Gloriana battleships as the main targets and unleashed my Tyranid army on Magnus and his 1,000 sons. It wasn't like Fenris would emerge intact from this adventure anyway. Already volcanoes were erupting and the seas were boiling under the corrupted Primarch's assault on the Space Wolves' homeworld. 200 cruiser-sized Tyranid bioships crashed on top of the Fenris attackers and disgorged their billions of hungry biologic war engines, including nearly 1,000 of Tyranid biotitans. That should keep Magnus busy for some time, even with all his Alpha Plus Psyker powers. Lancefire, I've come for your head. A giant howl emerged from the grotesque form of Lorgar as the idiot climbed on top of his warship to brandish a black sword at my battle station. I mean, he was safe inside the dimensional shield of his battleship, so why come out? Was he urging his navigators to drive closer so he could hit me with his sword? Very likely. Then again, logical reasoning was a rare quality among the denizens of this dark future, imperial or chaotic alike. I clenched my left fist, and the Cretan joined the labyrinth prison beside his brothers, Mortarion and Perturabo. A second later, a pinprick of concentrated gravity fired from the Void Claw on board the Singularity, crushing Lorgar's battleship, his fleet and surrounding demons, and all of his corrupted marines into space dust, before continuing onwards and doing the same to Angren's fleet and followers. Amazingly though, half of the second Gloriana remained mostly intact, possibly because the Void Claw had expended most energy by breaching the dimensional field around Lorgar's battleship. Didn't matter all that much though, since half a ship would not protect the insane Primarch from my reach. Onran vanished into the Tesseract as well, appearing into a straitjacket made of phase iron and Tyranid chitin. Clever play, Lamenter. I see you are just as tricky as Ahriman has told me. Magnus the Red spoke directly into my mind, despite me holding the empathic null staff in my left hand. I would have become a vegetable without it, most likely. Damn psychers and their cheat codes. In response, I fired the Black Lament's beam at the other Blackstone fortress, the Black Immaterium beam snuffing out all the souls in its path, demons and cultists alike, and reducing the valued artifact to a flying coffin filled with dead corpses. Sadly, it was still surrounded by a dark Mechanicus dimensional field, but now nobody could enter the Will of Eternity anymore. Without a living crew to lower the shield, not even Magnus could make use of the fortress. And right after this, the cavalry arrived. First, an Eldar fleet led by an avatar of Kine, keeping a safe distance from human ships and forts while blasting away at demons and chaos traders from thousands of energy guns and bright lances. Advanced torpedoes and missiles, spacefighters and bombers unleashed fury on the Chaos forces, and the Avatar himself powering a giant golden beam to strike at the Chaos Silver Towers. Then, the rest of the Space Wolves fleet arrived, led by their Great Wolf himself, Logan Grimner, and escorted by a Grey Knight's cruiser. I wasn't expecting much from them anyway, but any help was welcome right now. And lastly, Janice and her Adeptus Sororitas arrived with a legion of Sisters of Battle, plus her Silent Sisters, a fleet of Mechanicus warships, and a dozen rogue traders allied to my house. Now the balance of power was restored, and I felt confident to begin the next phase. Smell 181. While empathically directing my fleet to protect Midgaria and coordinating the defenses of the Hive world, I kept an eye for more surprises. Surely the invaders couldn't have gambled everything here, with so few forces. Sure, they had brought thousands of ships and billions of troops plus untold numbers of demons, but the Chaos defeat was certain now. My fleet had already changed their focus on the Dark Mechanicus ships, our corvettes and fighters engaging the less shielded escorts, while my cruisers and battleships fired the Nova cannons at the larger Heretic ships. Even a corrupted Arch Mechanicus could only take so much punishment after all, and 100 Nova shells were its maximum limit. Its durability was almost as strong as my own upgraded Singularity battleship, so not bad at all. The other rogue traders split off to defend the other celestial bodies, Frostheim and its moon Svelgard, both ice worlds with little population or technology. Space Wolves liked their recruits to be feral and barbaric, it seemed. Meanwhile, Janice plowed ahead on board a gigantic Cathedrium battleship, literally a flying cathedral in space, but the size of Mount Everest. The Adeptus Sororitas also loved flamer weapons, as huge torrents of burning promethium splashed over demons flying about and incinerated them in sanctified fuel. Was it ridiculous to use giant flammers on a spaceship? Certainly so. But it was also strangely effective, so perhaps it wasn't completely stupid. Jets of oxygen fueled the streams of holy fire, keeping the promethium burning. I kinda suspected it still shouldn't have worked, except by some miracle. Yet, miracles were the trade and business of the sisters, aided by the Emperor himself, as he probably had fits of giggles on his golden throne. Then an Aquila-shaped turret turned towards a silver tower and fired a bright golden beam, exploding the demon engine and purging everyone inside. I think that was a ship-sized silence. Amberleigh observed with astonishment. I nodded in agreement while observing the device in my Tesseract view. 100 Silent Sisters were linked into that weapon as controllers, while 1,000 Psychers were used and drained as, possibly unwilling, power batteries. Hard to say with those neural cables driven deep into the Psychers' skulls. The setting was strangely familiar though, and I recalled Trazyn had a weapon array looking similar to this one, on his own Blackstone fortress. So this is what the Emperor has given my daughter. The schematics for a Psi-battleship weapon, just in case she had to blast apart something stronger than Greater Demon. The silence fired again a minute later, burning out 100 more Psychers and obliterating another silver tower. Not too shabby, this improvised Anima Sinistrum. Magnus turned towards Ahriman with one eye glowing red. "You didn't predict this, did you?" he asked in a furious voice. "It is only one ship, my lord." "I'm more worried what Lancefire might produce next," the Rubric Sorcerer answered in a dignified tone, while dodging a Tyranid claw without even looking behind him. Then a blast of warpfire immolated the poor Tyranid creature. "Leave now. I'll deal with the nuisance myself," the Psyker Primarch commanded while holding his hands upwards and unleashing a torrent of lightning at the encroaching tyranids. A dozen Psych-Out grenades detonated around the two of them, suppressing their Psyker powers with phase iron shrapnel and pariah ash. "I'm getting aggravated," Magnus shouted while pushing a warp shield around himself to block my sneak attack. I countered with a firing squad of zoanthropes and maleceptors, while releasing a dozen broodlords among the Thousand Suns. The Lesser Chaos Marine stood no chance against the hungry Biotitans, and hundreds of his precious sons were ripped to shreds before Magnus could recover from fighting the zoanthropes and crush the broodlords into meat paste. "Ag! I'm going to rip your skull out, damn cheater," the traitor Primarch howled and raged. "More tyranids then. Keep the idiot busy," while Janus reduced the silver towers to burning confetti. But sadly, this was 40k and things would always get worse. Ahriman vanished somewhere, and more warp rifts opened above Midgardia, revealing a trio of green greater demons and trillions of lesser demons descending on the poor planet. I countered with more tyranids on one side of their landing area and orcs on the other, filling the surface of Midgardia with extra combatants to keep the demons busy. Plasma torpedoes and nova mines helped counter the demons a little, killing millions for every warhead, but my stores of munitions were not infinite like the demons were. Again, I had to shift the focus of my fleet to target the warp portals, a trio of battleships and 100 cruisers for each of them. But if this was the fallback plan, a trio of Nurgle great demons, it was not enough. The population of the hive world vanished into my labyrinth, denying chaos its victory, as they appeared to try some kind of plague attack and sacrifice the humans to their gods. I had enough room to resettle these people someplace else in the eastern fringe, and I doubted the locals would mind surviving the demon attack. Regiment by regiment I began extracting my troops from Midgardia as well, as the situation became untenable. But I left the Titans a chance to prove themselves, and each of the Emperor class fired their annihilator cannons at the greater demons, blowing up one and wounding another. Good enough, for now. And extracted. The automated turrets continued firing, while orcs and tyranids fought the hostile wildlife and the demons among clouds of toxic gas and blazing fires caused by plasma munitions and our orbital fire support. A deadly plague began spreading over the battlefield of Midgardia, but it did not affect the battle in the slightest. In fact, with local lifeforms dying, the tyranids were free to target more demons. The tyranids seemed quite effective against demons. And the same for these orcs with Necron weapons, my Inquisitor companion remarked in a wry voice as we observed the results of the battle on the hololith screen. I smiled and began charging the Immaterium beam again. Quarter strength this time, machine spirit. No point draining myself too much, not when I still had to deal with Magnus somehow. My reserves of Xeno auxiliaries are almost depleted, Lady Vale. I hope I can find a decent number of orcs or tyranids somewhere, and replenish them. I answered in a coy voice. Captain Simnai snorted and sat beside me to observe the combat from my viewpoint. I hope you get lucky and find some tyranids somewhere, my lord. Like there aren't trillions of them everywhere. Yes, yes. But those tyranids aren't here, are they? Now I have to use my hidden cards, and I detest showing my hand too soon. I grumbled back and brought the two pariah sisters behind me. Is it time, Lord Pef? Decima asked with a composed voice, ignoring the gasping Inquisitor. We'll hunt the greater demons first and close the portals. Don't unleash your full strength if possible. I ordered as I moved the 2-Omega pariah next to their targets. Sister Decima landed beside the Bloodthirster on Valdramani, and simply kicked the greater demon in the back before the monster could react. As the demon howled in pain with a meter-wide hole going from back to front, the Dark Angels and Space Wolves nearby took advantage and battered the weakened demon with relic maces and power swords, while the Silent Sister held the demon in a nullification range and blocked its powers. At the same time, Sister Ordila fell sword first on top of the Nergulite Greater Demon on Midgardia, while her left-arm Silencer fired a stream of Negasai bolts at the other wounded demon. A couple of sword slashes later, Both women vanished from their former location and began appearing near the warp portals all over the Fenris system, their very presence forcing the rifts to close in a second. Just then, I fired the Immaterium beam at Magnus and his traitor sons. Everything alive for a dozen kilometers fell dead, even the animated armors lost their souls and crumbled to the ground, beside millions of tyranids and cultists. Only Magnus the Red survived, and just barely. He was desperately trying to hold a psychic shield around himself, while down on his knees and wailing in pain. Probably for the best I didn't use half-strength on the beam then. It seemed the tyranids had exhausted him, and his reserves were at an end. A minute later, I arrived beside the traitor escorted by my 2 pariah Amazons and a certain blonde inquisitor. He looks pathetic. Mutated and distorted, while crying in defeat. Amberly observed while Decima and Ordila kept their armored boots on their prey's shoulders. A second later, Janice teleported beside me, still floating a palm over the ground as to not dirty her silk shoes. She wore a long silver dress and seemed immune to the presence of the pariah or Magnus, the long white silver hair framing a young-looking face with violet glowing eyes. "So what's the plan now, Dad? Kill the traitor or what?" Janice asked in careless voice. I laughed out and patted her hair. "Why would I kill the idiot, my dear? Who will stand on the golden throne then?" I asked rhetorically and kicked Magnus in his red eye. The warp eye burst into smelly ichor, and yet it smelled like victory. Terra CH-182. By the next day, my fleet was heading for Terra escorted by my new allies, rogue traders cruisers, Adeptus Auritas Cathedriums, some Adeptus Mechanicus ships, and a token force of space wolves. On board the Black Lament, in an isolation chamber lined with blackstone and phase iron lay the prize of my latest operation, Magnus the Red. He was arguably the strongest psyker in the galaxy beside the Emperor himself, and thus 40 Silent Sisters kept constant watch over him, just in case. Sadly, his chief librarian turned sorcerer, namely Ahriman, had escaped yet again, most likely by displacing himself in time or space or both. Unlike his idiot primarch, Ahriman knew his limits very well and would not stand and fight to the last breath, instead preferring to retreat and try again. I admit I was quite annoyed with the corrupted librarian, but things were going as planned anyway. I already had most of the fallen primarchs in custody, although nobody knew about the ones I kept frozen inside the Tesseract labyrinth. Fulgrim was kept by Overlord Trazyn, while Conrad _Kurs was presumed dead following his assassination by the Officio Assassinorum. I had my doubts about that still being true, since things rarely stayed dead in this universe. Too many spiritual or technological methods for reversing death were available, going from cloning to soul summoning and even temporal reversal. Alfarian and Omegon or the vice versa were still dead or missing, and nobody knew anything certain about their fate. Nobody alive and well, I mean. But even I and my cheats had a limit, and this was it. My out-of-context knowledge had reached its limit, and fragments of lore I've read once were not revealing anything about the missing primarchs. Even so, there were powers in this universe with access to this knowledge, but all of them were beyond my reach, all except one. The Big E. Now, the Emperor was pretty much dead and getting worse on his golden throne by this point, and I hoped to remedy that problem somehow. A good part of my activity in the past century had been focused on acquiring the necessary parts needed to try and restore the Emperor back to life and hopefully sanity. Janice had been sworn to secrecy on the matter of the throne, which didn't help me at all, yet I was confident things will work out. For I had secret weapons of my own, each of them rather powerful by themselves. And when combined, the synergy of their powers should be more than enough to restore the dead Emperor and reverse the decline of the Imperium of Man. And if they didn't, well, I had other plans in that case, mostly involving packing my things and running away. 2 weeks later, my fleet and the escorting allies arrived at Holy Terra to encounter the largest gathering of forces and firepower available to the Imperium. There were thousands of Navy warships and defense platforms, gigantic orbital forts and extensive minefields, plus more exotic defenses from the Mechanicus and other Adeptus Terra organizations and armed groups. including the Adeptus Custodes and Adepta Astra Telepathica, plus the Inquisition, the Grey Knights, and more esoteric and hidden temples. Impressive, yet not really enough. How do you find the defenses of the solar system? Janice asked me in a proud voice as I examined the gigantic array of defenses in the Tesseract view. Decent enough, against someone not me. I answered truthfully, and then I frowned, a bit aggravated and annoyed with the huge influx of hostile data streams from my command chair. I even had to fight with the Blackstone Fortress machine spirit to keep it from retaliating vigorously to constant attempts at subversion and infiltration by numerous psychic wards and datasphere firewalls. The incipient sentience of the central cogitator had adverse reactions to intrusion and security protocols, especially those that were attempting to modify its primary loyalty subroutines. For the Black Lament was foremost the Lamenter's home, and only after it was an armed battle station belonging to the Imperium of Man. Inquisition's subversion clavis engrams bounced off the Fortress Noosphere inner firewalls, while psychoactive wards and psyker tendrils originating from Titan were deflected away, but this took a big toll on the machine spirit. And it didn't like it one bit. Pef Lancefire, your unannounced visit has all the Terran security up in arms. I even hear we might not be able to stop your fleet, in case you prove hostile, a woman's voice spoke from the Voxcaster, making Janice light up in joy. Mom. Tell them to cease the mental attacks on the Black Lament. Or Terra might need to rebuild its defenses. Janice explained with a wary look towards me and my scowl. A minute of silence followed. There is a large psyker signature on board the Blackstone Fortress, my dear. Some big brains here even compare it to a primarch, my Rose replied in a cautious voice. Oh it's only Magnus. Dad has him in chains, and blind. Janice answered in a careless voice. A long sigh was heard in response. I'll go find Sanguinius then. Janice smiled at me with a childish grin, even showing off a pair of dimples. Mom is a High Lord of Terra now. For the Inquisition. I blinked once to show I've heard her, and continued examining the myriad treasures of Terra. Unexpectedly, there were a dozen areas covered with dimensional shielding on Terra, Mars, and Titan, plus a couple of strange objects of alien origin orbiting the Sun. Terra itself was beyond overpopulated, a humongous dirty ecumenopolis numbering over a quadrillion people and thousands of chaos cults, genestealers, Eldar cabals, and various other potential enemies, from hundreds novice nobility quarters filled with mutants and deformed psychers to mechanicus bases, labs, and forges of immense size. The Imperial Fist Station, the Phalanx kept station at Jupiter, and a dozen other Astartes chapters were keeping their fleets in a defensive posture in that orbit. Luckily, I knew both Rose and Sanguinius well enough to locate them among the maze of overlapped buildings, tunnels, hallways, and bunkers which filled the surface of Holy Terra. Lord Sanguinius, my PEF has arrived with Magnus in tow. And I suspect it's not everything he has brought us. I heard Rose explain to a busy primarch who kept signing papers like a robot. Ruling the Imperium was tiring on the wrist for sure, even for a primarch. Beside him, Robot glanced at his brother for confirmation. Is it possible? The angel glanced upwards and sighed. Your PEF, Lady Rosalia? I would think he's my PEF first. The Inquisitor nodded politely. Of course, Lord Regent. Anyway, he won't wait too long at the perimeter's limit. Nor can our defenses stop him if he keeps advancing. Sanguinius signed one last scroll and glanced up again. Park the fleet at Jupiter, Lord Lancefire. It's not like you actually need ships, he spoke looking straight towards me. Yeah, he would know I was able to see him, even from my distant location at the edge of the system. And he was also right. I didn't need really ships, once inside a star system. I could move myself onto any planet I wanted, or move everyone elsewhere. Or at least those who weren't covered in dimensional shields. So I took a step and arrived in front of the Regent and the Lord Commander and waved politely at a couple of Adeptus Custodes and Blood Angels who kept guard over the leaders of the Imperium. Hey guys. I brought gifts. I explained with a genial grin. Rose walked towards me and examined me for a long minute. "You've grown stronger," she decided after the exam was over. Indeed, I felt nearly nothing from her psycho probe, although in the past she could always touch my mind a little. "This place is a mess," I answered instead, my eyes encompassing the entire room. "Try to behave yourself, Pef. I heard you visited Fenris?" Sanguinius asked while raising from his gilded chair and walking next to me. I was much too small for this universe, as the primarch towered 5 heads over me. I offered my hand for shake, just as a tall tech priest with a big power axe entered the golden room like he belonged. "Yes, Fenris. Between 4 primarchs, some greater demons, and the Grey Knights, there wasn't much to salvage from the system. I think 1 moon survived intact," I commented while watching the tech priest approach at a relaxed pace. A minute later, the tall cyborg arrived beside us and towered over me as well. "I am Archmagos Belisarius Cowl. And you must be Pef Lancefire. I heard much about you," the tech priest declared in a mechanical voice. Robot Gilliman walked in front of me as well, staring down on me like I was being judged. "And I remember your voice now. The one who healed and woke me from stasis." "I thought you'd be taller," the Ultramarines primarch muttered in a gentle voice. "I'm still growing," I proclaimed in an embarrassed voice. "Upgrades CH-183. A giant hand patted my head. "Mugos Cowl can increase your size with ease. The Primaris Marines are all rather tall." Gilliam spoke with a friendly voice and nodded towards the inventive tech priest. I sighed inward and outward in tandem. "I'm not really interested in heights, Lord Commander. 2 major issues had brought me here, the Emperor and the status of blanks." Robot Gilliam nodded slowly while considering my words carefully. "Your record for restoring dead people back to life is indeed the best in Imperium, Lord Lancefire. But I doubt it would be as simple with my father. He was not preserved in stasis." He spoke in warning. I took out another hexagrammatic pendant from my inventory, covered with a bronze eagle cast, and held it up. "This artifact will repel the chaos poison inflicted by Horus. Its pair worked well enough for you, Primarch. We'll start with this. And after that, we'll need the sword," I explained with a knowing glance towards his hip, where the Emperor's sword was sheathed. Archmagos Cowl snatched the ancient relic and began steadying it with a dozen instruments, ignoring everyone in his quest for knowledge. Meanwhile, Sanguinius just shook his head and returned to his desk. "You want to turn Magnus and place him on the new golden throne," he declared in a flat voice while staring at me with his angelic blue eyes. "That is his purpose, after all." I answered with a shrug and held my hand out to the Lady Inquisitor. Rose took my hand with an amused smile. "You better not punch anyone while on Terra," she told me in a warning tone, and held a finger up. A psychic glow emanated from her free hand, and a pair of Adeptus Custodes left their posts at the side of the door and approached us at a fast walk. "The Lamenter wants to enter through the Eternity Gate," one of them said in a surprised voice and measured me from head to toe for a long minute. I held my tongue, while the Custodes transmitted the request higher up the chain. I could step right next to door right now, but crossing the threshold was a different thing. Less than a dozen outsiders had entered the Golden Throne Room in a dozen millennia, and most of those had been women. Women which turned into silver-haired holy warriors during the visit, Janus the latest of them. Finally, another Custodes arrived in the Regency Room, golden-armored, decorated with a violet toga. "Come with me, Pef Lancefire," the new Custodes demanded in a level voice. I smiled in approval and held my hand out towards the inconsiderate tech priest, mimicking a psyker as I retrieved the hexagrammic pendant before Belisarius Cowl managed to dismantle the protective covering. "The tech priest should come as well," I asked while displacing myself beside the new Custodes. The man removed his helmet and stared into my eyes with his own glowing eyes. "You're too certain about your survival, Lamenter. Your small tricks will not help you at all inside the throne room," the Custodes declared in a confident tone. A second later, our party arrived at the foot of the giant stairs leading to the adamantium mountain, which served as an entrance into the Golden Throne. No point walking 200 kilometers of hallways and barricades under the Himalayas when we could arrive in a second. Dimensional displacement. I heard the tech priest mutter in surprise. Well, Cowell was quite an expert on every kind of technology, both imperial and not. I remembered him taking command over the old Necron defenses at Cadia, with few problems in fact. But I ignored him right now, while studying the alien Eternity_Date hidden behind the adamantium walls of the Imperial Palace. So, that's how he did it. The Golden Throne itself was located in a different dimension, behind a dimensional portal. No wonder I couldn't find the Emperor anywhere on Terra. Because he wasn't actually here. An impressive array of defenses and guardians were placed in and around the Eternity Gate, from small numbers of Grey Knights and Titans to thousands of Adeptus Custodes and even a squad of Silent Sisters. Sisters that I haven't met yet, mind. I approached the pariahs and smiled kindly at them. Well met, sisters. Boring job, guarding the door, right? I asked with a faint smile. Only cold eyes replied at my joke. Devout zealots then. Oh well, maybe they'll get more friendly later. The Custodes signaled something, and the Titans stopped targeting our party with their primary weapons. There are protocols for entering the Eternity Gate, Pef Lancefire. Stop trying to get yourself killed before you meet the Emperor, the golden armored custodian warned me in a rather annoyed voice. I nodded wisely. Of course, custodian. Which is why we arrived here and not directly inside. I replied with fake confidence. I don't think he really bought my lie, but he didn't say anything else. Another pair of custodians, both rather beaten up and burned, descended the stairs and examined me and my party. Archmagos Cowell is not cleared for entry. Nor is the Inquisitor, one of them proclaimed in a stern voice, and pointed at an alcove to side. Surprisingly, my Rose didn't object and just walked inside the alcove to wait. The tech priest measured the gigantic door with a yearning look in his last human eye, before nodding and joining Rose in the same alcove. A long hour of climbing steps later, I arrived at the slowly opening gate. It only opened minutely, but it was already some 10 meters wide portal leading into the next dimension. I might have gulped some saliva, just to clear my voice. Oh well. Time to meet the Emperor. I took one last step and vanished from this universe, and arrived into the next one. More Adeptus Custodes, the companions received me with suspicious faces and weapons at ready. Behind them, wide stairs led upwards towards an exotic and certainly not imperial giant device, made of alien machinery and more familiar tubes and pipes leaking oil and greasing fluids. Hundreds of tech priests were chanting holy repair canticles and sanctification rituals at various defective parts, with little effect. The entire cavern smelled of death and decay, and you couldn't be sure if the smell originated from the nearly dead custodians guarding the last steps in burned armors or the skeleton on the throne itself. I was gigantically disappointed in this sad display, and sighed inward. Come closer, my son, a voice spoke in my head, and I nearly lost my balance. It felt almost like a greater demon, but 1,000 times stronger and unmistakably of warp origin. The defending custodians drew aside like puppets on strings, at some unheard command. I shrugged and moved myself beside the decaying corpse on the golden throne, and patted the skeletal hand clenched on the armrest. I am here, Adam. Hold still for a moment, while I dispel the poison. Be warned, though, it might hurt a little. I explained in my best doctor voice, while placing the pendant on his cyborg chest. Nutrition tubes and burbling fluids flowed under the pendant once again, while a small stream of black ichor seeped away, trying to flee from the anti-chaos pendant, and corroding the machinery while dripping on metal with acid-like drops. Nasty poison indeed. With a flick of my left hand, I collected the corrosive liquid and stored it away in my labyrinth, before it ruined what was left of the life support machinery. Much better, the Emperor muttered in my mind, seemingly ignoring the pain. Well, I wasn't done yet. The halo tuning fork appeared in my left hand and I stabbed him in the neck with it, for extra effectiveness. Don't connect to the other side, Adam. The halo devices are not actually healing ports, but mimetic conversion devices. I advised the Emperor as his eyes began glowing once more to life. A sputter of outraged technolingua curses resounded from the maintenance tech priests, but I wasn't in the mood to care about their objections. A slow blink in the once again living eyes told me the Emperor had received my warning. It hurts, quite a bit more than a little, a clearer voice sounded in my head. I shrugged and patted his hand again. Medicine usually hurts, true fact. I waited for an hour, while the Emperor's body slowly rebuilt itself, draining the nutrition tubes at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, a golden giant appeared at my side, observing the transformation with discerning eyes. A decent effort, Lord Lancefire. But it is not enough. Trazyn_Valoris said in a sad voice. The Emperor was still dead, even if his corpse was in a better state now. I nodded in agreement. Not yet. We'll have to unplug him from the throne. Have the Astra Telepathica bring a dozen sanctioned beta psychers to maintain the seal. The Captain General turned towards me and measured me with a long stare. They would last 10 minutes at most. Even an alpha-level psyker would barely last an hour. They can be upgraded, Custodian. Unlike others before me, I came prepared for this task. I explained while pointing with my chin at the ignorant tech priests at the base of the throne. Menace CH-184. While we waited for those sacrificial psychers to arrive, I focused my efforts on rooting the Sheriak's replacement throne at the base of the Golden Throne, not that I actually had to break my back doing anything. Reality inside the Golden Throne was rather flexible. Glass roots of the Sheriak's device meshed flawlessly with the tubulature connecting the throne with the Astronomican beacon, while I stood on the new glass throne watching the scene with amazement. The whole device was a warp amplifier, which did nothing for me. My meager psyker powers were working in reverse, not that the Emperor seemed to care about my blankness at all. Then again, he was the one to engineer the Silent Sisters, after all. Their natural genetic resistance to the warp had been amplified from blank to pariah status, and the recessive genes turned dominant via biokinesis magic. The companions observed me with doubtful or hopeful eyes, but none of them beside their captain even tried to speak with me. Busy guarding the place, no doubt. Adam certainly liked his historical references, as there were 300 such companions, just like the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, while the name itself was copied from the loyal bodyguards of Alexander the Great, who were also called the Companions. Hours later, a sorry group of blind psychers was escorted inside the Golden Throne Room, all bearing stigmatas and purity seals, while looking around with white cloths over their missing eyes. I guess one didn't actually need eyes to see in the warp. Come forward and hold your hands in front, I demanded while raising from the replacement throne and walking beside the psyker group. However, one psyker woman seemed familiar, which was quite a coincidence in such a large galaxy. I searched my memories until I matched faces. Griselda. It seems your fate was generous indeed. The woman nodded and turned towards the Emperor. I was a silly girl when we first met, Lord Lancefire. Trying to worm my way into your household for an easy life. But now, I stand in the presence of the Emperor, and my soul will join him soon in the afterlife. There is no better fate I could hope for, she declared in a proud voice. We're trying to heal him, so you'll need to hold the burden in his place, for as long as you can. I explained in a gentle tone while retrieving the Shadowlight device and touching her hand with the black stone. Griselda began shinning with warplight as her powers grew by orders of magnitude, and kept growing. A few seconds of exposure to the Shadowlight would have been sufficient to raise her to alpha levels, but I wanted to test the limits of the alien device. So I kept waiting, as the woman crossed into the Alpha Plus Psyker level and kept climbing. A minute later, the glow stabilized and reached a plateau. Thank you, my lord. Like this, I can lift mountains with ease, she whispered in my mind and teleported directly on the glass throne. Holding the light of the galaxy lit might be a tad harder than lifting mountains, but I expected Griselda to last at least a dozen hours now, maybe even an entire day. Continue the procedure, Captain Valoris. I believe we have a week of treatment available now, I said with a knowing smile towards the Captain General of the Custodes. The giant man smiled back and began disconnecting the ports and tubes from the Emperor's body. Then he stopped, just before lifting the body in his arms. The Emperor wants a hot bath and new clothes. And a wheelchair, the Custode said confused, just I was walking towards the exit portal. Of course he would. Nobody had bothered to wash him in a dozen millennia. Damn idiots. As soon as I walked out the Eternity Gate, thousands of hopeful eyes turned towards me in an unspoken question. The Emperor is fine. Still needs a long treatment to recover though. I explained like a magic doctor. A second later, I vanished and reappeared beside Rose and the new tech priest. You're still alive, Pef Lancefire. That's surprising. Cal commented in a dour tone, while Rose just smiled sweetly. I tilted my head to the side and blinked naively at the surprised tech priest. Why would I not be, Muggos Cowl? Now, tell me you have a way to clone Blankastartes. I asked with a curious voice. The tech priest hummed in deep thought for a minute. I don't, not yet. The cloning facilities on Mars were moved elsewhere, outside the Imperium, I think. And the Culex's temple is not forthcoming with information, not even to Lord Gilliman. Well, technically those cloning facilities for pariah agents were supposed to be destroyed, at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, so it made sense for the Culex's assassins to try to remain hidden and innocent of breaking the Imperial law. There were no laws outside the Imperium, after all. I did the same thing in my small corner too. I flicked my hand and moved our party in Jupiter's orbit on board the Singularity battleship. You have a few hours to examine the Void Claw weapon, Muggos Cowl. Lady Rosalia and I have a few decades to catch up. I offered with a finger pointing towards the armored cradle holding the black hole gun. The man was already walking towards the prize, metallic claws clacking in anticipation. A second later, I arrived in my rooms with Rose in my arms, tongues deep in battle already. We had a lot to discuss, but first there were other concerns to settle. Rosalia, huh? I asked with an amused voice, while watching her death and duty bounce up and down in mesmerizing ways, while my lover was riding me in unrestrained ecstasy. Shut up, she yelled and drew my head closer to suckle those magnificent peaks. Okay then. I could use my mouth to please the Lady Inquisitor with something other than silly questions. Serendipity, or unlikely coincidences, were rather norm than the exception in this universe, so me nearly guessing her real name wasn't that big, in the grander scheme. A few hours later, Rose crashed on top of me, sated and fulfilled. Gilliman has sent Lady Remius to negotiate with an Eldar called Ivrain, the leader of the Inari. Your name has come up quite a lot in the preparations for her departure, the Inquisitor disclosed while breathing a bit raggedly. I nodded inward, while tracing circles on her back. Some events would always stay the same, history restoring itself despite my interference. So you lead the Inquisition now? I asked a bit amazed. Nobody really leads the Inquisition, my dear. Too many conflicting agendas. But your women all have friends too, and with the Emperor's blessing to support me, I managed to gather a semblance of order. Very tenuous and subject to heavy resistance even so. Rose explained with a heavy sigh. There's less than 10 Ordo Xenos Inquisitors on Terra. 100 Ordo Malleus and 1,000 Ordo Hereticus, plus some from minor orders. So, Adrastia and Greyfax? I wondered with a thin smile while counting the Inquisitors I could find in the Tesseract view. Mostly Lady Greyfax, to be fair. She does have a custodian at her side, which matters greatly for some. And her blank daughter matters for others, like me. Rose whispered in a low growl, and bit my shoulder for some reason. The Emperor called me his son, so my daughters are his granddaughters. It should matter, I think. Now, we'll need to visit Titan and obtain a sacrifice ritual from the Grey Knights. Something that can kill a god. I mused softly while fondling her supple body and enjoying that great feeling. A long minute of silence followed, while the Inquisitor mulled over my demand. "And which god do you plan to sacrifice, and why?" she demanded in a cold voice. "His name is the Crimson God, a 10-star god that I obtained during my long travels and trade deals with some powerful beings. As for why, it's the nature of the universe, my dear. Equivalent exchange," I answered in a level tone. Rose sighed and stood up, measuring me with violet glowing eyes. "A life for a life, and a soul for a soul," she proclaimed in an uneasy voice. "There's a dormant 10 deep under the surface of Mars, my beloved Rose. The Void Dragon, devourer of suns and souls. When the Emperor fought him dozens of millennia ago, the cataclysm ruined most of Africa and turned the northern parts to glass and sand. We have myths of that battle, St. George defeating the dragon, but 10 are not so easily killed. The dragon fled to Mars to heal himself, and his dreams fueled the tech priests of Mars with blueprints of advanced technology. But if this healed and intact 10 would awaken once more, at the heart of the Imperium, while the Emperor is incapacitated," I offered with a powerless shrug. As expected, the threat of an alien menace convinced the Ordo Xeno's Inquisitor more than other rational explanations. "This better work, Pef Lancefire," she warned me with a suspicious glare. I smiled and crossed my fingers. What could go wrong? Worse, CH-185. Was this bad luck? Fate? Mere coincidence? We'll never know, anyway. But the 40K universe was certainly ironic and vindictive. And the enemies of humanity numerous and overpowered as well. I had barely landed at the Citadel of Titan, the fortress of the Grey Knights on Titan, using a shuttle to pass through the various defenses, which included void and dimensional shields, plus numerous psychic and data wards and firewalls. And then, the solar system came under attack, simultaneous demon strikes at the webway gate leading into the imperial portion of the webway, Necron-sized ships breaching the chthonic gate defenses at Pluto and heading directly for Mars, Chaos ships supported by Dark Mechanicus engines emerging almost near Elysian Gate at Uranus. Meanwhile, Auspec's long-range sensors detected an emergence of Eldar ships pouring through a hidden webgate far in the comet cloud. Far for human ships, that is. I expected the Eldar to arrive at Mars just as fast as the Necrons. Probably not a coincidence. I mused to myself while Rose lost all color to her face. "The Golden Throne, it was breached," she reported in near panic. I nodded slowly while taking stock of the attackers. Alpha Legion ships, led by Omegon himself, like they boasted on every Vox Chanel? Too good to be true, I suspected. Perhaps possible, if the Necrons were not present as well. But now, it seemed more likely this was another scheme by Mephitran the Deceiver, as that Tan was fond of making his enemies kill each other while he laughed. As for the Eldar, the presence of dark Eldar ships among the fleet pointed to the Inari, not that I could be certain yet. I was being blocked by the Grey Knights' shields around me, and the similar shields on the leading Eldar battleships. As the crisis was being managed, a Grey Knight ferryman approached me and began scanning me for corruption. Kinda late for that, since I had already met the Emperor. "You have seen the Black River, Pef Lancefire?" the Grey Knight asked, ignoring all the alerts and the defense batteries firing bursts of white-hot plasma and entropic curses at the advancing enemies. "So I've been told, brother. Your demon blade looks nice too," I answered with a grin, pointing at the corrupted weapon at his hip. The Grey Knight waved off my concern with barely a shrug. "It's only a tool, Lamenter. And quite effective at killing demons, permanently." I nodded in acceptance, since I used something of a similar nature for the task. "There's a massive chaos incursion on Terra via the webway, supported by trillions of cultists and traitors attacking the Imperial Palace from outside. You're lucky I was around to lend a hand." I explained politely and began heading towards my shuttle once more. The man ran after me and entered the shuttle at my side. "There is no luck, Lamenter. There's a woman on the throne now, and you placed her there while removing the Emperor. The great enemy had to strike now," he spoke as the shuttle sped higher into the methane skies of Titan. "A woman? Rose asked in a cold voice. Griselda. A native of Illavar and a new alpha-level psyker. Possibly not the best choice, in hindsight. I muttered as we passed through the dimensional field over the fortress and the tesseract view filled with the horrible reality of the solar system once more. Not trained to hold that post, indeed. Strength is no substitute for skill. Rose whispered as her eyes flashed blue with psyker spells, most likely receiving psychic updates from various informers and inquisitors on Terra. The Chaos Fleet had another Gloriana leading the way, and a dozen smaller battleships acting as escorts, plus actual demon cruisers and destroyers to act as screen elements. For only a minute. The smaller corrupted warships didn't have dimensional shields, and were quickly dispatched into the sun, while I ordered the Black Fortress to head straight for Mars and the Singularity to engage the Chaos Fleet with the Void Claw. With a black beam of super-heavy gravity, the Singularity fired upon the Alpha Legion fleet, crushing a dozen battleships despite their potent shields. However, the Gloriana was not damaged too much, except for a brief flicker of its dimensional shields. Multiple shields at that, and even stronger than what I've seen the Dark Mechanicus use in the past. Still, I managed to peek a millisecond inside the ship, and the fake Omegon on the bridge was definitely not a human nor primarch. The same second, lance batteries and more exotic Mechanicus weapons on the corrupted Gloriana turned and fired directly at my shuttle. Sorry, Mona Lisa, but here as we last see each other. I chose to sacrifice my old shuttle to give myself time and try to intercept the Necrons. My party arrived on the Black Lament's bridge just as my fortress fired on the lead Necron ship heading for Mars. Minimal damage to target, Captain. We need to increase real space speed and reload the Nova cannons for another shot. I heard my daughter Clara speak out loud. Well, Necron capital ships were hard to destroy even at the best odds, and these ships seemed also protected against tesseracts. Clever enemies weren't as fun. Janice looked back from her command chair and smiled sweetly at her parents. Hey, Mom and Dad. Trying to make another sibling, for me, she asked in a cheerful tone. Rose coughed a bit embarrassed. Not the time for jokes, girl. What are the Necrons doing here? I linked with the machine spirit and projected the fleet situation on the hololith screen, while transmitting vectors for the other Lamenters and Lancefire ships as the Blackstone Fortress accelerated in pursuit of the Xenos. Drop cruisers were split in two squadrons, one directed at Mars and one at Terra to provide cover and fire support for the defenders and our troops later. The heavy cruisers with Nova cannons were spread apart to cover a larger volume, while the battle barges and battleships were directed to hold a defensive orbit around Luna, and likely provide heavy orbital fire support if the invasion proceeded as I suspected. My four remaining carriers disgorged their corvettes and starfighters to support the fleet against smaller-sized targets, following the bigger ships as screens and escorts. Just in time, as the Minotaur's chapter fleet holding station next to Forge World Jupiter decided it was just the right moment to support the hopeless Hexarchy coup against Sanguinius and Guilliman by blowing up my carriers in a surprise attack. They only managed to fire once at the last carrier, catching a few hundred corvettes before they could launch. I rescued the crews and the other carriers with the labyrinth while cursing the stupid idiots in my mind. Their moment of glory didn't last long anyway, as the Imperial fists, the Ultramarines and the Space Wolves began boarding and pacifying the Minotaur's ships and barges the next minute, with some aid from my Lamenters and well-placed grenades by yours truly. And because things can always get worse, another webway opened near Venus to unleash a powerful Dark Eldar raiding fleet, while small warp portals opened all over the Sol system to allow Ort bikers to cross into real space at high speed, shooting pistols and waving axes from their saddles. Sounds silly, but when these bikes could ride on water, methane or ice without problems, and even climb the side of buildings, it made things quite hilarious. For me. Probably not that funny for their victims though, so I had to stop and collect 1 billion greenskins and their bikes for later use. While I was doing that, the Black Lament fired again and managed to blow up a Necron ship, with 4 remaining and speeding up themselves while choosing different vectors to approach Mars from different angles. I admit, I was rather curious what these Necrons were trying to achieve with this suicide run, but considering the sleeping tan on Mars, I had a valid suspicion anyway. The Dark Eldar were stealing people from Venus, now transformed into a large industrial world filled with workers, servants, and serfs, as well as PDF regiments, Imperial guards, and a couple of Legio Cybernetica Scutarii maniples. As expected, humans with lost guns stood no chance against fast-moving and advanced vehicles of the crazy elves, only the Scutarii with their cybernetic enhancements and Volkite weapons managing to hold the line somewhat. I deployed my Knights and Dreadknights to support the Venus defenders, while in orbit I launched 100 Nova mines at knife range with the spiky ships of the spiky Eldar. Still, I was getting overwhelmed by the cacophony of various attackers, which was possibly quite the point of all these distractions. On Luna, a warp portal was opened to allow Ahriman and other sorcerers to come through, once more supported by demons and demon engines, and some ethereal corrupted marines called a warp talon. In the tunnels and catacombs of the Selenite clades and PDF bunkers, the Chaos Sorcerers had a field day, while the Warp Talons were able to phase in and out with reality and attack their targets with impunity. It was a damned mess, and I had a niggling feeling the worst was yet to come. Occam CH 186. Brother Simni, you and 5 Lamenters companies will deploy at the Eternity Gate and protect the glass throne inside. Janice, you and your girls go and help as well. I decided after a minute of consideration. While the Sisters of Battle weren't quite the super soldiers of Astartes level, they had armor and weapons far ahead of regular troops, plus the mental fortitude to resist demons and psyker spells. The veteran Astartes slammed his chest with an armed fist. It will be our honor, my lord. Well, honor for sure. Probably a glorious death as well. But no Astartes has died of old age, and I trusted my blank sons 1,000,000 times more than any other force in the Imperium. With a flick of my gloved hand, half of the troops aboard the Black Lament vanished, to reappear inside the Imperial Palace on Terra. Princeps Day, your Titan Legion and the Teg Marines will deploy around the palace and engage the traitors. Captain Chirin, you'll have local command on the ground. I ordered while splitting off the big guns and deploying them to support the besieged Adeptus Custodes. It helped that Terra had the greatest array of defenses known to man, not only ships and orbital forts, but also 1,000,000 Imperial Guard and PDF regiments, all eager to die for the Emperor. And die they did, as barracks and garrisons were being overwhelmed by crazed cultists and corrupted forces, entire traitor regiments and some Astartes chapters supporting the coup, while minor Navy squadrons and Aeronautica fighters were strafing their positions with megatons of ordnance and laser batteries. But stolen tanks and lost guns wouldn't fare that well against Titans and Guardian turrets, especially as each Titan was deployed with its support units, anti-air tanks, armed sentinels for close support and reconnaissance weasels, and manticores loaded with croc missiles for suppressive fire. There were other forces remaining in the reserve, the auxiliary regiments and the Silent Sisters, and those I began deploying regiment by regiment and squad by squad on Luna and Mars, trying to cover as many eventualities as possible. Fighting inside the regolith tunnels on Luna was fairly similar to shipboarding, and the rapiers and sentinels of the Catachan heavy infantry could inflict much damage on the attackers. Traps and psychic protection would prevent my troops from being overrun with chaos curses and illusions, while spaceports and large manufactorums on the surface of Mars could be defended by enclosed armored units and portable bastion force fields on Ragnarok tank chassis. Mars itself had gigantic orbital defenses, from a ring of armored pylons supporting the orbital docks, to a large fleet of Mechanicus cruisers and battleships in high orbit, plus 1 billion Scutarii and battle automata manning the defense bunkers and security portals into the lower levels under the Red Planet. But Necrons were mechanical as well, so I decided to send humans there to help with defenses instead of Teg Marines, since the Necrons might have cogitoviruses or other exotic means of subverting the cyborgs and the robots of the Mechanicus. And indeed, less than an hour later my predictions came true, as the Necron ships crossed the minefields around Mars unimpeded and lost a single ship to the Martian fleet before crash landing on the surface. Waves and bubbles of EMP and engrammatic streams flooded the robotic defenders, shutting down a good portion of the Scutarii and the battle automata in Vias Marineris sector, allowing the invaders to reach kilometers deep and breach the underhives with anti-gravity platforms and a large invasion force of warriors and scarabs. Here, my armored regiments proved their worth, as their volcano lances and plasma cannons matched the Necron weaponry in firepower, while their blackstone armor and ion shields served as a bulwark against the terror of skin-flaying Gauss beams and other energy weapons. Meanwhile, the corrupted Gloriana battleship forced its way into Jupiter's defenses, laying waste to dockyards and orbital factories, and glassing the surface of Ganymede for some reason. The Phalanx and the Singularity were the only human vessels able to confront it on equal terms, but the Phalanx fortress was lacking repairs and maintenance, while the Singularity was unable to break the dimensional shields of the enemy battleship with its primary weapon, nor was it feasible to fire it too close to an inhabited world, so 100 Nova cannon cruisers were diverted to help. Fighting continued all over the system, Xenos, demons, and traitors trying to crush the heart of humanity and nearly succeeding. Without my fortuitous presence, they might have. Perhaps not just by myself. Anyways, drop pods with tarantula turrets started falling from the skies on Terra and Mars, providing even more firepower to support the defenders, and the attacks on Venus were repelled with minimal losses. I started redeploying the Imperial Knights and the Leviathan Dread Knights to increase the weight of firepower on Luna and Mars, using the gigantic walkers as shields and breaching rams for my other troops. My lord, there are Harlequins here. Coming through the webgate. Simni alerted me via a messenger from the Golden Throne Room. I stopped for a moment to consider this. Harlequins were special forces, not frontline units. What could they want? Ignore them and focus on demons as per regular protocols. I replied a second later. The Emperor wasn't there anyway, so the Golden Throne was less of a priority than it would have been normally. I could see the Custodes captain with the Emperor in his floating wheelchair, and Sanguinius and Guilliman discussing something above a large holomap of the Sol system, my ships and troops highlighted in yellow, while traitors and Xenos all appeared in red. Why was I yellow? Weren't we on the same side? My brain was heating up already, with the influx of information and the strain of moving troops around from crisis to crisis. And the machine spirit of the Black Lament was trying to explode my mind as well, screaming for blood and vengeance. I took out the sounding board and placed it right behind my command chair, while my left hand rested on my wolf's head at my side. What do you think, Canis? What is really going on here? I mused to myself, while Clara glanced at me from her station with a confused look. Woo? Woof, the loyal wolf answered after analyzing the system map with wise eyes. Yes. Distractions all around. But that Gloriana battleship is the linchpin indeed. What else? I hummed in a low voice. It's you, Dad. You, the Blackstone Fortress, and what we have on board. Clara said with a clear voice. I turned my head to look at Rose, question unasked, but nevertheless still asked. The Inquisitor looked at me with her violet glowing eyes, then down at Canis. It's possible. Trying to make you leave the fortress and capture it or destroy it. Janus is already away. Rose commented with a logical tone. The deceiver then. He was possibly the only behind the destruction of the other Blackstone fortresses, since their Immaterium beam was capable of killing greater demons or Tan alike. Canis nosed my glove as a hint. Yes, I suppose I could use the Tesseract that way. The next second, I had 2 primarchs and the Emperor on board, plus Captain Valoris. Janus, I need you back on the fortress. With the glass throne. I sent via the sounding board. The device was multidimensional, so it could reach her mind even inside the Golden Throne Room. P.E.F., you better have a good reason for abducting us. Sanguinius growled at me in a low voice, while Guilliman clenched his hand on the pommel of his sword. There are demons and harlequins inside the Golden Throne Room. There's a Tan leading that Chaos battleship laying waste at Jupiter, disguised as Omegon. Another 10 is sleeping on Mars, with Necron troops filling the tunnels and trying to awaken him. Ahriman and other Chaos forces are looting Luna and the gene banks of the Selenites, while a Hexarchy coup is taking place trying to depose you, Lord Regent. And there were Dark Eldar and Orcs around as well, but I dealt with those already. I explained in calm voice. Robot Gilliman walked beside my chair to observe the real-time positions of my troops and their current activities. The defenses of the Imperial Palace will hold, no matter how many traitors throw themselves at the walls. As for Mars, they haven't really used their better weapons yet. We need to go to Jupiter, the primarch decided in a command tone. The next second, the Blackstone fortress vanished and reappeared beside the phalanx at Jupiter, blocking a battery salvo from the enemy Gloriana with our hull. That's the Hydra, the flagship of Alpha Legion. And these multiple attacks, paired with human traitors and Xenos, it certainly looks like Alfarius's work, the primarch mused in a thoughtful voice. The strategy was indeed a multi-pronged attack, but the creature on the bridge is not a human. And I'll prove it. I declared confidently, while searching with the sounding board for a specific person. Brother Occam, you were fooled. Amagon is dead, and that thing wearing his face is only a sneaky tan called the Deceiver. The Emperor himself is beside me, here on the bridge of the Black Lament. But you have to act now, lower the shields and strike the Xenos. I spoke directly into his mind. Occam was one of those Chaos traitors who were still loyal, in their mind. Sure, they attacked and pillaged humans without mercy, but they call it a test from the Emperor. Well, I had a true test, right here. I could even call it the Occam's Razor. Dark CH 187. It is said, no plan survives the contact with the enemy. That is always true. Best laid plans will fail in the face of the unknown and the unpredictable. The trick, of course, is for yourself to become that imprevisible enemy. The mind is always weaker, and the Tan might have impressed and tricked the Alpha Legion and some Dark Mechanicus adepts to follow him on false pretense, but hate is much stronger. The fallen Occam might have been the loyal servant of the Emperor and a Chaos traitor too, but he still hated all Xenos. It was something deeply ingrained in the subconscious of all humans in this galaxy, for aliens were always worse. What are you doing? Amagon yelled at his subordinate, watching with dismay as the shield's console flips and tabs were pressed in rapid succession. Testing a theory. Occam answered calmly, with a tinge of hate and anger in his voice. The dimensional fields fell, followed a second later by the void shields of the Hydra. Turn the shields back online. We are exposed now. Amagon yelled and pointed at the console. A shower of crock grenades filled the bridge of the Gloriana battleship, shredding machinery and bones with equal ease. My gift, that is. Only Occam and Amagon remained standing, the Chaos Marine protected by ceramite armor and his helmet, while Amagon was flayed alive and lost its human-looking skin, revealing a silvery alloy of obvious Xeno origin. You are a Tan, after all. Time to die, Xeno scum. Occam shouted and shot his bolter at the alien, who just laughed and ignored the .75 caliber rounds with a grin much too wide. I wonder, what gave me away? I'm certain the disguise was perfect, the Tan asked in a confused voice, as a white sheet formed around him, creating a flowing toga around his metal body. Then his smile froze, as a slim girl with white silver hair and silk shoes appeared in the room, floating above the rivulets of blood and guts left behind by the deceased crew. A machine soul. Now this is a fascinating gift from my father. Demons are boring after a while. The girl said in a childish voice, and turned her violet glowing eyes towards Occam. What are you? The Chaos Marine asked, stepping back in fear. Adepta Tertia is my rank, sweetie. You did a great job for the Emperor today. I bet he'll be glad for your extraordinary service. Janice answered with a dimpled smile. With a twist of the Tesseract, I brought the 3 new guests inside the Blackstone Fortress, right in front of the Emperor and his primarchs. He's fighting back, rather valiantly. I believe he'll break free from stasis in about 3 minutes. Janice advised me with a pained voice, while her staff kept pointing at the tan shard and warp strings twisted around the captive to hold him tight and secure. Well, 3 minutes was quite a long time. So this is a tan? I thought they were much bigger and glowing green. Sanguinius hummed to himself, examining the captive with his exotic senses. They can be. Especially transcendent or intact tan, they are quite powerful. As for this one, Mephitran the Deceiver is only a shard. He will serve us well as a test, if the Emperor wills it. I replied with a serious voice, while turning towards the custodes captain. Trajan Valorous glared at me for a second, before touching the Emperor's shoulder with a hesitant hand. Immediately, his eyes glowed golden and focused on Occam. The Emperor sees you and your actions today, Occam the Untrue. Swear yourself and you may return to his service. I coughed and waved a hand to interrupt the ceremony. Yes, yes. But we have a more urgent matter. The glowing eyes turned towards me, and then towards Canis. Really? The attention span of the Emperor was shorter than a child's. He doesn't mind to try, Pef Lancefire. Turning the tan shard into a loyal dog might be useful. The custodes answered my question on a strange tangent. Just devour his soul or whatever psychers do. I sighed inward and waved the ferryman Grey Knight closer. You're the expert on soul sacrifice here, Brother Phlegyrus. You have 2 minutes. The bald guy nodded slowly and walked beside the captured tan, while the temperature on the bridge fell to glacial levels around him. I can create a conduit and guide the xeno-machine spirit into the Black River. After that, it's out of my hands, the mystical Astartes muttered while spreading his hands in an arch and almost physically drawing the tan spirit out of its metal body. I'll help once the body is empty, Janice announced with gritted teeth. Adam, you better eat everything, even if it tastes bad. You need the vitamins and minerals to get back on your feet. I urged the Emperor via the sounding board. Luckily, it was all a mental and empathic transmission, so I wasn't blasted by some enraged inquisitor. Very funny, blank son. Emperor's voice answered in my head, while his body started glowing, first his normal golden aura, then tendrils of white, blue and violet appeared and arched towards the tan and began sucking that machine soul out. In a minute, a metal statue remained in place of the deceiver, while the Emperor seemed a bit rosier in his cheeks. And still a bit dead. He wants more, the custodes asked with a surprised voice. I nodded and produced the crimson god I had prepared for this occasion, just like he was, still bound with living rock chains by Trazyn. This tan was quite expensive to procure. They don't grow on trees, you know. I explained in a serious voice, as Rose walked beside me to observe the ceremony a bit closer. Captain Valorous turned once again towards me, eyes glowing golden from communion. Are you trying to barter with the Emperor, again? The custodes demanded in slight outrage. I sighed inward. Not right now, Captain. Just pointing out the reality. I answered in a level voice, then turned towards Janice. Go bring Magnus here, while I set up his glass throne. I spoke mentally and vanished, reappearing at the base of the Eternity Gate stairs. Fighting was still going on relentlessly, titans and custodes battling hordes of demons and demon engines, psyker spells, laser beams and weapon rounds flying about in a rainbow of colors and sound effects. Of course, I proceeded to ignore the distraction and stepped once more with my nexus at the base of the gate. Simnai and a company of my lamenters kept watch outside, sniping demons and providing blank aura cover for the handicapped Adeptus custodes. Good job, boys. Keep them busy. I commented casually as I crossed into the next dimension. I think Simnai cursed something at my back, but I was rather busy at the moment. Inside the Golden Throne there was another pandemonium, with fewer troops and enemies, but even more colored. Harlequins loved their patched clothes made of different colors, and jumping around for no reason. Beyond the breached webway, more fighting was going on. Sisters of Battle and various Eldar forces battled demons and Chaos Marines, and losing quite rapidly to a pair of gigantic bloodthirsters that seemed immune to bolters and flommers. The first Lamenter Company in Terminator armors and using heavy grav weapons were still holding the line, but the rules of reality fell apart rapidly, with every meter deeper into the webway. If they weren't blanks, the battle would have been lost already. And then, just as I was preparing to step in and kill the greater demons before they defeated our forces, a woman in black leathers appeared from behind the Chaos forces, spinning and twirling while a hurricane of warp lightning swept aside all enemies. At her side, a harlequin dressed somberly in patches of black and silver walked fearlessly and ignored the warp spells like he was on a casual stroll. A solitaire harlequin? Well, I knew they existed, but I haven't met one before. The Eldar backed away from his path, while the silver-haired woman crushed the two greater demons with amazing grace and ease. In the pair's wake, there was nothing. No more enemies. These two had obliterated the entire Chaos incursion by themselves. Sister Helena ran to my side a moment later and pointed at the approaching pair. That's the Demonifuge, formerly known as Sister Ephraim_Stern. She's suspected of heresy after coming back to life 3 times. Well, that was quite an achievement for a normal mortal. The solitaire remained silent, while Sister Stern approached me, after glancing at the blank lamenters with curious eyes. I was told the Emperor was in danger. And yet, the Golden Throne is empty, she remarked in a cold voice. I just extended my hand slowly, and flicked her forehead. Don't trust everything you hear, pretty girl. I admonished her in an amused voice, and grinned as the woman rubbed her forehead in surprise. You're immune to my powers? Just like the weird pariah, she asked in a confused voice. I turned to examine the silent harlequin, both with my eyes and the tesseract senses. There was a strange aura around him, like a force field of some exotic nature. And I've only seen that type of aura on an Eldar avatar. A messenger of Segurag? I asked to make sure. The masked Eldar nodded at me in silence. All right then. Gods could be useful when they wish to be. Even Eldar gods. Anyways, I turned away and walked beside the Sheriax, the glass throne recovered from the eastern fringe. Griselda was still alive, barely. Time's up, my dear. Step down and retract the roots. I asked gently while patting her hand. It took a minute for the new Alpha Psyker to recover enough sanity and listen. The Astronomicon will go dark, she argued in a pained voice. I shrugged and tugged at her hand again. It's okay. A bit of darkness never hurt anyone. I quipped in a light voice as Griselda stood up from her throne, and the galaxy went dark. Magnus CH-188. Want to meet Big E? I asked Griselda with a wide grin. He's back, she asked in a hopeful voice, while packing up the glass throne and retracting the feeder roots. Not all of him. His mind and soul are fractured, dispersed into the warp and spread all over the galaxy. However, a good chunk is still here. The Golden Throne has served as an anchor, tethering him to his body and binding his soul to his birthplace. I explained in a soft tone. The strange sister of battle had appeared at my side, eyes glowing blue with warplight while she examined the old throne and the new. I wish to meet him as well, she demanded with a faraway voice, then turned those eyes directly at me. I really do. Perhaps later, Miss Stern. Right now, I want you to seal back the webgate and then heal the wounded, cleanse the chaos corruption in these halls, and destroy the attackers on the other side. Sister Fidelia and my lamenters will escort you for the day. I demanded in a stern voice, while patting her silver hair and storing the magical Sheriax into the tesseract. Her eyes flickered at my left glove, perhaps tracing some invisible emanation that lingered about the glass throne. I see. A task that will earn me recognition among Imperial forces. Sister Stern mused as she glanced at the tired troops holding defense positions around the Golden Throne. I shrugged and began walking towards the Eternity Gate and sending the necessary orders via the manifold circuit of my brain implant. The custodes wouldn't listen to me anyway, and the various Eldar allies were keeping themselves at a good distance to avoid friendly fire. But I doubted the peace would hold after I left. So a second before I stepped out, collected the Harlequins into my tesseract, including the strange pariah. He might be useful soon, most likely. Sigarag might be slightly insane, but he was still a god. It just made sense to keep his messenger close at hand. Next step, I found myself once again at the base of the giant adamantium gate, overlooking the stairway and the ongoing battlefield. Captain Simnai was locked in a melee duel with a distorted demon, probably a prince going by size and might. My captain's blackstone armored plates were singed and scorched with warp fire, and his Rosarius shield was glowing brightly with the strain of combat. My demon lance streaked a line of red fire and impaled the invader, then retracted slowly with a new victim. Another rune lit up and the weapon became stronger once more. I could feel the demon eager for more souls to devour and fuel the demonic fires. Perhaps one day, my alien friend. For now, get back into your cage. Good job, Simnai. Now go and rest inside the throne room. Miss Stern will deal with the unwanted guests soon enough, I said in a level voice. The Lamenter measured me for a long moment, then scanned Griselda with obvious suspicion. As you wish, my liege. Follow me, brothers. That's an ether lance, right? I learned about them at the Psychona school. The weapon of a potent chaos lord, or even a demon prince. But I never knew they could be so strong, the Psyker whispered in an impressed voice, while my sons ran inside the Eternity Gate after their captain. It only looks like one, my dear. So, what else do you see around us? I asked curious, while examining Terra with my Tesseract vision. Religious fervor and mass hysteria filled the streets, adding to the pandemonium already in progress. The blind woman glanced around and upwards, her white blindfold being no obstacle for her psyker senses. Thousands of ships are lost in the warp, and trillions of people are panicking without the guiding light of the Astronomicon. Warp portals are opening all over the sector, and the enemies of the Imperium are massing for a final strike. In a month, or maybe less, the eye will open and humanity will be lost. Griselda whispered in a prophetic voice. I nodded sadly. Her predictions might come true, if I wasn't here. The next second, we appeared beside the rulers of the Imperium, the Emperor and his son standing face to face with Magnus in chains. Captain Valoris looked at me with golden eyes, then promptly ignored me and turned back towards Magnus. He's too corrupted and filled with hate, Sanguinius. I know he's your brother, but he's fallen. The custode spoke with a different voice, alien and yet so familiar. With a flick of my hand, I stole the Emperor's sword from Guilliman and held it out. I could feel its immense power vibrating in pulsing waves through the blade and handle, eerily similar to the demon lance and yet completely opposite. This sword wasn't a killing tool, but something else. A conversion weapon, working in and out, even for blanks. So I held it out, placing the pommel in the hand of the pariah Grey Knight. Sever his ties with the ruinous powers, brother. The stomach should be a good place to start. I offered in a kind voice, then sat down in my command chair and returned to duty, commanding my troops all over the system. While I was gone, the Necron forces on Mars had vanished without a trace, some of them disappearing from firefights with my own troops. Almost like they were collected in a pocket dimension by someone. A dozen more warp portals had opened in the solar system, most of them unleashing additional chaos demons and worshippers, and targeting Luna and Saturn with ships and invasion forces. Also, the Eldar fleet had bypassed most Terran defenses and reached Jupiter as well, with a gentle grace and speed and holographic tricks. Guilliman observed the ferryman Grey Knight with a frown, then walked beside me to see the shifting troop markers on the holographic screen. There's an Inquisition fortress on Saturn and old gene labs on Luna. They're after demonic lore and genetic samples to build up more corrupted space marines and bind stronger demons in their service, the primarch deduced, simply by observing my troop movements countering the chaos forces. I nodded slowly, while mentally deploying tanks and knights to plug the breaches into the system defenses, while my fleet was repositioned to provide orbital support and direct fire on the emerging portals. Sadly, it was like trying to patch up a sinking ship, as more two invasion portals opened, as soon as the ships bombarded and closed a warp portal. The Eldar are here too. At your request, if I'm not mistaken, primarch. I said instead, marking the Inari vessels with a yellow highlight on the screen. Archmagos Cowl had a plan, to revive my father with their help. These 10 sacrifices that you've tried were not enough, Pef Lancefire. I think we'll go on with the initial plan, the primarch explained in a cold voice, followed by a desperate scream from Magnus. The corrupted primarch had split in two, a gaseous shade trying to flee the stabbed body, while the psyker primarch fell to the metal floor and began morphing into his old shape, resuming a human appearance. Janus and Sanguinius pooled their psyker powers to restrain the fleeing demon, aided by Griselda, Rose, and the two silent sisters keeping watch over Magnus. Then the Grey Knight drew his black blade and stabbed once, movement so fast and graceful I might have missed it without my enhanced senses. It is done, Pef Lancefire. Lord Magnus is restored, the Grey Knight announced in a proud voice. A pained cough and a metallic sound followed as Magnus stood up and expelled the Emperor's sword from his stomach. It's like, the fog has lifted and my mind is free once more. And I'm before my father now, beside my brothers once more. Magnus declared in a raspy voice, then coughed again, spitting clots of blood. Pick the sword up, Magnus. Then go fix your mess on Luna. Janus and Decima, you look after him. I commanded with a casual voice, my attention focused on the approaching Eldar ship. The god of death had sent his messenger as well, and my bridge was not a receiving hall. Ordila, prepare the reception hall for visitors. Have the servitors wipe the bloodstains as well. I continued in the same voice. Primarch Sanguinius sighed and flared his powers for a second, then vanished in a golden light. A second later, he was back on Terra, commanding his troops and restoring a sense of control over the hectic situation. Yeah, my primarch wasn't the type to impose himself with psyker powers and grand gestures, not anymore, but he was now possibly the equal of Magnus, and psyker powers and skill. I helped with that as well. That Lord Regent rank wasn't gained only by name and reputation. Sanguinius was strong even before, and now he was much stronger. He had observed my moves and motives, until he was certain I wasn't placing the Emperor or the Imperium in danger, then just went back to work. Well then. I better head up to the reception hall as well. Come, Captain Valoris. It's not every day we meet an avatar of a god, is it? Robert Dilliman asked in a calm voice, then patted my head on his way out. This better work, Primarch, the custodes muttered in a warning voice, then pushed the wheelchair with the Emperor and followed. Griselda sat beside me, and let out a pained sob. It is so dark. The night is always darker before dawn. I answered in a wise voice. Friends, CH-189. Slowly, the space battles in and around the solar system began to grow in magnitude, despite the valiant efforts of Battlefleet Solar, the numerous defense platforms, and the additional ships belonging to various other forces of the Imperium. For every warp portal we managed to close, 2 more opened. At the same time, the Astropath choirs were reporting major chaos incursions at many strategic points in the galaxy, from Hive World Vigilus and Cadia to Armageddon and Baal, almost in a direct line trying to bisect half the galaxy from the Eye of Terror to the Maelstrom and beyond. Warp storms were opening all along this invisible line, unleashing hell into the galaxy. I can't say I was surprised learning about all this activity. I had worked all my new life to try to prevent the worst effects of this inevitable event, but I knew I wouldn't be able to stop it completely. Future knowledge was something available in abundance to most of the players in this universe, gods, demigods, and their avatars alike. What I knew, others knew as well, and unlike me, these beings were able to effect change on a large scale, reshaping reality to fit their wishes. However, no matter how strong and insidious these beings were, I had faith in the Emperor. Not the Emperor that was, human and prone to human mistakes, nor the Emperor Audus, a creature of warp and miracles, pretty much driven insane by inhabiting the warp for too long with a feeble anchor tying him to humanity. No, What I believed in was the Emperor to be. I hoped for a human avatar, with access to higher powers via his domain in the warp. Funnily enough, Lady of Rain, the emissary of Ennead, was much the same, except her god-to-be wasn't fully born yet, while my Emperor wasn't yet alive. His avatar body was ready, repaired and restored to peak condition, decoupled from the strain of the Golden Throne and ready to take a new breath again. Only he wasn't. He lay lifeless in his wheelchair, even if somehow puppeting his custodes to observe or demand things. Even worse, everything I could do to help him I've already done, and it hadn't been enough. A good try, and some hopeful results, but restoring a god back to life was not in my powers. Mugos Belisarius was preparing a new armor suit for the Emperor, something he claimed would sustain the Emperor for decades even when detached from the failing Golden Throne, but I was highly skeptical of his chances. Technology would not be enough, so it would come down to faith. Faith was a powerful tool, and one that would sustain a god very well, as other species proved it constantly with their own warp gods, but Adam wasn't even aware of his own divinity. In fact, he hated all religions and had tried to obliterate any trace of religion in the galaxy, purging temples and churches of every kind, human or alien, with his great crusade. The second the Eldar emissary stepped inside my fortress, I retrieved the pariah Harlequin as a means of balancing out the mental pressure emitted by Evrain. "Cover me, messenger. I feel kinda small, all of a sudden," I muttered in a pained voice, as an aura of death splashed over me and nearly made me crash to the floor. The woman was tall enough, but her presence was like a raging sea, nearly drowning me in death and pain. The Eldar Harlequin chuckled amused, and patted my arm. "She's not very pleased to meet you, Pef Lancefire. Might you have done something to enrage the god of the dead?" the creepy solitaire asked in light voice, while making his words rhyme somehow, by adding strange intonations to his words. I blinked for a moment, then smiled as well. "Ah, Kamarak. I did kinda exterminate most of the Dark Eldar, after all." The Eldar woman locked her eyes on me. "There are many Drukhari among the Inari, Astartes. Perhaps half of them, from what's left," she declared in a melodious voice, which nevertheless scratched at my ears and my soul. I smiled sweetly in response. "So you're saying I missed some Dark Eldar?" I asked rhetorically, then gestured politely towards the main hallway. "Let's try and keep this meeting short." The emissary of the god of death snorted in contempt and walked onwards, without sparing me another look. Behind her, a Phoenix Lord glared at me with deadly eyes, then followed his mistress. To his side, a scantily clad succubus smiled at me and patted her blade at the nice hips. "That is the famed duelist Lilith Hesperax. I think she likes you," the solitaire commented in wry voice. I glanced at him and sighed inward. "You really think so?" I asked, faking a hopeful smile. "No. She follows the god of the dead," he explained in a sour voice. "Just like I thought. Yet another potential enemy, if things went sour." Luckily, the retinue of the High Priestess of Ennead wasn't too large, and did not contain an actual avatar, which would have been a much bigger problem. "I don't see the Incarn," I noted in a soft voice, while following the guests towards the reception room. Perhaps it was invisible or in another dimension. Gods did have plenty of tricks up their sleeve. The solitaire tilted his head in a curious manner, and all sound died around us. "You know too much, human. The Incarn hasn't been found, not yet. But somehow, you expected the Avatar to be present?" I poked at the surrounding air, finding a solid but transparent wall of negative psi, much stronger than even Sister Ordila could manifest with her null shields. "If the restoration works, you can visit me at Illavar and help train the new pariahs. Your null shields are much better than even a -Omega sister can generate." I offered with a small nod. "And if it doesn't?" he asked with faint amusement. "That would be very unfortunate, Solitaire. I might have to bring them to your library," I explained in a level voice, following a small hint from my memories. The messenger of Segarag laughed like I said an amazing joke, and patted my arm again. "Then let's hope this restoration works." I wish to say I was witness to the following events, but things don't always work my way. Primarch Dilliman stopped me at the door and shook his head. She doesn't want you here, Lord Lancefire. Perhaps it's better if you focus your attention on the invaders. Then he slammed the blackstone door in my face, making the solitaire burst in laughter once more, not that I felt it was anything funny about this moment. You are indeed a funny person to watch, Pef Lancefire. Perhaps I will visit your planet, if my student also agrees, the Harlequin commented in a joking tone, while I turned dejectedly away. Miss Stern, huh? She is quite the miracle, isn't she? I mused to myself while turning my vision into the Tesseract to observe her feats at the Eternity Gate. The woman was a walking lightning storm, destroying thousands of demons every second without needing to stop and recharge, and running out of energy. With every step down the stairs, her warp aura was simply obliterating minor demons while larger ones needed a bolt or two to be vanquished. And she made it look easy, her steps graceful and elegant yet confident and powerful at the same time. Perhaps one day, I could have Lamentor librarians with the same skill and strength if this joking solitaire was willing to train them. She is amazing, that is true. The only one of her kind in the entire galaxy. But she is also amazingly dangerous, Pef Lancefire. My pariah shields were not this strong. When I first met her, the solitaire explained in a warning tone, with nuances of pain in his alien inflection. I nodded in understanding. The Demonifuge would have been a difficult student to train, with Alpha Plus powers flaring unexpectedly and striking at random all around her, driven by unconscious thoughts or dreams. Standing inside that lightning storm would mean death for everyone without warp protection, and I doubted I could resist a lightning bolt capable of evaporating a greater demon, even with my own blank powers. She needs a blank child, and then I can obtain a null rod for her. I answered in a softer voice, then turned to meet the latest visitors. Lord Pef. This is Menelo, the woman said in a warm voice, presenting a young teenager at her side, dressed in a military uniform. Not sure the rank on his shoulder was correct, at his age. Lady Inquisitor, welcome to my home. And you too, Menelo. You have my eyes. I said in my warmest voice, and offered my hands to both of them. Lord Father. I heard so much about you, I thought you'd be a giant, the boy muttered in a disappointed voice, then shook my hand a bit hesitantly. A warp current coursed through his hand into mine, some kind of biokinetic spell, but blocked by the null aura. What was that, genetic testing? I asked with a smile. Menelo lowered his eyes in shame. It works on most people. To my side, the solitaire laughed again and elbowed me like we were old friends. I see now. Blank children with psyker powers. Now this would be something of interest, even to Segarac. You have the strangest friends, Lord Pef. From an Eldar avatar, to a Fenrisian wolf then a Tan, a few primarchs and now a solitaire harlequin. What's next, a Necron Lord? Lady Ramius asked at random, while playing with her own Necron Nexus cube. Probably scanning the Blackstone fortress with the extra-dimensional senses, just like I was. I sobbed inward and patted my son on his head. Women intuition was a frightening thing. Snap CH-190. Necrons, they are quite insane, my dear Inquisitor. Even their pharaohs and overlords that still retain some memories were driven mad by the living metal transformation. I suspect the process was similar to those princeps that get absorbed by their Titan's machine spirit. I mused thoughtfully while examining my son. It seemed Lady Ramius has trained him to control the psyker powers to some extent, as there were no involuntary flares of warp activity, even in contact with a blank like myself. Menelo raised his eyes and scanned my face with a piercing gaze. You have met some Necrons, father? Indeed I have, son. The HIATUS anomaly didn't close by itself, after all. I offered with a wide smile. The solitaire chuckled to my side, and poked at my left glove. You have quite the collection in there, Pef Lancefire. 5 primarchs, I believe, the harlequin asked with a snort, undoubtedly enjoying my distress at having my secrets revealed. Keep an eye on that succubus, my dear. I'll go light up the Astronomicon once more, I said instead, preempting the Inquisitor's obvious questions. A second later, I reappeared at the base of the Eternity Gate, the giant adamantium door now flanked by an Adeptus Custodes company and an entire Grey Knight Brotherhood. Luckily, the Solitaire and his fellow Harlequins were tucked inside the Tesseract now, as to not upset the defenders even more. Having the Imperial Palace breached again was enough of a stain on their honor. Brothers, I spoke politely and pointed towards the door. Lord Lancefire. A custode replied with a flash of golden eyes. He gestured faintly with two armored fingers, and the door opened a meter, just enough to let me pass, sidewise. Beyond the dimensional portal, 1,000 tech priests were busy working on the Golden Throne machinery, possibly attempting to repair the Xeno device, with little success from what I could see. Captain Simnai ran to my side, his face hopeful for good news. My lord. The Emperor? Still being treated, brother. For now, we'll have to make do with sanctioned psychers to keep the Astronomicon going. I explained in a low voice, and retrieved the glass throne and the next sacrificial psyker from my tesseract. In a few minutes, another blind psyker was burning his soul to power up the light of the Astronomicon and restoring a semblance of order and faith to humanity. Much better now, I declared in a confident voice, while retrieving the next consumable batteries and having them wait on the side. These are all Alpha Psychers, my son Vincent asked with a surprised voice, taking stock of the new batteries provided by the Astra Telepathica and overcharged by my Shadowlight. There were 11 of them, which should suffice for 10 days perhaps. I shrugged and began walking back towards the gate. Simnai, remain here with 2 companies and keep the Astronomicon going. The consumables should last at least a week, but send warning if they petrify sooner. My captain nodded and checked his combi bolter by reflex. Hopefully he won't need it, but you never know. The rest of my troops filled behind me in a long line as I headed out of the Golden Throne room. Sister Helena walked beside me, smiling like a schoolgirl. A pair of Custodes companions stopped me at the gate, their flesh healed and their teeth no longer visible though charred or disfigured faces. The Emperor trusts you, Pef Lancefire. Make sure you don't betray that trust, one of them warned me in a stern voice, while looking down on me from his greater height. I stopped and strained my neck to look into his eyes. The eyes weren't glowing, which meant the Emperor wasn't puppeting this Custodes right now. You give excellent counsel, brother. When the Emperor walks again, make sure to offer your counsel to him. He will need friends and advisors, not flesh puppets. Look up in a book what the word companion means. I answered in my best wise voice, then walked past him, followed by 7 companies of lamenters, most of them sporting burns and cuts on their power armor. Back in normal reality, I stood beside the adamantium gate and began deploying the lamenter companies where their armor and firepower would provide most efficient use, reinforcing weakened sections of the Imperial Palace and supporting the march of Sister Stern. She might be able to resurrect, but it was better if she didn't die at all. An escort of Blancastardes and Silent Sisters should keep her safer from chaos and the Imperium alike. I wouldn't put it past the Inquisition or the Assassinorum to try and capture or kill the Demonifuge, despite her immense powers and helpful actions. Or because of it. A few minutes later, I arrived on Luna and hastily covered my head with my helmet. The smell of burned bodies and poisonous psyker spells filled the regolith tunnels, and exploded corpses and trails of intestines were never fun to see. Chaos Marines and Sorcerers did not dissipate in the warp like demons did, and the Catacan regiments preferred to use extra munitions even on dead enemies, just to make sure. Possibly for the best, considering how resilient Space Marines could be. Lord Lancefire. Come to see our work? A Catacan sergeant asked with an amused voice, while sitting on a crate and fiddling with an Exodus rifle. Well, a forged retribution copy of the real thing. Exodus rifles were quite rare. I turned towards him and observed his hand still busy with cleaning up his sniper rifle. Tell me how it went till now, I asked while spreading out a lamenter company to cover the nearest tunnels. So and so, my lord. The shield penetrator rounds work well enough on the Chaos Psychers, and same for the ash grenades and the melta bombs. The Chimera and those warp talons are a tad harder to kill. Lost a quarter of my unit already, the man explained with a sad headshake. A second later, a screeching warp beast jumped from inside a wall and its head got splattered by my backhanded slap. My body had moved by itself, likely due to the extensive training I got in the infested Space Hulk back home. I checked my glove, but the blackstone plate was still intact. Good enough. With a kick, I struck the body of the dead beast and it shattered into the warp again. So these things are the Chimera? I mused in a low voice. I wouldn't want to fight the things outside my power armor, that was certain. Exactly, my lord. Sneaky things, and quite fast as you've just seen, the sergeant said with a careless shrug, and resumed cleaning his weapon with automatic moves. A minute later, the same beast appeared to tumble over and got sliced in half by a wary lamenter. And they respawn. I added in a thoughtful tone. That too, my lord. Unless there's a silent sister around. They killed them good, the catechist provided with a grim smile. I nodded and traced the Tesseract vision, locating Magnus and his escort. The primarch was plowing through Chaos Marines and Sorcerers with the Emperor's sword in hand, while a blue shield covered his ogre-sized fatigues and kept him safe from warp spells and bolter rounds. As instructed, Janus and Decima were only providing escort and letting Magnus prove himself against the traitors. Once in a while, a stabbed traitor split apart and a blackish astral form jumped away. Decima would then crush the demonic apparition, while Janus would lean and heal the recovered Space Marine, while ripping off the corrupted armor with her bare hands. That armor would withstand tank fire, and yet my girl, what has the Emperor done to her? Seen enough, Dad, she asked me directly into my mind, eyes glowing with violet lights like strange lanterns. He seems stable enough. Leave him be and regroup with your sisters. There should be cleansing rituals that can cover a small moon, right? I asked with a curious tone. Janus turned towards Decima and conversed something, mentally. A few seconds later, Janus warped away and reappeared inside the Somnius Citadel and began gathering the Lunar Sisterhood for a ritual. Sister Decima continued trailing Magnus on his one-man crusade, while still dispelling the corrupting demons from the recovered Emperor's children. Possibly something decided at a higher level then, and outside my control. My legal powers in the Imperium of Man were minimal at best, especially here in the Sol system. The ruling hierarchies were complicated and Byzantine, with opposing factions and hidden currents shifting constantly. I yearned to return to the fringe, where things made sense and people had to listen to me. But first, I had to make sure the Emperor returned, and blanks would not be pursued and persecuted again. And for that, my help would need to be obvious and irrefutable, something I avoided for a very long time. It was time to snap my fingers, with my Thanos glove.